Dallas Airport, partly sunny. Temperature 24 degrees. Winds north at 14 miles an hour, producing a wind chill of 12. At Fredericksburg, fair. Temperature 28. At Martinsburg, fair skies. 21. Winds north at 7 miles an hour. At Norfolk, fair. Temperature 31 degrees. At Ocean City, fair skies. It was 26 degrees. At Pawtuxet River Naval Air Station, partly sunny. Temperature 28. At Quantico, fair skies. Temperature 28. Winds north at 15 miles an hour. For Richmond, partly sunny skies. It was 33. At Roanoke, cloudy. Temperature 35 degrees. At Winchester, fair. Temperature 21. At New York, fair skies. 12. At Philadelphia, partly sunny skies. 19. At Raleigh, partly sunny skies. 35. Now for a few observations on the waters. At Washington Channel, the wind was north at 8 knots, and the water temperature was 37 degrees. At Piney Point, the wind was north at 12 knots, gusting to 19. At Thomas Point, the wind was northwest at 15 knots, gusting to 17, and the water temperature was 38 degrees. The latest river levels in the Potomac, Shenandoah, and Rappahannock basins are as follows. All reports are current as of 6 a.m. and are measured in feet. For Potomac River at Shepherdstown, 3.8. Potomac River at Point of Rocks, 2.9. Potomac River at Edward Ferry, 5.2. Potomac River at Little Falls, 3.8. North Fork Shenandoah River near Strasburg, 2.2. South Fork Shenandoah River at Front Royal, 1.8. Shenandoah River at Millville, 2.7. Rappahannock River at Remington, 3.6. Rappahannock River above Fredericksburg, 2.7. Rapidan River near Culpeper, 1.4. Opecon Creek near Martinsburg, 2.1. Seneca Creek at Dawsonville, 2.2. Goose Creek near Leesburg, 1.9. Monocacy River at Frederick, 2.5. Here is a look at the weather features that will affect the region over the next several days. An Arctic air mass will take hold of the region today as Canadian high pressure builds overhead.
Alrighty guys, what is up? Hope you guys are having a great day today. So we're just now starting our live stream. This is probably going to be a pretty long live stream because I've been planning on doing this since yesterday because I am trying to reach 200 subscribers by the end of this live stream. That's the ultimate goal. Now if we don't meet that goal, it's okay because our original goal is to reach 200 subscribers by the end of January. So we're just going to see how far we can take it today. The ultimate goal is to reach 200 subscribers. So guys, if you're not already, hit the subscribe button. It'll be greatly appreciated. We're going to be going over a lot of coverage today for this current winter system that's expected to impact the country, which is already impacting the country as we're speaking. But down the line, it's supposed to, get a kick from the Gulf of Mexico and potentially causing a lot of snowfall, across a lot of areas, from the Tennessee Valley to the Ohio Valley, the Mid-Atlantic and into the Northeast, guys. So, honestly, we are seeing some pretty heavy potential in terms of the winter system. So, guys, if you guys are just now joining, welcome. Hope you guys are having a great day today. And I guess we'll go ahead and get on into it. So, we're going to go ahead and switch off. I did get a lot of new scenes you guys will see here. But we're actually taking a look here at the radar view. We do have a lot more, scenes in terms of things, so I can actually, kind of similar to our videos, like, with the different models and stuff. So, should be a little bit more specific in terms of things here. But guys, welcome. Hope you guys are doing great. Hopefully everything is going okay here. I'm just trying to make sure that stream's running okay. But guys, I hope you guys are having a wonderful day today. And guys, please stay safe for this winter system because there's some pretty craziness going on. So, the Gulf advection has already started. We're already starting to see a lot of this moisture being from the Gulf of Mexico. You can actually see it right here. If we go ahead and take our, actually go ahead and draw on here. Just go ahead and get a pen real quick. So we go ahead and can already see this moisture driving its way up into the system here. This is what we've been expecting over the last little bit because this is basically how this area of low pressure is set to strengthen here. Due to all this, all this moisture being driven up into the southeast. This only gives it a pretty decent chance at only further strengthening here down the line. further down the line, areas such as the Mid-Atlantic, into the Ohio Valley, into bits of the Northeast, you guys are pretty set for some pretty decent totals in terms of that. We'll actually get to the models here in a second in terms of everything. But guys, that's essentially what we're dealing with there. We actually are currently dealing with a pretty decent winter storm. I want to say this winter storm has a name. I think it's called Izzy. I could be wrong. I want to say that this winter storm name is Izzy. I'm pretty sure that's the name of it. So we'll just call it Izzy, just for the heck of it. I'm pretty sure that's what it's called in terms of things. But guys, y'all are just now joining. Welcome. Hope you guys are having a great day today. I hope you guys are doing well. If you have any questions, feel free to leave them down in the chat below. I'll definitely try to get to your guys' questions as quick as I can. If you guys have any questions about a forecast, if you guys want me to look at a specific area in terms of basically, what areas you want me to look at for terms of winter weather, feel free to leave the location down in the chat below, and I'll try to get to it for you guys. Give you the latest information regarding this system that's currently impacting the region. So, like I was saying before, a lot of snow is expected across a lot of these regions here. Across pretty much the southeast. It's driving its way down to the east. Pretty much to the southeast here. It's going to start slowing down here soon. And then for tomorrow, it's going to start picking up a northeasterly track around the early hours here, starting to impact bits of Carolinas, and then eventually it'll move its way in through bits of Virginia here. It already looks like we're seeing a little bit of snow shower activity across bits of Virginia. This radar is a little bit sketchy, I've noticed, though. So here's what we're going to do about that. We're going to change over to my GR level 2. This is a much higher resolution radar. This has almost approximate measures. So we're going to take a look at this. If it wants to crash on us again. But we'll go ahead and wait for this to load here for a second. But we're going to be taking a look at this. If you guys are just now joining us, welcome. Hope you guys are having a great day today. Hope you guys are doing good. We'll just go ahead and wait for this to load. I guess while this is loading, or being stupid, depending on what it's doing, I'll go ahead and look back at the radar view in terms of what is currently going on here. Because, like I said, we're currently dealing with a lot of, some winter weather with this system. I mean, it's already driven its way a pretty decent way down. It kind of started off across bits of North Dakota. Went like something like this. It started tracking its way down here. Kind of went through the region here, and then now starting to move its way down here. So this area of low pressure is kind of located right around in this area here. You can kind of see that pivot point of it rotating counterclockwise here. Then slower, then down the line, it's going to start to slow down. It's going to start to take an easterly track here. And then eventually, it's going to start moving up to the northeast here, impacting areas such as the Mid-Atlantic and eventually into the northeast here down the line. So we are expecting some winter weather to occur across a lot of those areas, over the next few days, because we are currently seeing a decent amount of, winter weather with this system. So like I was saying before, let's go and check on my radar view. I don't know if it's still acting up. Oh, I guess it crashed. Oh, wait, no, that's my wrong program. Hold on. There we go. Okay, now we're good. I just clicked on the wrong program. But, so we're talking here, like, this is actually still showing some snow showers, across bits of northern Virginia here, like we were talking about. I'm going to go to KFC X here, not Kentucky Fried Chicken. But KFC X, this is your radar view here in Blacksburg, Virginia. So we are seeing some snow showers, from this system, associated with the system, already starting to impact bits of the Mid-Atlantic view. Obviously, this is not the bulk of the system. The bulk of the system is still a ways away, from impacting these areas here. For example, the system is majority just over here, by near the Midwest, kind of driving its way into the southeast. Like I was saying before, we are getting a lot of moisture is being injected into the system here. You can actually kind of see it. The motion that this storm is taking, we'll actually go ahead and zoom down here. You can actually see that all this moisture is zooming its way to the northeast here. This is basically coming up from the Gulf of Mexico, forming across the region, and basically moving its way up in this area here. So this is drawing a lot more warm air, a lot more moisture-filled air into the southeast from the Gulf of Mexico, which will only give it more potential in impacting bits of the Mid-Atlantic view as it does track even further down the line. But guys, if you're just now joining, welcome. Hope you guys are having a great day today. Hope you guys are doing good here. So we're currently looking at this winter system that's currently set to impact the country. It's already impacting the country, believe it or not, at the moment. It has been for the last day or so, in which, we've been monitoring this thing quite closely over the last few days in terms of our live streams we did yesterday and the day before. But today we're probably going to be doing a pretty long live stream in terms of things. Probably going to be talking about a lot of things about this winter system. So guys, if you guys are just now joining us, welcome. Hope you guys are having a great day today. And like I said, if you have any questions, feel free to leave them down in the chat below. I'll try to get to them for you guys as best as I can. So, let's go ahead and see here. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look here at some other things. We'll go ahead and take a look here at the, I guess we'll take a look here at the future radar in terms of what we can expect here down the line. So, give me a second, you guys. Go ahead and set this up here. So we're gonna go ahead and switch over to the future radar here. So this is a little bit further down the line. So this is the future radar. This is currently what we're expecting here to kind of happen down the line. So this is a little bit old, I believe. Let's go and change this to latest. Okay, this is the latest. Okay, we're good. So as we do track down in time here, it is currently 11 in the morning. So this is kind of similar to what we're seeing here. Like I was saying before, take a look here back at the normal radar view. This is kind of similar to what is going on at the moment right now. You can kind of see across bits of the Midwest, kind of driving swing to the southeast. We're already starting to get that advection going on from the Gulf of Mexico. But in terms of the future radar view, here's what we're expecting here in the future. So obviously we are expecting a lot of cold air driving its way down into the country here, basically from the north. A lot of cold air is associated with this system here. As this area of low pressure tracks its way to the east, eventually getting a kick of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico, as we are currently seeing already starting to happen, across the region here. It'll eventually track its way in through bits of the mid-Atlantic and eventually into the northeast here down the line, potentially causing a lot of heavy impacts along with it, across bits of the mid-Atlantic view into the northeast here, as well as the Ohio Valley, looking pretty large in terms of snow totals. We'll actually get that here in a second. So in terms of timing, what time is your area supposed to be impacted by the snow? Well, so we're currently seeing snow fall across the Midwest, like I was saying. Further down the line, the snow will kind of taper off for the most. A lot more rain will be starting to get infiltrated as there's warmer air starting to be injected into the system, overall fueling it. But still, snow is expected to be falling through bits of Arkansas from now on until later on this afternoon, really even into the early morning hours tomorrow, kind of around 6 a.m. This is kind of stopping across bits of Arkansas. Then we start getting some snow along the front here, basically along this leading front here of the, this area of low pressure. We're going to start to see the transition from, from rain into snow again across these regions here, as it does track its way to the northeast, across bits of the mid-Atlantic view. Starting to see some snow near the Ohio Valley, kind of getting close to the Ohio Valley here for the mid-Atlantic view, as well as bits of, I kind of barely see that, as well as bits of the Tennessee Valley here. Seeing a lot of snow falling across these regions here. Now, there is a bit of a disagreement between models. Believe it or not, there's still a lot of disagreement between the models across the mid-Atlantic view. This right here is actually, you can barely see my marker, but right here, this is actually your mixture of precipitation, kind of just like sleet, freezing rain, all types of hazards. Like I was saying before, we are expecting a lot of hazards in regard to, this upcoming winter weather, because we actually are expecting, a lot of things to go on here as well. Like a lot of freezing rain potential, some heavy impacts of ice is expected, in which we'll actually take a look here at the models here in a second, the latest information regarding this system. So this will start to impact bits of the mid-Atlantic view here on the kind of afternoon hours here on the, for tomorrow on the 16th here, kind of track its way across the southeast, kind of across the early hours tomorrow. So as we do track down in time for the afternoon hours here, we move into the evening hours. It's still going to be snowing across bits of Kentucky, West Virginia, bits of Ohio, kind of across some of these regions here. It's starting to build its way into the northeast here. As you can really see this really strong cold front right here. Maybe even driving up some storms across Florida. We'll talk about that here in a minute. But as we do dive down in the future here, all the snow does move its way to the northeast here. Kind of that's a bit broken from that view there. But, like I say, we are going to be seeing, a lot of snow starting to move its way into the northeast here. Kind of for the early hours here on the 17th. Fully exiting the country here, kind of by the late hours here of the 17th into the early hours of into the early hours of the 18th in terms of that. But guys, if you're just now joining us, obviously welcome. Hope you guys are having a great day today. If you are new to the channel, consider subscribing. We are trying to reach 200 subscribers by the end of this live stream. It's kind of the ultimate goal, although if we don't make it today, it's okay, because we should have our normal goal here set to the end of January of trying to reach 200 subscribers. We're already at 178. You guys have absolutely been killing it, so thank you guys so much for all your support. You guys are seriously awesome. So, Let's see here. So now we should take a look here back at the radar view real quick. Go ahead and take a look at people who are just now joining here. Across the region here, we are seeing a lot of, a lot of snow falling across bits of Missouri at the moment and through bits of Arkansas, as well as bits of southern parts of Illinois. Currently seeing some snow falling across these regions here. So obviously we are seeing a decent amount of snowfall across the area here. Kind of the same thing across the southeast. We are seeing a lot of rain, starting to infiltrate its way in from the southeast, or basically from the Gulf of Mexico. All this warm and moisture-filled air is driving its way up into the system here down below. And further, this will actually allow for more moisture to be drawn into the system, overall allowing for potentially a lot of impacts across bits of the mid-Atlantic view and through bits of the northeast. So we are expecting, definitely some pretty big impacts with the system. We've already seen a lot of heavy impacts. We'll actually take a look at the observed snowfall here in a second. So let's actually go ahead and change over to that real quick. So let's go ahead and change over to our observed snowfall here. So this is our map here of observed snowfall. This is across bits of North Dakota and South Dakota here. Basically across these areas here, across bits of southern portions here of, areas such as Minnesota here. We've been seeing a lot of instances of over a half a foot kind of across these pink shaded areas. We had some instances, some reports showing actually over 1 foot of snow across these central portions here of Iowa. Showing some reports, we're showing a foot of snow across the areas here. It's kind of hard for you guys to see, but honestly, that is a lot of snow that has fallen across these regions here. So let's go ahead and change our sector here from the northern plains. We'll go ahead and change back to the Ohio Valley here. So we'll take a look here across bits of Missouri. So across bits of Missouri, honestly, kind of the same thing. We were seeing a lot of snowfall. We'll actually go ahead and move this up a little bit for you guys. There we go. So like I was saying, we are seeing some instances of over a foot of snow across bits of Iowa here, and it's starting to move its way down into bits of Missouri as we're speaking. So obviously this is not up to this is not the latest in terms of because this takes I believe this is updated like every 12 hours or so, but this is from 6 o'clock in the morning here, or 7 o'clock Eastern time was whenever the snow was reported. So obviously the snow is just now across this area here, driving its way down to basically the southeast at the moment. Kind of across these regions here. So, honestly, guys, this is only expected to drive its way further down to the south and up to the north further here down the line. So, I want to take a look here at the models in regard to things. Let's go ahead and switch over here to our GFS model. Take a look here at this. We'll go ahead and change the view over to our national view across the country. Go ahead and load this up. Kind of make it nice and even for you guys across there. So, in terms of freezing rain, like I was saying before, we are expecting a lot of freezing rain to occur out of the system, across bits of the mid-Atlantic view. So as we do track down in time, according to your GFS model, we're taking a look at the freezing rain potential. Take a look at this. This is actually showing, actually, you know what, this is not the GFS model. This is your European model. Okay, we'll actually switch over to the European model. So, like I was saying here, we are expecting a lot of ice impacts to impact bits of the Ohio Valley and through bits of the Mid-Atlantic view. Areas such as North and South Carolina kind of in the heaviest impact, especially around here the borderline between northern portions here of North Carolina, northern portions here of South Carolina into southern portions here of North Carolina. We are expecting, potentially over an inch of ice expected. I do believe we actually do have some ice storm warnings in effect across those areas. We'll talk about that here in a second, but honestly, that's currently what we're dealing with in terms of everything. But guys, if you're just now joining us, welcome. Hope you guys are doing great. I hope you guys are having a great day today. If you have any questions, feel free to leave them down in the chat below. I'll try to get to them for you guys. We're probably going to be doing a long live stream for today. I'm planning on going live for several hours today. If you guys have any questions, feel free to leave them down in the chat below. If you want me to do a specific forecast for a certain location, in regard to the snowfall, in terms of how much you might be able to see, feel free to put it down in the chat below, and I'll try to get to your guys' comments as best as I can. If you are new to the channel, consider subscribing. We are trying to reach 200 subscribers. That's the ultimate goal by the end of the live stream for today. It's a very, very big goal. We're about 22 off, it looks like. So yeah, we're about 22 subscribers off. So guys, if you're not already, hit that subscribe button. That'd be greatly appreciated. But the main goal is to reach it by the end of January. That's the main goal. But we're trying to shoot for an ultimate goal of potentially making it here by the end of the live stream. We're already at 178. You guys have absolutely been killing it. So thank you guys so much for all your support. You guys are awesome. in terms of everything like that. So guys, let's go ahead and switch here back to the radar view real quick. For the people who are just now joining here, I want to go ahead and take a look here at the radar view currently. So, for the people who are just now joining, we are currently seeing this winter weather across bits of the Midwest here, kind of across this, the snow area, basically in white, showing that snow is ongoing across these regions here. We do have a bit of, moisture, a little bit of snowfall, kind of across bits of Oklahoma, it looks like, and through bits of Kansas. It does look like across the region here. That area of low pressure is basically located around this area here, kind of around this pivot point. You can kind of see where the counterclockwise rotation is taking place here. This is where your area of low pressure is located. And this is only expected to drive its way more to the east here, eventually up into the mid-Atlantic, and eventually up into the northeast here down the line. That's what this is expected to do in terms of the track. We'll actually take a look here at the future radar in a second in regard to that. So if you guys hold on here for a second, we'll actually change back to the radar or the future radar view in terms of things. But we are currently seeing some snow across bits of the Ohio Valley, as well as bits of the Mid-Atlantic view into bits of the Midwest. Honestly, a decent amount of snowfall is currently ongoing across these regions here. So guys, we're gonna go ahead and switch over to our future radar here real quick. So give me 1 second. We're gonna go ahead and switch over to the future radar. So this is what we're expecting here in the future. So this is for 11 o'clock. So it's currently 11 o'clock here in the morning here. And 11 o'clock a.m. in the Eastern time here. So we are currently seeing some snow that we were seeing on the radar view impact bits of the Midwest. So this is basically taking it further down the line. So you might be able to see these kind of blue lines here. This is basically representing this cold air driving its way down into bits of the region here. It's quite cold in terms of things. Behind the system, it drags a lot of cold air from the north down to the south. It's basically just the cyclonic motion, the cyclonic motion of the system here. Basically allows for warm air to be evicted north here from the Gulf of Mexico, which we're already currently seeing. If we did take a look back on the radar view, we were already currently seeing that across the region there, which is quite interesting in terms of things. So basically, what we're expecting here down the line. So this system is expected to kind of start to slow down a little bit as it does kind of move its way through two bits of the southeast here. This is for basically the later afternoon or evening hours here for today. A lot of rain is set to fall across bits of Mississippi and Alabama and Georgia here, kind of across these regions here, as we are still seeing some advection going on. That was a very bad arrow, but we are seeing a lot of advection going on across the region here. A lot of warm and moisture-filled air driving its way up north from the system here, kind of across the area. This is fueling the system, giving it a little bit more moisture for the potential. It might have some more heavier impacts on the Mid-Atlantic into the northeast. We'll just have to see how this goes. Also the area of low pressure, depending on where it tracks, is also kind of a big concern. Because if it tracks further east, this will drag all the totals here, especially kind of close to this gradient line we kind of have across eastern Virginia. It's quite strong in gradient line, basically showing over a short distance there's a lot of changes in snowfall accumulation from not much to a lot. So if it does shift its way to the east a little bit more than we are expecting, well, obviously that will actually drive it to snowfall further east. If it shifts more west, that means less snowfall for bits of those regions as well. So overall, that's something that we need to continue monitoring. So as we do track down in time, this is for the early hours here on the 16th for tomorrow. We're going to start to see some snow still falling across bits of the Tennessee Valley here, starting to move its way into bits of the Mid-Atlantic view, across bits of the the Carolinas here. We are expecting a lot of ice accumulation, like I was saying, across bits of North and South Carolina, especially around the borderline between the two states. We are expecting over an inch of ice possible across the areas here, according to some of your models. We'll get to that here in a moment. So as we do track into the later morning hours here, across bits of 10 o'clock a.m. here on January 6th, 16th here, basically across the region here, we are seeing, a lot of that moisture starting to move its way in through bits of the Mid-Atlantic view, starting to snow across bits of Virginia, across the southern state here for the early hours. As we do move into the afternoon hours, it'll start snowing across bits of the whole entire state of Virginia. Obviously we are seeing a little bit of mixed precipitation kind of across this area here, kind of around this area here. We are seeing a little bit of mixed precipitation, basically just showing that, some sleet, some freezing rain might mix in with this system. And overall, we are expecting, all types of wintry precipitation to fall across the region. So more ice is definitely possible across those regions there. So as we do track into the evening hours here on the 16th, the snow will kind of transition into rain for some people across bits of eastern Virginia here, and through bits of, bits of New Jersey, and through bits of Maryland. Expected according to this model to be mostly rain. Now, like I said, it really just depends on where this track ends up. If it tracks more east, obviously, more east we have, more snow will go east with it. But, for the most part, that's essentially what we're dealing with here. So we do have this really strong cold front that's moving its way off into the Atlantic Ocean. So this is for the evening hours here on the 16th, for tomorrow. So as we do track into the 17th here, the rain will start to move its way out of the mid-Atlantic view, and the snow will start to move its way out. Still kind of snowing across bits of West Virginia, according to this. However, a lot of the bulk of the snow is currently falling across bits of the Northeast. Areas such as pretty much near Buffalo, New York. You guys are expecting some heavy bands with potentially several inches per hour across a lot of these regions here, which could potentially lead to heavy accumulations. Actually, a lot of these models are supporting of potentially well over a foot being possible across the regions here. We'll take a look at the accumulations here in a moment in terms of things, but guys, we do have this, the threat for some significant impacts with the system here. So this is for the early hours. We do track down into kind of the later morning hours here, kind of for 11 o'clock a.m. here. We are seeing the snow start to move its way into bits of Canada here. The heavy snow is already out of the way here. It's still snowing across bits of Maine here. And then as we do move into the later hours here, the evening hours here on the 17th, the snow does start to move its way out of the region here. And eventually in through bits of Canada. Weather Watcher says, hi, what's up, dude? Welcome to the live stream. Hope you're doing good here. Hope you're staying safe from this winter storm, if you're being impacted by it. But guys, if you're just now joining us, welcome. Hope you guys are doing great. If you are new to the channel, consider subscribing, guys. We're almost at our goal of 200. So guys, if you're not already, hit that subscribe button. We greatly appreciate it. That is the ultimate goal by the end of the stream, by today. So we'll go ahead and see how that goes. But like I said, if it doesn't work, it's okay, because we are, we are currently, the main goal is actually 4 bits of, for the end of January. So Weather Watcher says, what do you expect for Charlotte, North Carolina? Well, let me go ahead and take a look here. Let me go ahead and pull it up. So basically, in terms of Charlotte, Weather Watcher, honestly, obviously you are in a winter storm warning here. Honestly, it would not be surprising if you did see maybe 1 to 3 inches with locally higher amounts possible. However, you are probably expecting a lot of ice as well. Like I said, we'll take a look at the models here in a moment in regard to things. But, like I was saying, though, we are expecting, a lot of ice across the Carolinas to occur, out of the system here. So, guys, let's go and change over to our models. This is obviously I have to change the scene here, so give me a second. So now we're taking a look here at the European model. This is in terms of your ice accumulation from the latest scan here of the European model. So obviously we are expecting a lot of ice across bits of the mid-Atlantic view, potentially over an inch expected across a lot of these areas. Some heavy impacts of freezing rain is expected out of the system here, which, honestly could be quite catastrophic, if you ask me. This model is also showing some showing some freezing rain across bits of eastern Kentucky and through bits of West Virginia as well, potentially over a light glaze. So we are expecting, a lot of ice out of the system as well, especially as the surface is still freezing, but the upper levels is a little bit warmer, so it allows all that stuff to melt. And terrain impacting the ground is rain, but then freezing again once it hits the ground. So, honestly, that is currently what we're dealing with there. So freezing rain is kind of expected to be a pretty big concern across a lot of these areas here for tomorrow. Now, in regard to your GFS model, let's go ahead and switch this over. We actually do have a new GFS model starting to render across the area here, so we're going to go ahead and change this over. So now we're taking a look here at the GFS model. This is your long-range American model. Let me actually go ahead and move this up a little bit so we can get more of the U.S. in the view. So this is what we're expecting here in terms of freezing rain here from this model here, bits for the GFS model. So this one's obviously still showing some significant impacts of ice across the areas. A little bit less aggressive. Still some across bits of Kentucky, but more across the Northeast. A lot more splotty, as you can see. But obviously that same impact area across the borderline here of North and South Carolina, potentially quite large. This model is also hinting of potentially maybe over an inch being possible. Take a look at this, potentially over an inch here, according to this. So that's just something we have to continue monitoring here over the next day. As we continue to live stream into the day. Like I said, guys, we are planning on live streaming for quite a while today. That is the ultimate goal, to be live streaming for, honestly, probably the remainder of the day, because I want to go ahead and give you guys the final updates in regard to the system. I want to go ahead and go over the latest models as they start to come out here. In terms of things, we are also trying to reach 200 subscribers. That's another reason why we're going live all day long, is to try to get more people to come in and give them more information regarding the system in terms of things. So guys, that's essentially what we're doing with there. So guys, now I want to go ahead and take a look here at the NAM model. We'll go ahead and switch this over here to the NAM model real quick. Let me go ahead and switch that there. So now we're taking a look here at the NAM model. This is your North American model. Let me actually go ahead and drive this a little bit more north as we were looking here. So we're still taking a look here at the freezing rain potential out of this system here down the line. So this one's a lot more high resolution. Now look at this. This one is a lot more aggressive, showing the potential of some really heavy ice accumulations across bits of the Mid-Atlantic and through bits of the Ohio Valley and even the Northeast here. This one is a lot more aggressive compared to what your your GFS model, especially your GFS model, had to say out of the system. So, I mean, regardless, we are still expecting a lot of ice accumulation across the Carolinas here, potentially over an inch being possible. This was actually showing over an inch and a quarter across the region here, which that has some significant impacts. Now, the threats of freezing rain is quite large because you get some slippery conditions on roadways, which leads to all types of hazards. Not to mention, freezing rain accumulation is quite bad because, I mean, if you get that starting to accumulate like on power lines and stuff, it starts weighing down the power lines, which potentially allows them for power outages to start to move its way out of the region. So obviously, that is kind of a pretty big concern in regard to this. So guys, honestly, please just stay safe here in terms of things. Hope you guys should stay safe in terms of everything because we are expecting a lot of ice out of the system too. A lot of people don't know that, but we actually are expecting a lot of ice out of the system too. Now, I want to take a look here at the National Weather Service hazards. Let me go ahead and switch over to our National Weather Service hazards, bar here. I'll go ahead and switch down. So we actually do have a lot of hazards going on across the nation at the moment. We do have a lot of winter storm warnings. They're currently still watching, still moving its way up, basically across the Mid-Atlantic view here. We do still have some winter storm watches in effect, kind of across these blue shaded areas, all across the Northeast here, across the region here. Now, obviously, we do have a winter storm warning that's kind of issued a little bit more earlier for bits of the western portion here of New York, basically just showing that because we are very, very confident, as those models were showing potentially over a foot being possible across those regions there. So obviously, we are expecting the potential for some significant impacts of winter weather across those regions there. So obviously, guys, that is something that we need to continue monitoring here. We do have winter storm warnings in effect kind of across these pink shaded areas here for bits of Virginia, West Virginia as well, North and South Carolina here, as well as bits of northern Georgia, believe it or not. We do have a winter storm warning in effect across bits of Arkansas, bits of Missouri, western Illinois, as well as basically southeastern portion here of Iowa as well. Seeing some pretty large potentials of some winter weather impacts. So, Weather Central has just now joined. What's up, Weather Central? Hope you're doing good. Hope you are enjoying your snow that you're currently expected to see, or that you're currently seeing, like you were showing earlier. So we're expected to see some snow here tomorrow. Here in Northern Virginia. Here we're actually expecting maybe 2 to 4 inches. Basically, all the local meteorologists are saying 3 to 5 for me. But honestly, compared to what I've seen, I kind of expect more 2 to 4 across the region here. But so, if you guys are just now joining us, welcome. Hope you guys are doing good here. If you are new to the channel, consider subscribing. It'll be greatly appreciated. We're trying to reach 200 subscribers by the end of today. That's the ultimate goal. Like I said, obviously if you don't meet that criteria or if you don't meet that accomplishment, it's okay because our ultimate goal or our main goal was to meet it by the end of January. So, but guys, if you're just now joining, welcome. Hope you guys are staying safe from this winter system. In terms of everything like that, you guys are absolutely crazy. So thank you guys so much for all your support. We are currently at 178 subscribers. We are moving up quick down the line. So guys, I can only thank you because you guys are absolutely awesome. So thank you guys so much for all your support. So, like I was saying, we actually do have an ice storm warning in effect, kind of like those areas I was showing you in terms of the models. We are expecting a lot of heavy icing to occur across bits of the Carolinas here. We actually do have, kind of have this maroon color, basically across bits of South Carolina here, one county here, and basically extreme northeastern Georgia here. So this is actually showing that icing is expected. And like how we were showing on the models, we are expecting some pretty significant impacts of that to occur down the line. So guys, that's essentially what we're dealing with. So guys, just please be safe in terms of this. We do actually have some winter weather advisories kind of across this, kind of this purple color, kind of this purplish blue shaded color here across the region here, as well as some red flag warnings across bits of southern and central portions here of Texas, showing that wildfires might break out. Some wind advisories across this area here, as we are seeing this area of low pressure strengthen right off the coast here, which is allowing for a lot of potentially a lot of strong winds to occur with this system, which is honestly is quite a bit crazy in terms of things. So, all right, we're going to go ahead and switch over to the local radar view, or the radar view, in terms of what is currently going on here across the nation. So we are currently seeing some snowfall across bits of Missouri, as well as bits of the central plains here, and through, actually, believe it or not, bits of the mid-Atlantic. We do have a few snow waves starting to move its way into the region here. However, the bulk of the system is impacting bits of Arkansas and Missouri, as well as basically southern portion here of Illinois. Kind of seeing the heaviest snowfall currently falling across these regions. Now, like I said, guys, this is expected to track its way down more south. kind of slowing down across the southeast, eventually into bits of the mid-Atlantic view and into the northeast here down the line. So, this snow is expected to travel along with it, potentially some serious impacts. Like I said, not only is snow a concern, but freezing rain is also a concern. Like I was saying, across bits of the Carolinas, we definitely have a pretty decent chance at seeing some ice, potentially over an inch across the borderline between North and South Carolina here. So obviously, guys, we have a lot of icing expected. These people are not really they're not really used to icy conditions because these are more of the tropical areas here. So they're not really used to seeing, this many, they're really not used to seeing this many, this much ice and stuff like that. So guys, just please stay home, basically until the roads are clear, because it is expected to be quite bad in terms of things. The roads are expected to be really, really bad across a lot of these areas here that are being impacted. So currently what we're seeing here across the nation, we are actually currently seeing some what we call advection going on. We have a lot of moisture-filled air driving its way from the southeast, from the Gulf of Mexico into the southeast. This is just helping fueling the system, allowing it to get a lot more stronger than it already is here, allowing for more moisture to be infiltrated inside the system, which only allows for the potential of maybe some more snowfall across bits of the southeast into the mid-Atlantic view, eventually into the northeast here down the line. So guys, we are currently seeing this currently impacting bits of the region here. So this will continue to drive its way down to the southeast here down the line, eventually kind of move its way up through bits of the mid-Atlantic view and through bits of the northeast, potentially with some pretty large impacts expected across these areas here. So guys, we're going to go ahead and take a break here for a second. We've been live for about 40 minutes or so. So guys, we'll be back here in about 5 or 10 minutes. So guys, hold on tight if you guys want to take a break as well. But guys, if you are new to the channel, consider subscribing. It'll be greatly appreciated. We are trying to reach 200 subscribers by the end of the live stream. That's the ultimate goal. Like I said, the original goal is to reach it by the end of January, but we're going to try to see how many we can get by the end of this live stream. But guys, we'll be back here momentarily, and guys, we'll be talking about the radar view as well as the models here coming up here in a second. So guys, I will see you all here in a few minutes.
Advisory remains in effect until 6 a.m. early this morning. Gale watch remains in effect from Sunday afternoon through Monday afternoon. North winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 25 knots through early Saturday morning. East winds of 20 to 30 knots with gusts up to 40 knots and waves of 2 to 4 feet are possible late Sunday afternoon and evening, and again Monday. The areas affected include tidal Potomac from Key Bridge to Indian Head, Maryland. The hazardous weather conditions are expected for the small craft advisory until 6 a.m. Saturday. For the gale watch, from Sunday afternoon through Monday afternoon. Impacts. Strong winds can cause hazardous waves which could capsize or damage vessels and reduce visibility. Mariners should consider altering plans to avoid possible hazardous conditions. Remain in port, seek safe harbor, alter course, and or secure the vessel for severe wind and waves. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. Small craft advisory in effect until noon today. Gale watch remains in effect from Sunday afternoon through Monday afternoon. For the small craft advisory, north winds around 10 knots with gusts up to 20 knots. For the gale watch, west winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 30 knots possible. The areas affected include tidal Potomac from Key Bridge to Indian Head, Maryland. The hazardous weather conditions are expected for the small craft advisory until noon today. For the gale watch, from Sunday afternoon through Monday afternoon. Impacts. Strong winds can cause hazardous waves which could capsize or damage vessels and reduce visibility. Mariners should consider altering plans to avoid possible hazardous conditions. Remain in port, seek safe harbor, alter course, and or secure the vessel for severe wind and waves. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. Small craft advisory remains in effect until noon today. Gale watch remains in effect from Sunday afternoon through Monday afternoon. For the small craft advisory, north winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots. For the gale watch, southwest winds 10 to 20 knots with gusts up to 35 knots possible. The areas affected include tidal Potomac from Indian Head to Cobb Island, Maryland. The hazardous weather conditions are expected for the small craft advisory until noon today. For the gale watch, from Sunday afternoon through Monday afternoon. Impacts. Strong winds can cause hazardous waves which could capsize or damage vessels and reduce visibility. Mariners should consider altering plans to avoid possible hazardous conditions. Remain in port, seek safe harbor, alter course, and or secure the vessel for severe wind and waves. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following, tidal Potomac from Indian Head to Cobb Island, Maryland. Small craft advisory remains in effect until 6 p.m. this evening. Small craft advisory remains in effect from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Sunday. Gale warning remains in effect from 6 p.m. Sunday to 6 p.m. Monday. For the gale warning, southwest winds 10 to 20 knots with gusts up to 35 knots expected. For the first small craft advisory, north winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots. For the second small craft advisory, northeast winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 25 knots expected. The areas affected include tidal Potomac from Indian Head to Cobb Island, Maryland. The hazardous weather conditions are expected for the gale warning from 6 p.m. Sunday to 6 p.m. Monday. For the small craft advisory until 6 p.m. this evening. For the small craft advisory from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Sunday. Impacts. Strong winds will cause hazardous waves which could capsize or damage vessels. Mariners should alter plans to avoid these hazardous conditions. Remain in port, seek safe harbor, alter course, and or secure the vessel for severe conditions. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following, tidal Potomac from Key Bridge to Indian Head, Maryland. Small craft advisory remains in effect until noon today. Small craft advisory remains in effect from noon to 6 p.m. Sunday. Gale warning remains in effect from 6 p.m. Sunday to 6 p.m. Monday. For the gale warning, southwest winds 10 to 20 knots with gusts up to 35 knots expected. For the first small craft advisory, north winds around 10 knots with gusts up to 20 knots. For the second small craft advisory, northeast winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots expected. The areas affected include tidal Potomac from Key Bridge to Indian Head, Maryland. The hazardous weather conditions are expected for the gale warning from 6 p.m. Sunday to 6 p.m. Monday. For the small craft advisory until noon today. For the small craft advisory from noon to 6 p.m. Sunday. Impacts. Strong winds will cause hazardous waves which could capsize or damage vessels. Mariners should alter plans to avoid these hazardous conditions. Remain in port, seek safe harbor, alter course, and or secure the vessel for severe conditions. The current time is 11:42 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. The latest river levels in the Potomac, Shenandoah, and Rappahannock basins are as follows. All reports are current as of 6 a.m. and are measured in feet. For Potomac River at Shepherdstown, 3.8. Potomac River at Point of Rocks, 2.9. Potomac River at Edward Ferry, 5.2. Potomac River at Little Falls, 3.8. North Fork Shenandoah River near Strasburg, 2.2. South Fork Shenandoah River at Front Royal, 1.8. Shenandoah River at Millville, 2.7. Rappahannock River at Remington.
Alrighty, guys, we are back. Hope you guys are doing good. Sorry about the wait. I just wanted to go ahead and take a little break here for a second. So, we're going to go ahead and take a look here at the radar view. We'll take a look at the current conditions currently going on across the nation. So, we actually do have some snow. It's actually currently falling across bits of the Midwest, areas such as Missouri and Arkansas. Kind of seeing the heaviest accumulations, or the heaviest snowfall at the moment. Across the area here, we are having some advection going on, a lot of warm and moisture-filled air driving its way up north, basically from the Gulf of Mexico, which actually allows for, potentially a lot more moisture being injected into the system, even though a lot more impacts are possible across these areas here. So, guys, because we actually are seeing a lot more moisture, which means that this system might actually strengthen here further down the line. So, guys, we're going to go ahead and take a look here at the past radar in terms of what has already happened with the system. I want to go ahead and take a look at the history from the system in terms of the impacts it has already given. So, we'll go ahead and take a look here at the history from the system. We'll actually see what kind of the radar track looked like before. You can really see that this thing's starting to get its act together. We'll actually get to that here in 1 second. So now we're taking a look here at the past radar in terms of what has happened here before. So we did see that snow start to move its way across within the northern plains and through bits of the Midwest. Now it's starting to drive its way down into bits of the south. Honestly, this is what was happening before. So then what's expected to happen here in the future is that it's expected to take an easterly track, eventually shoot its way up to the mid-Atlantic and eventually up into the northeast here down the line. So honestly, we are expecting some pretty crazy impacts to happen, across these areas. Potentially over a foot of snow expected across a lot of these areas. So guys, that's essentially what we're dealing with there. But guys, if you guys are just now joining it, obviously welcome. Hope you guys are doing good here. Hope you guys are doing good here. So if you have any questions, feel free to leave them down in the chat below. I'll try to get to them for you guys. Basically, if you have any questions regarding the system. But that's essentially what we're dealing with there. So let's go ahead and take a look here at the future radar in terms of what we actually might expect here further on down the line. So we're going to go ahead and transition over here to the future radar. Let me go ahead and zoom all the way back here for you guys who are just now joining. So basically what is currently going on, and obviously right now it's about 12 o'clock, so we'll go ahead and switch to 12 o'clock. So like we were seeing on the actual radar view, we currently do see some snow falling across bits of Missouri as well as bits of Arkansas, currently across the regions there. So like I said, we are currently seeing some rain falling across bits of Louisiana and through bits of Mississippi, Arkansas, Tennessee, as well as Alabama here, currently falling across the region here. So we are currently seeing this ongoing. So we actually do have this area of low pressure, that's currently going on, pretty much across this area here, basically across the southeast here. So here's what we're expecting here down the line. So we are expecting this cold air to drive its way down south from the north here. As we do track down in time, obviously more moisture will be injecting itself into the country from the southeast, from the Gulf of Mexico, because, basically what's going on here is you have a lot of warm and moisture-filled air, and it's driving its way into the southeast, which allows for a lot more moisture to infiltrate the region, allows for, pretty much a lot more, moisture to be, injected into the system, which allows for, potentially more moisture equals more snow. Depending on the temperatures and all. But so basically what we're talking about here in timing. So it's currently 12 o'clock, near 12 o'clock near 12 o'clock p.m. here on the 15th. So we're taking a look here at the 12 o'clock p.m. Radar view. So this is what we're expecting here in the future. So as we do track down in time, across the afternoon hours, we will continue to see some snow, continue to see some snow across bits of Arkansas and Missouri, as well as the eastern, central portions here of the plains, as well as the southeast here. Maybe potentially some rain falling across bits of Mississippi and Alabama, as we are seeing that warm, moisture-filled air drive between the region, like I was saying here. As we do track into the evening hours, a little bit less snow falling across bits of Missouri, starting to move out of the region there. A little bit more snow still falling across, kind of mostly just isolated here to Arkansas, according to this. And as we do track into the early hours here on the 16th, we'll start to get more of an easterly, northeasterly progression. Some snow falling across bits of the western portions here of the Tennessee Valley, as you kind of are getting backed in behind all that cold air here. And we'll start to see some snow starting to fall across bits of the mid-Atlantic view. Now, like we were seeing on the models, we are expecting a lot of ice accumulation as well across a lot of these areas here in the mid-Atlantic view, across the areas here. So, guys, honestly, that is essentially what we're dealing with here. But, guys, if you're just now joining us, welcome. Hope you guys are doing good. If you have any questions, feel free to leave them down in the chat below. I'll try to get to them for you guys. In terms of that. So, as we do track down even further in time, like I said, we were at the early hours here on the 16th. We do move into the, the afternoon hours for 12 o'clock. So we'll be seeing a lot of ice still falling across bits of the Carolinas. Snow starting to move its way in through bits of the mid-Atlantic view. Track its way down in through the afternoon hours here. We are still expected to see, some snow falling across bits of the mid-Atlantic view. And as we start to move into the evening hours, so we start to move its way into the northeast here for the 16th, across the area here. And then for the early hours in the 17th, it'll continue to track its way up through bits of the northeast here. And kind of by the afternoon, evening hours here on the 17th, it's starting to exit the region for the most part. Still snowing across bits of Canada at the most part. But honestly, that is kind of like what we are expecting at the moment. So guys, let's go ahead and take a look here at the models in regard to things. Or actually, first, we should take a look at the satellite view. So let me go ahead and switch over to the satellite view. This is not the satellite view, obviously, but we need to change this to our true color. So we're going to take a look here at the current satellite view in terms of things. So we'll go ahead and pause this here for 1 second here. We'll go ahead and load this all the way. So this is our current satellite view. This is currently what we're seeing going on across the nation here. We do have a lot of clearing going on across the southwest here. Across these areas here is looking relatively clear for the most part. Across bits of the southern plains and through bits of the central plains. Kind of across these areas here, relatively clear skies. Honestly, I do believe there is a bit more clear skies across these areas here. It's just kind of snow for those upper elevations. Kind of looking like clouds for the most part. But it's relatively clear for a lot of these areas. Now, obviously, we do have this major system that's impacting these regions here. Now, you can actually see this. This area right here might actually look like, basically, it might look like clouds, but believe it or not, this is actually snow that has fallen from the system. This is not clouds. This is actually snow. Now, where we are seeing clouds is across these areas here. Basically, these are clouds across the areas here. Kind of, move this way into to the northeast a little bit. But guys, we are seeing, a lot of cloud cover across these areas. We are seeing the system kind of impact the region here. So guys, that is essentially what we're seeing in terms of that. Now guys, I want to go ahead and take a look here at the models real quick. We're going to go ahead and switch over to our GFS model real quick. Don't mind me changing this real quick. It just takes a second. We're going to be talking about what we're expecting here in terms of snowfall accumulations. In terms of things, so we're taking a look here at the GFS model. So essentially what we're talking about here, this is your long-range American model like I was saying. As we do track down in time, this is your latest model in regard to how much snowfall we might actually see across the areas here. So across bits in the Midwest, honestly, maybe some instances, especially across bits in northern Arkansas, according to this model, like I said before, you really can't trust one model individually. Just kind of get an idea based off of what these models have to say. But across bits of the Arkansas region here, across the northern portions, maybe some instances of over a foot being possible across the region here through to the Tennessee Valley into the Mid-Atlantic view. Honestly, that is kind of what we are expecting. Maybe 6 to 10 inches across this pink shaded area for the most part. 3 to 5 across this kind of blue shaded area, as well as pretty much 1 to 3 across this light blue shaded area. Now, as we do move in through bits of the Mid-Atlantic view, potentially kind of the same thing. Maybe some instances of over a foot being possible into bits in the northeast. Now, here's the thing. I want you guys to remember this. Across bits of the western portion here of New York State, we are seeing the potential of over a foot. Well over a foot being possible. According to your GFS model, maybe even up to 20 inches. Now, like I said, you really can't trust one model individually. So, we just need to take an idea based off of this. Now, I want to go ahead and show you what we're expecting here in terms of your European model. So, let's go ahead and change this to our European model real quick in terms of things here. So here's what we're expecting in terms of your European model versus your, versus your American model. So as we do track down in time here, obviously the same story. We still get some, snow falling across bits of the Midwest here. 3 to 5 across those blue shaded, those dark blue shaded areas. 1 to 3 across the light blue shaded areas here. 6 to 10 across kind of those pink shaded areas here. Kind of expected across these regions here. So in terms of the Tennessee Valley, still some instances well over a foot being possible. Same thing across the Mid-Atlantic view. Kind of sharp, kind of a really sharp gradient line here. Kind of across this Mid-Atlantic view here. That can either shift east or west depending on where this area of low pressure does track to. But like I was saying, 6 to 10 inches across kind of this pink shaded area here. But like I was saying, like we were seeing on the GFS model, take a look at this. Across the western portion here of New York, we're still seeing a lot of highlighted areas here. Potentially this model as well, showing maybe the potential of up and over a foot of snow possible. With this model also showing maybe up and over or near 20 inches of snow possible. So like I was saying, guys, we are seeing a lot of heavy impacts with this system. And it's expected by a lot of these models in regard to things. So now I want to take a look here at the NAM model. Let's go ahead and switch it over to our NAM model. This is your this is another American model. It's just a lot more higher resolution, but it's a lot shorter range. But we should be covering a lot of the storm now since we're not too far away from it impacting the East Coast here. So as we do track down in time here, yeah, this one obviously gets a hold of the whole thing. So it's kind of a dramatic difference here. Obviously near me it's kind of showing near 0 inches. It's kind of different between what the other models have to say. But obviously across bits of the Midwest, honestly maybe some instances of over a foot being possible. Across bits of the Tennessee Valley, maybe 6 to 10 inches locally higher amounts possible. As well as across bits of the Mid-Atlantic view, potentially over a foot likely. Now, as we do move in through bits of the Ohio Valley, like I was saying, across these kind of pink shaded areas, maybe 6 to 10 inches being possible across the region here. Now, across bits of New York. Now, like we were saying in terms of the GFS model and the ECMWF model, there is a bit of differences between this. This one actually does show, a little bit less snowfall, but however, some instances over a foot still likely. But obviously, this is one model. You really can't trust this 100%. A lot of the models are agreeing potentially over a foot being likely out of the system across the area here. So now we're going to take a look here at the National Weather Service blend of models. Now this basically takes a whole bunch of model outputs, kind of blends them together, kind of give you the best bet in terms of what you actually might expect here down the line in terms of your snowfall accumulation. So we'll go ahead and track down in time here. We're going to load it all the way through the region here. So this is obviously kind of showing a lot of big changes here in this recent model output here. But across these kind of blue shaded areas, these dark blue shaded areas, kind of 3 to 5 inches is expected. Across these light blue shaded areas, maybe 1 to 3 inches. Now across the areas here, kind of in this pinkish color, kind of 6 to 10 inches with locally higher amounts being possible. A little bit less is actually expected here according to this model for the Mid-Atlantic view, especially near my area. Maybe only 1 to 3 inches, which is kind of sad. In the beginning, I remember the system showing potentially near a foot. But obviously, this has definitely changed over the last several days here. But across bits of West Virginia here, basically across this pink shaded area, 6 to 10. Now, like we were seeing in terms of your GFS model and your ECMWF model, here's where the agreement comes in again. Potentially over a foot, potentially well over a foot of snow across the western portion here of New York, kind of near the Buffalo area, kind of across this maroonish red kind of shaded color across the region here, potentially showing that it might get over a foot across these regions here. So obviously this is something that we need to continue looking at here as these models continue to progress. So obviously we are expecting a decent amount of accumulation across these regions. Now, I want to go ahead and take a look here at the observed snowfall in regard to things. We're going to go ahead and change it to across the nation here. Basically what was going on here. So we have had a decent amount of accumulation already going on so far. This is as of 6 o'clock a.m. Central Time this morning. Basically, it's 7 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time here this morning here in basically the East Coast. So we are expecting, we were seeing some instances across the central portions here of Iowa. Over a foot of snow has fallen for these areas here, kind of in this red shaded color. 6 to 10 inches has fallen across these kind of pink shaded colors, as well as 3 to 5 inches kind of across the dark blue shaded areas, as well as 1 to 3 has fallen across kind of these light blue shaded areas. This is over the last 24 hours. Now, in terms of this whole system as a whole, it's a bit different. So as the whole system, we have seen the snow start across bits of North Dakota, drive its way down through the Midwest. So eventually, this is the track it kind of took. It went through bits of the northern plains and through bits of the Midwest, kind of slowing down across bits of the southeast here, eventually getting a northeasterly track, impacting bits of the mid-Atlantic view into bits of the northeast here down the line. So obviously, this is kind of the track we're currently seeing with the system. The system is currently right about here at the moment, right around this area here. This area of low pressure is, anyways. The snow is currently falling across these regions here. So that's essentially what we're dealing with in terms of the observed snowfall. Now, guys, I want to go ahead and talk about the National Weather Service hazards. So let's go ahead and take a look here at the hazards. So we do have a lot of winter storm warnings in effect, kind of across these pink shaded areas, across bits of Virginia, West Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, bits of northeastern Georgia here, as well as bits of Arkansas, Missouri, kind of across these pink shaded areas. So basically this is just showing that heavy impacts of winter weather is expected across the areas here. Now, in terms of this, we actually do have a lot of winter storm watches in effect, showing that additional winter storm warnings now down the line might be needed, kind of across these, kind of across these blue shaded areas here. It's kind of this weird color here, showing that additional winter storm watches might be needed down the line. Now, we actually do have some winter weather advisories across these kind of blue shaded areas, kind of this purple shaded area here, showing that some impacts of winter weather is expected. And then, here's where things are interesting. We actually have an ice storm warning in effect across bits of South Carolina here, basically showing that heavy ice accumulations are expected, as we actually, believe it or not, did see in regard to the model. So expect ice and snow across these regions. Now, guys, we're going to go ahead and take a break here for a minute. We'll be back here in momentarily. We'll probably be back in about 5 or 10 minutes or so. So, guys, hang tight. If you're on a new channel, consider subscribing. We are trying to reach 200 subscribers by the end of the live stream, so it'll be greatly appreciated if you guys hit the subscribe button, as well as our donations. We actually do have the new donation system set up in the description below. You guys can donate to basically help give us, help give us more, information and stuff, better, better equipment, better, kind of give you guys better forecasts and stuff like that. So, but guys, we'll be back here momentarily in about 5 or 10 minutes or so. So, guys, I will see you all here in a moment.
A gale warning is in effect over. For the waters during this time, coastal flood watches have been issued for St. Mary's, in the Arundel and Baltimore counties in Maryland, as well as the District of Columbia, Arlington County, and the city of Alexandria for late Sunday night into Monday morning. Spotter information statement. Spotter activation is not expected at this time. Now for the National Weather Service marine forecast for the Chesapeake Bay from Sandy Point to North Beach. Rest of today, north winds 15 to 20 knots. Gusts up to 30 knots, diminishing to 20 knots late. Waves 3 feet. Tonight, northeast winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts to 20 knots. Waves 2 feet. Sunday, northeast winds 15 to 20 knots. Gusts up to 20 knots, increasing to 30 knots in the afternoon. Waves 2 to 3 feet. Rain with snow likely with freezing rain with sleet likely. Sunday night, east winds 20 to 25 knots, becoming southeast after midnight. Gusts up to 40 knots. Waves 4 feet. Rain and freezing rain. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, west winds 15 to 20 knots. Waves 3 feet. A chance of showers, snow showers and freezing rain through the day, then a chance of snow through the night. Now for the National Weather Service marine forecast for the tidal Potomac from Key Bridge to Smith Point. Rest of today, north winds 15 knots with gusts to 30 knots. Waves 2 feet. Tonight, northeast winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts to 20 knots. Waves 2 feet. Sunday, northeast winds 15 to 20 knots with gusts to 30 knots. Waves 2 to 3 feet. Snow and freezing rain with sleet likely. Sunday night, east winds 20 to 25 knots, becoming south 15 to 20 knots after midnight. Gusts up to 40 knots. Waves 4 feet. Rain and freezing rain. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, west winds 15 to 20 knots. Waves 3 feet. A chance of showers, snow showers and freezing rain in the morning. The Northern Virginia mountain forecast for elevations above 2,000 feet including the Skyline Drive. Winter storm warning in effect from 1 p.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Rest of today, mostly cloudy. Highs in the upper 20s. Tonight, cold. Partly cloudy. Lows around 13. Sunday, mostly cloudy. Snow. Sleet likely in the afternoon. Snow and sleet accumulation of 2 to 4 inches. Highs in the lower 20s. Sunday night, cloudy. Snow and freezing rain with sleet likely. Lows around 18. Temperatures steady or slowly rising after midnight. Windy. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the morning. Highs in the mid-30s. Tuesday, mostly clear. Lows around 20. Highs in the mid-30s. Wednesday, mostly cloudy. A chance of rain and snow in the afternoon and evening. Lows around 20. Highs in the lower 40s. This is the NOAA Weather Radio All Hazard Station KHP 36, broadcasting from the National Weather Service Office in Sterling, Virginia, and transmitting on a frequency of 162.550 MHz from an antenna located in Manassas, Virginia. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. Small craft advisory in effect until noon today. Gale watch remains in effect from Sunday afternoon through Monday afternoon. For the small craft advisory, north winds around 10 knots with gusts up to 20 knots. For the gale watch, west winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 30 knots possible. The areas affected include tidal Potomac from Key Bridge to Indian Head, Maryland. The hazardous weather conditions are expected for the small craft advisory until noon today. For the gale watch, from Sunday afternoon through Monday afternoon. Impacts. Strong winds can cause hazardous waves which could capsize or damage vessels and reduce visibility. Mariners should consider altering plans to avoid possible hazardous conditions. Remain in port, seek safe harbor, alter course, and/or secure the vessel for severe wind and waves. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. Small craft advisory remains in effect until noon today. Gale watch remains in effect from Sunday afternoon through Monday afternoon. For the small craft advisory, north winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots. For the gale watch, southwest winds 10 to 20 knots with gusts up to 35 knots possible. The areas affected include tidal Potomac from Indian Head to Cobb Island, Maryland. The hazardous weather conditions are expected for the small craft advisory until noon today. For the gale watch, from Sunday afternoon through Monday afternoon. Impacts. Strong winds can cause hazardous waves which could capsize or damage vessels and reduce visibility. Mariners should consider altering plans to avoid possible hazardous conditions. Remain in port, seek safe harbor, alter course, and/or secure the vessel for severe wind and waves. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following, tidal Potomac from Indian Head to Cobb Island, Maryland. Small craft advisory remains in effect until 6 p.m. this evening. Small craft advisory remains in effect from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Sunday. Gale warning remains in effect from 6 p.m. Sunday to 6 p.m. Monday. For the gale warning, southwest winds 10 to 20 knots with gusts up to 35 knots expected. For the first small craft advisory, north winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots. For the second small craft advisory, northeast winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 25 knots expected. The areas affected include tidal Potomac from Indian Head to Cobb Island, Maryland. The hazardous weather conditions are expected for the gale.
Alrighty, guys, we are back. Hope you guys are having a great day today. Hope you guys are doing good. Sorry about the little break we had to do. Basically, after just talking a while, it kind of gets to your voice. But guys, I hope you guys are doing good. Hope you guys are staying safe in regard to this winter system. We're going to be going back into this, talking about the radar view as well as the models in regard to upcoming, upcoming events and stuff. So, guys, the ultimate goal here in this live stream is to maybe even reach 200 subscribers. So, guys, if you're not already, hit the subscribe button. That'd be greatly appreciated. You guys are awesome. We're currently at 178. You guys are awesome. I really, really appreciate all your support. You guys have absolutely killed it. So thank you guys so much for all your support. You guys are awesome. So let's go ahead and take a look here at the radar view in terms of what is currently going on across the nation. So we can currently see that cyclonic motion of this area of low pressure here. You can see a lot of that moisture is being injected itself north from the Gulf of Mexico here. So basically this is just a whole bunch of moisture and a whole bunch of warm air that's injecting itself from the Gulf of Mexico into the southeast here, maybe allowing for potentially a lot more moisture to be injected into the system, which might actually allow for a little bit more precipitation to fall across these regions here. So we are currently seeing some snowfall across. The bulk of the snow is currently falling across bits of Missouri here, kind of fading out across bits of southern Illinois. But a lot of the bulk of the snow is kind of starting to shrivel up because it is starting to get into that colder air, or sorry, that warmer air, which is actually allowing it, a lot of it to transition to rain. But this is expected to change here down the line. We'll actually look, like I said, we'll take a look at the models in regard to that here in a second. So we actually do have, also some snow showers across bits of northern Texas, through bits of Oklahoma, Kansas, currently bits of, Illinois, maybe even bits of Kentucky here, as well as bits of the, kind of bits of the Mid-Atlantic view as well. Potentially seeing some more snow showers. But like I was saying before, we are seeing, a lot of advection, a lot of warm and moisture-filled air driving its way up into this area of low pressure here, as we can currently see going on across the region there. So that's essentially what we're dealing with there. In terms of everything else across the nation, we did have this system that was impacting bits of eastern Canada for areas such as Nova Scotia. It's just now starting to move its way out of the region now, but obviously, this has actually caused, potentially over a foot. I'm not exactly sure how much has fell across the areas here because I don't really have any, equipment that will actually go out that over there in that region. But we were seeing the potential of maybe over a foot. Especially across, I believe, the northern and the western portion here of Nova Scotia, across the region here. So we were seeing, some heavy accumulations being possible across these regions here as this area of low pressure has really strengthened off the coast here of the Atlantic Ocean. A lot of people didn't even know this storm existed. So we had this area of low pressure that kind of, really started strengthening as it was moving up its way to the northeast here. It's currently moving its way off to the northeast here. But obviously, this was, allowing for a lot of snow. Potentially a lot of ice as well to fall across bits of these regions here. Now, obviously, that's kind of not the highlight of today's video. The highlight is obviously kind of the system we're currently dealing with across bits of the Midwest here. Because honestly, we are seeing some potentially large impacts, winter weather that's ongoing. We'll actually go over the accumulations here in a second in terms of how much we've already seen. But, what we're currently seeing is quite crazy. So, let's go ahead and take a look here at the future radar. Actually, first, we should probably take a look here at the past radar. I want to take a look at kind of the history of the system, kind of show you what has happened out of the snowstorm. So, we're going to go ahead and switch over to our past radar. So, this is your system. I can really start to see that in those last several frames here, that, that counterclockwise rotation really start to kick off here, right here towards the end. So all the snow did kind of start across the northern plains and through bits of the Midwest here. Now it's tracking itself into the southeast. Like I said, it is kind of getting that kick of high pressure, or sorry, that kick of moisture. Yeah, my brain's all over the place today. Kick of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico, basically allowing for, the potential of, more stuff going its way into bits of the system, more fuel and stuff. Let's go and see here. Mark says, how much for Hickory, North Carolina on I-40 northwest of... Okay, I'll actually take a look at that for you, Mark. Give me 1 second. Let me actually look it up for you. I can tell you exactly how much, because I know that North Carolina, is expected to get a lot of ice. So I'll look exactly for you here in a second, Mark. Let's go and see here. So let's go and look here for Hickory, North Carolina here. So in terms of how much snow you're probably going to see, you are honestly expecting a lot, because this is actually across bits of western parts of North Carolina. So you're probably going to see 5 to 8 inches of snow. Maybe a little bit less ice accumulation. But like I said, we'll take a look here at the models here in a second in regard to things. So Mark, you can expect 5 to 8 inches of snow across your region there. But in terms of ice, you might see a little bit of ice as well. Snow and ice accumulated total up to 5 to 8 inches. It's kind of what you're expected to see across the region there. So, guys, like we were saying, we're taking a look here at the past radar in terms of what has already happened with the system. So, obviously, it kind of started across the northern plains, tracked its way down into bits of the Midwest here, into the southeast here. It's kind of getting a kick from the Gulf of Mexico. A lot of moisture starting to infiltrate its way up in the region here. Eventually, tracking east here, and eventually, down the line, maybe even up to the Mid-Atlantic view as well as the northeast down the line. So, obviously, we are kind of expecting, a decent amount of, winter impacts with the system that's already occurred. I mean, this is already ongoing across the region here. So, that's essentially what we're dealing with there. Now, guys, if you are new to the channel, consider subscribing. It'll be greatly appreciated. We are trying to reach 200 subscribers by the end of the live stream. We're almost there, guys. Guys, thank you so much for all your support. You guys are awesome. Mark says the real concern is ice. Yes, let me actually show you this. We're going to take a look here at the models here in a second, but I guess we can go ahead and take a look here now real quick for you guys. So, in terms of the models, let's go ahead and change this to... Actually, just take a look at the ECMWF model. I want to show you kind of like the worst case scenario in terms of things. I'm actually going to change this to the Mid-Atlantic view as well. So, if we move to the Mid-Atlantic, this is actually we're taking a look here at the ice accumulation in terms of freezing rain here. So, this is exactly how much we're expecting, according to one model. Now, like I said before, you really can't trust one model individually. Just kind of get an idea based off of what this has to say. So, as we do track down in time, take a look at this. The impacts are quite strong in terms of we actually might see, potentially over an inch of ice across this region here. That's a very, very catastrophic amount of ice in which, it causes all types of hazards in itself. Power outages, slippery road conditions, which lead to accidents and all types of hazards. So for Mark, for around your area, you can probably, according to this model, it's probably showing, maybe near 0.5 to 0.8 inches of ice. According to, like I said, you can't really trust this model individually. So that's why we're going to take a look at the GFS model now. Switch over to our GFS model. So then we're going to go ahead and project down here in the future. We'll go ahead and take a look here at this model in regard to what this has to say. So we'll go ahead and, draw down the line. So this one does show a little bit less, but still kind of showing that heavy impacts of ice, basically across this area. So obviously, this one is a little bit more low resolution compared to your ECMWF model, but still it's showing the similarities that we might see over an inch of ice across the region here. So now we're going to switch over to the NAM model. This is your North American model. This one's a lot more higher resolution in regard to things. So let's take a look at this one in regard to freezing rain. So as we track down in time, this one is a lot more aggressive in terms of seeing a lot more ice across bits of the Carolinas, Mid-Atlantic view, to the Ohio Valley, as well as the Northeast, potentially a lot more severe in regard to things. This one's actually showing near an inch of ice, across the northwestern portion here of South Carolina. So that's a lot of ice, potentially over an inch and a quarter according to this model here. Now, according to this, kind of across bits of the borderline, that's kind of where we are expecting the heaviest, heaviest ice accumulation to occur. Is kind of around, this kind of area here. But obviously, ice is kind of expected for a lot of these areas here. Mark says, "I hope I don't lose power." Yeah, that would not be good. Losing power is not the best thing that can happen. So, but Mark, I hope that you don't lose power. I hope that you stay safe during the storm, because I would not recommend traveling out in this. I'd recommend till all the things have been cleared before you start traveling, because this is going to be quite impactful. Because not only is snow being a concern, but like I said, ice, especially for your area, is definitely a concern as well. Potentially over 1 inch being possible across some of these regions here. So regardless, we are expecting a lot of ice and a lot of snow accumulations across these regions here. So Mark, just stay safe. Hope you stay safe during this system because a lot of ice is expected for your region. So I want to take a look here at the future radar. Let's go ahead and change over here. This is your NAM 3. This is your NAM 3-kilometer model. So it's currently about 12:15 p.m. Eastern time here. So we're looking at 12 o'clock p.m. So as we were currently seeing, we are seeing some snowfall across bits of Missouri and through basically Arkansas here. So as we do track down in time, basically, to the afternoon hours here, we are seeing a lot of advection going on, a lot of warm and moisture-filled air from the Gulf of Mexico advecting itself into the southeast here, allowing for a lot of, kick of moisture to move its way into the region here. Now, like I was saying, we're still going to see some snow across bits of the Midwest, across bits of the western side of the southeast here. So here's what's going to happen. As we start to move down into the evening hours here, obviously we're getting a lot more moisture, a lot of rain falling from bits of Mississippi into Alabama here, tracking down the line. Now, here's where things get kind of crazy. So we are seeing some snow, still falling across bits of the Tennessee Valley, starting to move its way in through bits of the Mid-Atlantic view. Now, you might see here, the green is representing rain, the blue is representing snow, and this kind of pinkish color, this kind of purplish and pinkish color, this is showing mixed precipitation. Basically, the purple is showing sleet, and the red, kind of this pinkish color is showing, freezing rain. So basically showing that the middles of the atmosphere is warmer, above freezing, and the surface is still below freezing. So you can imagine it starts off as snow, it melts down into rain, and then the rain hits the surface and freezes because your temperature is still below freezing. So freezing rain is definitely a concern, especially for the Carolinas. That's kind of where we are seeing, expected to see a lot of this. So a lot of the heaviest, and when we're going to start seeing this freezing rain start to occur across the region, kind of across the early hours here for tomorrow morning, maybe around 4 or so. Basically across the region here. So as we do move down into the Mid-Atlantic view, a lot of this ice is expected for the Carolinas, kind of across those precipitation colors. Let's go and see here. If the power goes out, take a okay. Well, that's good. It's good to have a plan, Mark. It's definitely good to have a plan. Because you definitely want to stay safe in this. You need to have a plan. That's what I recommend. If you guys, don't have a plan, if you don't have a plan right now, you need to make one before this system hits. If you need to get anything, get it right now while you can, because because this is probably going to close down the roads for quite a little bit, especially with how much ice we're expecting across the Carolinas. Like I was saying, though, a lot of the people in the Carolinas, they're not really, especially more south, they're not really kind of used to, they're not really as used to, ice and stuff as we are across bits of the north. Believe it or not, they're not really seeing too much of this. So, Mark, I hope you stay safe in this system. Obviously, it is kind of crazy in terms of things. If you guys are just now joining us, obviously welcome. Hope you guys are having a great day today. Hope you guys are doing good. Hope you guys are staying safe in the system. If you are new to the channel, consider subscribing. It'd be greatly appreciated. It'd be greatly appreciated. So guys, we are trying to reach 200 subscribers by the end of the live stream. So guys, if you're not already, hit that subscribe button. That'd be greatly appreciated. We just now hit 179 subscribers. So guys, thank you so much for all your support. You guys are awesome. I really, really appreciate it. So, all right, so let's go ahead and take a look here back at the radar view. So we're talking about the Mid-Atlantic region. So this is around the around 4 o'clock p.m. here, basically for across the Mid-Atlantic view. This is for tomorrow. So as we do progress in time here, it'll still be snowing across bits of Tennessee, bits of Kentucky, Ohio, bits of Pennsylvania and such. So we'll be saying, the snow start to move its way across the region here around the later hours. Then we do track in through bits of the northeast here, kind of across the early hours here on the 17th. Track this way all the way through the 17th here across bits of the northeast, kind of exiting the region here, kind of around the evening hours here, day after tomorrow, into bits of the 18th. So guys, that's essentially what we're dealing with. Mark says, I'm a truck driver myself, and I'm staying home, not getting out chances with my truck. I know my truck prices are high to be able to replace my tires. Yeah, obviously, that's what I'm saying, Mark. You need to stay home because, especially with these models and what they're outputting with this ice accumulation, that's not something that you want to take lightly. That's definitely something that we need to consider is, all of this, ice accumulation. Because, snow is one thing. Snow is hazardous, yes, but ice is much more hazardous. Because ice is what you fear in winter systems. Snow itself can be slippery, but it's nothing like ice. Okay, ice is bad, in which, definitely the heaviest impacts of ice is something you don't want to. That's something you really don't want to deal with. So, guys, let's go ahead and take a look here back at the models real quick. I want to go ahead and take a look here at these once again in regard to snow accumulation. Exactly how much snow are we expecting across a lot of these areas here? We'll go ahead and change this over here. Go ahead and change to our national view across the nation here. So we'll go ahead and change over to our GFS model. This is your long-range American model here. So basically, we're taking a look here at the accumulations, factor in terms of things. So here's what we're doing with. As we do track down in time here. Actually, I forgot to change this. I forgot to change this to the snowfall. Here we go. So now we should be good. So obviously, this is not ruling, or this is kind of ruling out the snow that we already did see fall across the region here. So we are seeing some snowfall across bits of the Midwest and through bits of the Mid-Atlantic view, eventually into the Northeast. There has been a lot of trends in terms of a decent amount of snowfall across bits of the western portion here of New York. We'll get here in a second. So regardless, kind of across these these light blue shaded areas, maybe 1 to 3 inches of snow is expected across the areas here. So mark for you, according to this model, is kind of around 3 to 5, but honestly, like I was saying, I expect kind of around 5 to 8 for you. With a lot of ice being possible as well. With the mixture between ice and snow accumulation total, maybe 5 to 8 inches is kind of expected. You're kind of around that sharp gradient line, kind of similar to where I am here. I'm here in Northern Virginia, not too far away, but I'm right here, kind of in this gradient line. Because if the area of low pressure tracks its way to the east more, the snow is going to be moving along east with it. If it tracks more west, it's going to be moving along more west. But if it stays where it's at, this is kind of what we're expecting in terms of this. But like I said, guys, do not trust one model individually. Kind of get an idea based off of what they have to say. No model is perfect. They're just guidance, after all. So, in terms of what we're talking, maybe 6 to 10 inches kind of across these pink shaded areas. Maybe, across the red areas, kind of across the red areas. Potentially over a foot possible, according to this. As we do track into the Tennessee Valley, maybe some instances of over a foot possible, and 2 bits of the Mid-Atlantic view. Kind of the same thing. Now, across bits of the Northeast, this is where we kind of are expecting a decent amount of accumulation, potentially over a foot, well over a foot being likely. According to this model, potentially up to 20 or so inches. But like I said, guys, you really can't trust one model individually. So that's why we're going to take a look here at the ECMWF model. So we're going to take a look here at the European model. Let's go ahead and change this to our ECMWF. This is the latest run here we currently have in regard to things. So we go ahead and do track down in time here. So kind of the same story. I mean, obviously, we kind of are expecting, that snow to fall across these locations. Maybe a little bit less across bits of the Midwest. Some instances maybe over a foot across bits of Tennessee into the Mid-Atlantic view. Especially for those upper elevations, especially across the western section here of, pretty much North Carolina here, up in the Appalachian Mountains here. Potentially over a foot being likely, or being possible across some of these regions here. According to this model, it's quite likely, but, like I said, each model is kind of sketchy in terms of things. You just kind of got to take them individually. You kind of got to take them, kind of a group together. So as we do move into the Mid-Atlantic view, potentially over a foot as possible across these regions here, into the Northeast, maybe 6 to 10 inches across the pink shaded area. And as we do move in towards the Buffalo, New York area, this is what I've been monitoring here, potentially over a foot. A lot of these models are saying potentially over a foot likely. So this is definitely some agreement between the models. So we need to continue monitoring this. They already do have some winter storm warnings in effect. We'll actually get to those out here in a second. But, guys, we're seeing a lot of potential impacts here with the system down the line. So now I want to take a look here at the NAM model. This is another American model. This one is more higher resolution, a bit shorter in range, but it should be able to cover the whole entire system here. So, so here's what we're seeing. Kind of the same story, a little bit less. This one's dramatically less for the Mid-Atlantic view. Potentially, maybe 1 to 3 inches as highest, maybe 3 to 5. So, honestly, this is quite different. There is still a lot of disagreement between models, unfortunately. Because we are still, a day out from the system, but, models have still not really came to an agreement yet. We are, however, close to an agreement of seeing the most snow, a lot of snow falling across the western portion here of New York in terms of what your ECMWF model and your GFS model have to say. But this one is a little bit more, a little bit more weaker in terms of things. Potentially a little bit less, maybe 6 to 10 inches across the region here. Maybe some localized accumulations up and over a foot across some of these areas. But this one is significantly much more less than a lot of these models had previously thought before. So now I want to go ahead and take a look here at the National Wind Service blend of models, guys. Now this one takes a whole bunch of model outputs, blends them together, to kind of give you the best bet in terms of what you actually might expect here in terms of snowfall. So this one takes a whole bunch of models and blends them together. So here's kind of the, kind of the major idea in terms of what we're expecting here. So obviously maybe 3 to 5 inches, like I said, across the dark blue shade area, 1 to 3 across the light blue shade area. So, like we were seeing on the GFS model and the ECMWF model, we were seeing, a lot of instances of well over a foot being likely across the western section here of basically the western section here of, New York State. So, a lot of these models, including the GFS and the ECMWF model, has said that we actually might see potentially over a foot, well over a foot being possible across these regions here. A little bit less for the Mid-Atlantic than we first thought in terms of the models here. Like I said, this takes a whole bunch of model outputs, kind of blends them together to kind of give you the best bet. But regardless, we are expecting, a decent amount of snowfall to fall across bits of the northeast. 6 to 10 inches is kind of expected for a lot of these people here across central and western portions here of Pennsylvania, as well as bits of New York State. So, guys, that is essentially what we're dealing with there. Now, guys, if you're just now joining us, welcome. Hope you guys are having a great day today. We're almost at 180 subscribers, so if you're not already, guys, hit that subscribe button. That'll be greatly appreciated. You guys are awesome. I really, really appreciate all your support. So, guys, now we're going to take a look here at what has already fallen. So, changing over to our observed snowfall. Obviously, we've seen a decent amount of snowfall fall across the northern plains and through bits of the Midwest here. So, across these areas here, across bits of these central portions here of Iowa, we've already seen over a foot of snow fall across these regions. It's kind of crazy in terms of things. So across bits of the northern parts of the plains here, pretty much areas such as North and South Dakota, we've seen maybe 6 to 10 inches kind of across these pink shaded areas. Maybe 3 to 5 across this blue shaded area, as well as 1 to 3 kind of across this light blue shaded area here. Across of how much we've already seen. Now, obviously, these snow totals are not really up to date. This is for 7 o'clock a.m. Eastern time. This is still several hours old at this point, but obviously we are currently seeing the system impact bits of southern Missouri as well as bits of Arkansas at the moment. So obviously this is not well up to date, but this is the latest information in terms of observed snowfall that we do have. So this system is still set to track its way to the east, kind of slow down, gathering a lot of moisture here from the Gulf of Mexico as we do have some advection going on. A lot of warm and moisture-filled air driving its way up into the system here, kind of moves its way through bits of the mid-Atlantic and eventually into the northeast, potentially driving a lot of snow across these regions. But guys, that's essentially what we're dealing with in terms of the observed snowfall. And I want to go and take a look here at the hazards in terms of what we're currently seeing on in terms of your National Weather Service hazards. So, across the region here, take a look at this. We do actually have a lot of winter storm warnings in effect, kind of across these pink shaded areas here, showing that, heavy impacts of winter weather is expected. We actually do have some ice storm warnings in effect, kind of across this area here, kind of just maroon color here across bits of northern portions here of South Carolina, showing that, heavy impacts of ice is expected. Like we were saying in the models, potentially over an inch of ice is possible across some of these regions. So that's actually quite extreme. That will cause extreme amounts of impacts in terms of things. We do have a lot more winter storm warnings across these areas here, showing, like I said, just heavy impacts of winter weather is expected. Kind of across this kind of this blue shaded area, basically just showing that winter storm watches are in effect, showing that additional winter storm warnings might be needed down the line, because regardless, we are expecting some winter weather across these regions here. And then we do have some winter weather advisories kind of across this purple shaded area, kind of right here. In terms of things here, so basically showing that some impacts on winter weather is expected, and we do have a whole bunch of types of wind advisories across the area, so that gusty winds are expected. As we are seeing this area of low pressure really start to strengthen across the southeast, we do have some dense fog advisories kind of across this gray shade area, basically showing that low visibilities due to dense fog is kind of expected. We do have some red flag warnings across here, basically just showing that some wildfires might break out. So basically just to alert our firefighters that fire weather might be possible. So guys, we're gonna go and take a break here for a minute. If you guys are enjoying the live stream, make sure you hit that subscribe button as well as leave a like. We are almost at 180 subscribers, so guys, if you're not already, hit that subscribe button. That'll be greatly appreciated. You guys are awesome. I really, really appreciate all your support. But guys, we'll be back here in about 5 or 10 minutes or so. So hang tight. Take a break if you want to, or come back later on. It'd be greatly appreciated. But guys, I will be catching you here in a moment, and I'll see you guys here in a second.
This is a statement from the National Weather Service. Small craft advisory remains in effect until noon today. Gale watch remains in effect from Sunday afternoon through Monday afternoon. For the small craft advisory, north winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots. For the gale watch, southwest winds 10 to 20 knots with gusts up to 35 knots possible. The areas affected include tidal Potomac from Indian Head to Cobb Island, Maryland. The hazardous weather conditions are expected for the small craft advisory until noon today. For the gale watch, from Sunday afternoon through Monday afternoon. Impacts. Strong winds can cause hazardous waves which could capsize or damage vessels and reduce visibility. Mariners should consider altering plans to avoid possible hazardous conditions. Remain in port, seek safe harbor, alter course, and/or secure the vessel for severe wind and waves. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following, tidal Potomac from Indian Head to Cobb Island, Maryland. Small craft advisory remains in effect until 6 p.m. this evening. Small craft advisory remains in effect from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Sunday. Gale warning remains in effect from 6 p.m. Sunday to 6 p.m. Monday. For the gale warning, southwest winds 10 to 20 knots with gusts up to 35 knots expected. For the first small craft advisory, north winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots. For the second small craft advisory, northeast winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 25 knots expected. The areas affected include tidal Potomac from Indian Head to Cobb Island, Maryland. The hazardous weather conditions are expected for the gale warning from 6 p.m. Sunday to 6 p.m. Monday. For the small craft advisory until 6 p.m. this evening. For the small craft advisory from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Sunday. Impacts. Strong winds will cause hazardous waves which could capsize or damage vessels. Mariners should alter plans to avoid these hazardous conditions. Remain in port, seek safe harbor, alter course, and or secure the vessel for severe conditions. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following, tidal Potomac from Key Bridge to Indian Head, Maryland. Small craft advisory remains in effect until noon today. Small craft advisory remains in effect from noon to 6 p.m. Sunday. Gale warning remains in effect from 6 p.m. Sunday to 6 p.m. Monday. For the gale warning, southwest winds 10 to 20 knots with gusts up to 35 knots expected. For the first small craft advisory, north winds around 10 knots with gusts up to 20 knots. For the second small craft advisory, northeast winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots expected. The areas affected include tidal Potomac from Key Bridge to Indian Head, Maryland. The hazardous weather conditions are expected for the gale warning from 6 p.m. Sunday to 6 p.m. Monday. For the small craft advisory until noon today. For the small craft advisory from noon to 6 p.m. Sunday. Impacts. Strong winds will cause hazardous waves which could capsize or damage vessels. Mariners should alter plans to avoid these hazardous conditions. Remain in port, seek safe harbor, alter course, and or secure the vessel for severe conditions. The current time is 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The marine forecast for the coastal waters from Fenwick Island to Chincoteague and out 20 nautical miles. Small craft advisory in effect through Sunday afternoon. Gale watch in effect from Sunday afternoon through Monday evening. Rest of today, north winds 15 to 20 knots. Seas 6 to 7 feet. Dominant period 10 seconds. Tonight, north winds 15 knots. Seas 5 to 6 feet. Dominant period 12 seconds. Sunday, east winds 15 to 20 knots, increasing to 20 to 25 knots late. Seas 4 to 5 feet, building to 6 to 8 feet late. Dominant period 11 seconds. Rain in the afternoon. Sunday night, east winds 25 to 30 knots, becoming southeast 30 to 35 knots after midnight, then becoming south 25 to 30 knots late. Gusts to 45 knots. Seas 13 to 15 feet, subsiding to 11 to 13 feet late. Dominant period 6 seconds. Rain. Monday, southwest winds 25 to 30 knots with gusts to 40 knots. Seas 10 to 12 feet, subsiding to 8 to 10 feet in the afternoon. Dominant period 10 seconds. A chance of rain in the morning. Monday night, west winds 25 to 30 knots, diminishing to 20 to 25 knots after midnight. Gusts to 35 knots. Seas 7 to 9 feet, subsiding to 6 to 7 feet after midnight. Dominant period 10 seconds. Tuesday, west winds 20 to 25 knots, diminishing to 15 to 20 knots in the afternoon. Seas 4 to 5 feet. Tuesday night, west winds 10 to 15 knots. Seas 3 to 4 feet. Wednesday, southwest winds 15 to 20 knots. Seas 3 to 4 feet. Wednesday night, west winds 10 to 15 knots. Seas 5 to 6 feet. The Northern Virginia Mountain forecast for elevations above 2,000 feet, including the Skyline Drive. Winter storm warning in effect from 1 p.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Rest of today, mostly cloudy. Highs in the upper 20s. Tonight, cold. Partly cloudy. Lows around 13. Sunday, mostly cloudy. Snow. Sleet likely in the afternoon. Snow and sleet accumulation of 2 to 4 inches. Highs in the lower 20s. Sunday night, cloudy. Snow and freezing rain with sleet likely. lows around 18. Temperatures steady or slowly rising after midnight. Windy. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow showers in the morning. Highs in the mid-30s. Tuesday, mostly clear. Lows around 20. Highs in the mid-30s. Wednesday, mostly cloudy. A chance of rain and snow in the afternoon and evening. Lows around 20. Highs in the lower 40s. This is the NOAA Weather Radio All-Hazard Station KHP36, broadcasting from the National Weather Service office in Sterling, Virginia, and transmitting on a frequency of 162.550 MHz from an antenna located in Manassas, Virginia. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. Small craft advisory in effect until noon today. Gale watch remains in effect from Sunday afternoon through Monday afternoon. For the small craft advisory, north winds around 10 knots with gusts up to 20 knots. For the gale watch, west winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 30 knots possible. The areas affected include tidal Potomac from Key Bridge to Indian Head, Maryland. The hazardous weather conditions are expected for the small craft advisory until noon today. For the gale watch, from Sunday afternoon through Monday afternoon. Impacts. Strong winds can cause hazardous waves which could capsize or damage vessels and reduce visibility. Mariners should consider altering plans to avoid possible hazardous conditions. Remain in port, seek safe harbor, alter course, and/or secure the vessel for severe wind and waves. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. Small craft advisory remains in effect until noon today. Gale watch remains in effect from Sunday afternoon through Monday afternoon. For the small craft advisory, north winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots. For the gale watch, southwest winds 10 to 20 knots with gusts up to 35 knots possible. The areas affected include tidal Potomac from Indian Head to Cobb Island, Maryland. The hazardous weather.
Alrighty, guys, we are back. Sorry about that. A little bit of a wait here. Let's go see. Ron the Gas says, watching from Western North Carolina. Well, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're staying safe from this winter storm. Western North Carolina is actually expected to get a lot of ice out of the system. So, Rhonda, please stay safe during the system because it is actually expected to get pretty bad in terms of things. But guys, welcome. Hope you guys are doing great. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day so far. And let's go and take a look here at the current radar view in terms of what is currently going on with the system. So, we currently do actually see some snow falling across bits of Missouri and through bits of Arkansas currently. So it is currently falling across these regions here. We actually do have some snow showers across bits of Oklahoma and through bits of Kansas. So we actually are seeing a decent amount of snow across these regions here. As well as bits towards the Mid-Atlantic region, we actually are seeing maybe a little bit of snow showers currently going on across the region, but the bulk of the system is currently located across bits of the Midwest. So here's what we're expected to see. So as we do track down in time, we actually are expecting the system to kind of slow down across the east, gathering a lot of moisture here from the Gulf of Mexico. Really starting to feel the system here down the line. And then it will eventually track its way through bits of the Mid-Atlantic view, eventually in through bits of the Northeast down the line. So guys, we are expecting a lot of ice out of the system, especially across the Carolinas, as well as a decent amount of snow. We'll get to the accumulations here in a second. So let's go and take a look here at the future radar in terms of what we actually might expect here further down the line. So we're going to go ahead and take a look here at the future radar. So this is basically taking a look here at the NAM 3 kilometer model in terms of things, in terms of the future projections. So it's currently 12:38, so it's about, we'll actually go ahead and go to 12 o'clock. So like we were saying on the radar view, we currently have some snow falling across bits of Missouri as well as Arkansas, kind of across those regions there, as well as some rain across bits of the south, kind of expected as we are starting to see more moisture being drawn up from the Gulf of Mexico, like I was saying here. So as we do track down in time, so basically how this is going to work, we're going to get a lot more rain falling across bits of Alabama into bits of Georgia. The snow kind of tapering off, maybe a little bit more weaker because we are getting a lot more warmer air into the system, but don't worry, the snow's definitely coming back after the system. So as we do track even further down the line, we will start to see some snow starting to fall across bits of the Carolinas here, as well as some mixed precipitation in terms of sleet and freezing rain being possible here, kind of around the early hours here for tomorrow morning on the 16th, as it does track its way to the northeast, as it's actually strengthening. The area of low pressure is strengthening quite a bit because it's getting a lot more moisture from the Gulf of Mexico, which only allows it to be potentially a little bit more severe in terms of things. So, As we do track in time, basically across the evening hours, or basically the afternoon hours here, we're taking a look at 3 o'clock p.m. here, basically across bits of the Mid-Atlantic view. We're seeing some, some rain falling across bits of North and South Carolina, especially across the eastern sections, with a little bit more mixed precipitation, kind of across this pink and this red shaded area here. Basically showing that mixed precipitation is expected across this region there. We actually are seeing some snowfall across the blue here for the afternoon hours. Now, as we do track even further in time across bits of the northeast, for the late evening hours here, we're talking around 10 o'clock p.m. across bits of the northeast, and we'll start to be seeing some snow flow across these regions here, eventually tracking its way further into the northeast here, kind of exiting the northeast, kind of around the evening hours here on the 17th, and through bits of the early hours here on the 18th. But guys, if you're just now joining us, welcome. Hope you guys are doing good. I hope you guys are staying safe in terms of this. If you guys are new to the channel, consider subscribing. It'll be greatly appreciated. You guys are awesome. I really appreciate all your support. Guys, seriously, thank you so much for all your support. You guys are awesome. We are almost at 180 subscribers, so guys, if you're not already, hit that subscribe button. That'll be greatly appreciated. You guys are awesome. So, all right, so let's go and take a look here at the past radar. In terms of what we actually saw here, I'll actually go ahead and change this to our past radar. So you can currently see this was the kind of history that this system did take. So, essentially what happened here is we did get some, the snow started to fall across bits of the northern plains and through bits of the Midwest. You can't even see my marker there. So we did get some snow. It started to fall across bits of the northern plains and through bits of the Midwest, eventually down into the southeast, kind of slowing down a little bit. And this is kind of what it's expected to do. You can really start to see that rotation start to really ramp up here as we start to get towards those, those ends of the frames, because we're getting a lot more moisture driving its way up from the Gulf of Mexico. See, it's all, the cold front's right here. Once it hits the Gulf of Mexico, things explode. We get a lot more moisture, basically because all that warmer air is interacting with that cold air it's pushing behind it. So it's allowing for all this rain and all this moisture to be dragged up inside this area of low pressure, which allows it to strengthen quite much. So like I was saying down the line, we are expecting this to kind of slow down across the southeast here a little bit, kind of exiting the region of the Midwest here later on tonight here. It's already out of Iowa. It's kind of moving its way out of bits of Missouri at the moment. But further down the line, it's actually expected to impact bits of the Carolinas here. Potentially a lot of ice expected across the regions here. And through bits of the Mid-Atlantic and eventually down into the Northeast here, with some potential impacts with ice and snow being likely across the region. So guys, that's essentially the history of the system. We actually did have another system that actually impacted bits of the extreme northeast, areas such as Nova Scotia here, basically across eastern portions here of Canada. They actually, you can't even see it on the map, but they did see a little bit of snow. You can currently see the system right here. So they actually did see a little bit of snow, as well as some ice across the regions there, so there was a decent amount of accumulation going on with that. So guys, now let's take a look at the models. Now, I'm sure you guys want to know what's going on with the models and stuff, so let's take a look at the models in regard to your impacts that's currently going on. So we're taking a look here at the, I'll actually go ahead and start off with the GFS model. This is your long-range American model, and we're taking a look here at the snowfall accumulations in terms of snow that's falling across the region. So, obviously, as we were seeing, we did see some snowfall across bits of the Midwest here. Track down in time here. So there is still, believe it or not, some disagreements between these models here over the next little bit. Across bits of, the Arkansas region, maybe, kind of across these pink shaded areas, depending on where you're at, maybe 6 to 10 inches is expected. Kind of the reddish areas, maybe, over 12 inches is expected. Kind of across, these dark blue areas, maybe, maybe 3 to 5 inches, but, kind of this lighter blue color, 1 to 3. Now, guys, I want to go ahead and say you really shouldn't trust one model individually. Just kind of get an idea based off of what it has to say, because each model is a little bit different and it has its own opinion in regard to things. So, across the Mid-Atlantic view, potentially over a foot being possible, isolated across some pockets here. It obviously is a little bit more weaker in terms of what the previous GFS model had to say. But obviously, still a decent amount of snow is expected. Now, here's where things are really, these are where things are really starting to agree. Basically, across the western portion here of, New York State here, basically, we actually are expecting potentially well over a foot of snow. And let me show you guys, remember this, remember the differences here. So we are expecting potentially over a foot of snow kind of across these areas here. I'll actually go ahead and highlight this a little bit further down, because it kind of does go kind of around this area here. This is kind of where we are expecting potentially over a foot of snow to fall across these regions here. But like I said, this is one model, so we need to take a look at more. We need to take a look at more because each one has its own opinion. So now we're taking a look here at the ECMWF model. This is your European model, kind of lining up where the GFS model had to say in terms of snow. Go ahead and track down in time here. Kind of the same story in terms of what areas might be impacted, but take a look at this. As we did highlight, we are still potentially seeing maybe over a foot of snow being possible across these regions here. So there is more than one model that is agreeing on this, so that just gives it more hope. This actually might actually happen here down the line. But guys, if you're just now joining us, welcome. Hope you guys are having a great day today. Hope you guys are staying safe. If you are new to the channel, consider subscribing. We are almost at 180 subscribers. You guys are awesome. I appreciate all your support. So, guys, thank you so much for everything. You guys are awesome. So, but like I was saying, potentially over a foot across these areas here. Maybe, 6 to 10 inches, kind of across this pink shaded area here, across a lot of the areas here. And maybe over 12 inches, kind of across, this area here. So, obviously, we are expecting a decent amount of accumulation regardless of the system. So, guys, we just now reached 180 subscribers. So, guys, thank you so much for all your support. You guys are awesome. You guys have absolutely killed it. So, thank you for everything. You guys are awesome. So, but like I was saying before, we are expecting, potentially a decent amount of snow to fall across bits of the western portion here of New York, potentially over a foot being possible across the region. So now, guys, I want to take a look here at another model. Let's take a look at the NAM model. This is your North American model. This is another mid-range model. It's just a little bit more higher resolution. So this is another American model, as I was saying. We do track down in time here. So kind of the same thing, in terms of what areas might see snow across the areas here. But it is a bit different, especially across the mid-Atlantic region here, kind of where I'm actually at locally. It's showing a lot less snow for bits of Virginia. Take a look at this. Potentially only up to, maybe 3 to 5 at most, according to this. So that's what I'm saying. It's kind of a bit sketchy in terms of things. So, guys, we just need to, continue to watch these new models because there is obviously a bit of disagreement going on. So in terms of this model, this does show maybe some instances of over 12 inches, kind of expected maybe across these regions here. So we'll just have to see as more outputs to start to occur. Essentially, kind of the point where we're at right now, we're kind of paying attention to how slow this system is moving, what track this system is taking, as well as how much moisture this system is engulfing. And all of those factors will definitely determine how much snow you'll actually see across these areas. That's kind of why we're seeing a lot of disagreements in between these models, because there obviously is, there's different stories that's going on here. So obviously we are expecting, regardless, a decent amount of, snow across these areas. It's kind of regardless. I mean, we are expecting a decent amount of snow, but, we are kind of a bit in disagreement in terms of things here down the line. So, guys, let's take a look here at the National Weather Service blend of models. Now, guys, this model right here takes a whole bunch of model outputs, kind of blends them together to give you the best bet in terms of what you actually might expect in terms of snow here down the line. So we do actually track down here. So this model is a little bit more, kind of, like I said, a blend between the models. Takes a whole bunch of model outputs, blends them together in terms of accumulations. So across bits of the Midwest, across the dark blue shade area, maybe 3 to 5 inches is expected across the regions here. Kind of across this area here in pink, maybe 6 to 10 inches is possible. Kind of expected across these areas here. Like I said, the light blue, maybe 1 to 3. So across bits of western New York, as we did see on the GFS model and the ECMWF model, there is the potential of seeing well over a foot possible according to these models. So that's obviously some, definitely a lot of agreement in regard to this. So guys, that's definitely what we're talking about here. Potentially over a foot, well over a foot being possible across some of these regions. So guys, just please stay safe. Make sure you guys are prepared for the system. It is going to be quite an impactful system. A lot of ice for North and South Carolina, especially across, kind of across these areas here. Kind of expecting a lot of ice. So guys, just please be safe. Make sure you know what you're doing. Make sure that you're prepared for the system. If you have to do any errands before the system hits, I recommend doing them now because tomorrow this is going to start impacting bits of the east. It's already impacting bits of the Midwest, kind of moving its way into the southeast at the moment. So guys, please be careful and stay safe. So that's essentially what we're dealing with there, guys. So honestly, that's currently what we're seeing. So now we're going to take a look here at the observed snowfall. This is about how much snow has already fallen. This is not quite up to date. This is from 7 o'clock this morning. Obviously, as we start to progress later on the day, we'll get more information because the snow is already falling across to Arkansas at the moment, even though we're not seeing any accumulations. But there already is some snow on the ground right there. It's just kind of an older run, but we did get a decent amount of snowfall across bits of the north and through bits of bits of the Midwest here, 6 to 10 inches, kind of across this kind of line I'm showing here. Pretty much 6 to 10 inches across these areas here. A decent amount of accumulation has fallen across the areas, 3 to 5 inches kind of across this dark blue area here, and 1 to 3 kind of across this lighter blue shade. So obviously we did see a decent amount of snow. Now there has been some reports of over a foot of snow across the central portion here of Iowa. We did actually see a decent amount of snow fall across these regions. Now this is probably not going to be the only place that's going to see over a foot of snow, as we were seeing on the models like we just looked at a minute ago. These places kind of near the Buffalo area might honestly see a decent amount of snowfall as well, potentially over a foot being likely. According to what your GFS model had to say, your ECMWF, as well as the National Weather Service blend of models, a whole bunch of model outputs blended together. So honestly, that's essentially what we're expecting in terms of that. Now, guys, I want to take a look here at one more thing real quick before we take a break. I want to take a look here at the National Weather Service hazards. in terms of the current hazards, in terms of like winter weather and stuff. So we actually do have a winter storm warning in effect. We have several winter storm warnings in effect, kind of across these pink shaded areas here. Basically just showing that heavy impacts of winter weather is expected across these areas. We actually do have a lot of winter storm watches in effect, kind of across these blue shaded areas here, showing that potentially down the line additional winter storm warnings might be needed. Basically just showing that winter weather down the line is possible, kind of expected, but just wait because we might actually see some winter storm warnings. Now look at this. Like I was saying, in terms of the models, in terms of what they had to say, we have a lot of ice storm warnings in effect, kind of across bits here of South Carolina here. Like I was saying, we are seeing potentially a lot of impacts of ice across bits of the Carolinas. I mean, these people are not used to seeing all this hype. So guys, they're not used to seeing this type of ice and stuff like that. So guys, just please be safe. Make sure you're prepared for the system. I can't really stress it enough. But guys, please just be safe. Make sure you have everything ready you need to, basically to, ride out the system. If you have any errors to run, like I said, please run them now before the storm, because once the storm hits, you're probably going to be locked in for a little bit, because we are, probably going to see the roads be quite bad across a lot of these regions, over the next few days or so. All right, so guys, that's essentially what we're dealing with there. In terms of the hazards. Now, we're going to go ahead and take a break here for a second. But, guys, I'm going to go ahead and ask, if you are new to the channel, consider subscribing. That'll be greatly appreciated. You guys are awesome. I really appreciate all your support. We're at 180 subscribers. So, guys, thank you so, so much. You guys have absolutely been killing it. So, thank you for everything. We also do have donations accepted in the description below. Basically, we're just trying to collect more money to get better software and better equipment, basically to give you guys better coverages and better forecasts and stuff like that. But, guys, we're going to take a break here for about 5 or 10 minutes or so, and I'll catch you all here in a second. So, guys, when we come back, we'll be going back over the radar and the models and stuff again. So stay tuned for that here down the line. But, guys, I'll catch you all here in a moment.
For 8 a.m. Monday is 2.7. The forecast for the Shenandoah River at Millville for 8 a.m. Sunday is 2.6, and for 8 a.m. Monday is 2.5. The forecast for the Potomac River at Point of Rocks for 8 a.m. Sunday is 2.8, and for 8 a.m. Monday is 2.5. The forecast for the Potomac River at Edwards Ferry for 8 a.m. Sunday is 5.0, and for 8 a.m. Monday is 6.0. The forecast for the Potomac River at Little Falls for 8 a.m. Sunday is 3.7, and for 8 a.m. Monday is 4.1. Forecasts include all precipitation through 8 a.m. today, plus the effects of projected precipitation through the following 72 hours. Water conditions on the Potomac above Harper's Ferry are murky. Water temperature on the Potomac at dam number 5 is 36. At Williamsport, Maryland 34, Little Falls 35, and Morgantown 39 degrees. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following, tidal Potomac from Key Bridge to Indian Head, Maryland. Small craft advisory remains in effect until noon today. Small craft advisory remains in effect from noon to 6 p.m. Sunday. Gale warning remains in effect from 6 p.m. Sunday to 6 p.m. Monday. For the gale warning, southwest winds 10 to 20 knots with gusts up to 35 knots expected. For the first small craft advisory, north winds around 10 knots with gusts up to 20 knots. For the second small craft advisory, northeast winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots expected. The areas affected include tidal Potomac from Key Bridge to Indian Head, Maryland. The hazardous weather conditions are expected for the gale warning from 6 p.m. Sunday to 6 p.m. Monday. For the small craft advisory, until noon today. For the small craft advisory, from noon to 6 p.m. Sunday. Impacts. Strong winds will cause hazardous waves which could capsize or damage vessels. Mariners should alter plans to avoid these hazardous conditions. Remain in port, seek safe harbor, alter course, and or secure the vessel for severe conditions. The current time is 12:52 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Alright guys, we got an EAS coming through. This is probably for more winter storm warnings in effect. So let's listen in and see what this has to say.
For the following counties in Virginia, Northern Virginia,
I think this includes me actually.
Winter storm warning in effect from 10 a.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Heavy snow changing to ice.
Oh, look at this.
Total snow accumulations of 4 to 8 inches night, accumulations of around 0.2 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 40 miles per hour. The areas affected include Rockingham and Page counties, and Northern Virginia Blue Ridge. The hazardous weather conditions are
Okay, I don't know if they're going to issue more after this. Let me actually turn it up a little bit.
The hazardous conditions could impact the morning commute. Additional details: snow could fall at 1 to 3 inches per hour for a time late Sunday, making roads nearly impassable for a time. If you must travel, keep an extra flashlight, food, and water in your vehicle in case of an emergency. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury.
Okay, that's the end of one. I don't know if they're going to issue another one. Okay, they are. They're issuing another one. So double header, guys. I had a feeling that they're going to start issuing all these. Wait, let's... Hold on. I'm going to change my screen real quick, guys. Even though it says, well, the National Weather Service hazards, real quick. Let me update this.
This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following
they haven't
counties
updated here.
in Virginia: Culpeper, Greene, Madison, Orange, and Rappahannock. Winter storm warning.
Okay,
in effect
they're
from
just
10
now
a.m.
extending all
Sunday
these
to
winter storm
7
warnings.
a.m. Monday. Heavy snow changing to ice.
Let me change
Total
this.
snow accumulations of 3 to 6
Might need
inches.
to
Ice
alter the-
accumulations of 1
Oh, there we go.
to 3/10 of an inch. The areas
Okay,
affected
these are the new
include
ones that just
Greene,
issued.
Madison, Rappahannock, Orange, and Culpeper counties. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 10 a.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Impacts, power outages, and tree damage are likely due to the ice. Travel could be nearly impossible. The hazardous conditions could impact the morning commute. Additional details: snow could fall at 1 to 3 inches per hour for a time late Sunday, making roads nearly impassable for a time. If you must travel, keep an extra flashlight, food, and water in your vehicle in case of an emergency. When venturing outside, watch your first few
So guys,
steps
please be
taken on
safe.
steps,
I hope you
sidewalks,
guys are,
and
you know,
driveways,
okay. I hope
which
you guys
could
are
be icy
prepared
and
for this
slippery,
system because we
increasing
are expecting a
your
lot of
risk
ice out of
fall
this
and
too.
injury.
Okay, I don't know if they're going to issue another one. They might.
The noon
Okay, they
observation
didn't.
in Washington.
Okay, so we just saw a double header there in
Reagan
terms of
National
that,
Airport,
guys.
cloudy skies.
So basically what they just
temperature
said
was
is that there's
25
more winter
degrees
storm warnings that have just now been
Fahrenheit,
issued for
-4
my
degrees
local area
Celsius.
here. I'm streaming
Dew
off
point
of a transmitter
-2.
here in Manassas, Virginia,
Humidity was 31%.
which is Manassas is right
Winds north
here
at 10
on the map.
miles an hour,
So
producing a wind
basically
chill of
what we're
15
dealing with is we have a lot of winter weather
pressure
advisories kind of across
35
this blue
inches,
shaded areas here, as well as some winter storm warnings that were just
1,000.7
kind of issued across the
and
west
steady.
here. So
Now
guys,
for some observations
that's
from
essentially
the
what we're dealing with
surrounding
there. So
area.
guys, I hope you guys are having a great day
Airport,
today.
cloudy
Obviously,
skies.
if you guys are just now joining us, you probably just joined in
24.
some pretty craziness. So guys,
Northwest at
like I
9
said, guys,
miles an hour,
hope y'all are doing great. If you're new to the
wind
channel,
chill of
consider
14.
subscribing. We are trying to reach the
Charlottesville,
ultimate goal of
clear
reaching
skies.
200 subscribers by the end of this live stream.
33.
I believe we can do it, guys. You all are
Airport,
absolutely awesome.
partly sunny.
You always continue to amaze me as always. So guys,
25
seriously, thank you
degrees.
so much for all your support.
Winds
You guys
northeast
are
at
awesome.
12
So,
miles an hour,
but the original
gusting
goal was
to
to reach
20,
200. Even if we don't reach it today, it's okay. Even if we don't,
At Fredericksburg,
potentially,
fair.
you know,
Temperature
we'll
29.
probably get there by the end of January. It's kind of the ultimate goal or the main goal. But if you're not already,
22.
hit the subscribe button. We
Winds
greatly
north at
appreciate
10
it.
miles an hour.
All right, guys. So let's go ahead and
North
take a look here at
fair.
the current radar in terms of what is currently going on. Kind of got sidetracked in terms of, you know, that winter system that we did, or that EAS alerts that just came through. So, here's what we're talking about. We currently have the system that's impacting bits of Missouri and through bits of Arkansas. Some snow showers across bits of the central plains in areas such as Oklahoma and through bits of Texas. So, you know, honestly, we are seeing a decent amount of winter weather occurring. We actually do have a lot of, you know, rain currently falling across bits of Mississippi, moving its way through bits of Alabama, as we are seeing a lot of moisture, a lot of advecting air, a lot of warm and moisture-filled air driving its way up into the southeast here from the Gulf of Mexico. So basically how this is working is we get some cold air that's driving behind the system, because these systems rotate counterclockwise. You can obviously see that clear counterclockwise rotation going on here. But basically what this is doing is it's bringing all this cold air behind it. It's kind of interacting with the warm air here in the Gulf of Mexico, which is allowing for storms to form, and then just the natural, you know, circulation of these storms is just swallowing up all the moisture that was, you know, condensed into the system. Which, you know, the more moisture you have, the more potential, you know, snow we could see, because the more moisture equals the more snowfall in terms of things. So further down the line, let's go ahead and take a look here at the future radar. Let me actually go ahead and turn this down a little bit. Yeah, because I turned up the no weather radio for just for the EASs. But so guys, like I was saying here, let's go ahead and take a look here at the future radar in terms of what we actually might expect to see here down the line. It's currently 1 o'clock a.m. It's actually, or sorry, 1 o'clock p.m., not a.m. A little bit off there, but so let's go and take a look here at the future radar in terms of what we can see here. So this is for 1 o'clock p.m. This is kind of around pretty much the time now. It's actually 12:59, so it's currently what we're seeing here. So this is what we're seeing. Some snow falling across bits of Missouri as well as bits of Arkansas. We actually did see that in the actual radar view currently going on. So as we do track down in time, kind of across the afternoon hours, we will still continue to see some rain falling across bits of the southeast. Areas such as Mississippi as well as Alabama still. Tracking its way further down, kind of reaching its way into bits of Georgia, kind of around the early hours here on the 16th, kind of around the evening hours here on, today, around the evening hours today. So as we do move into like kind of the later morning hours, maybe around 8 o'clock or so, we are starting to see some snow and ice starting to fall across bits of the Carolinas. Like I was saying, a lot of these models are showing the potential of maybe over an inch of ice expected out of the system. So guys, we obviously are seeing some pretty high potentials in terms of not only ice, but actually some snow as well across those regions here. So guys, just please be safe. Make sure that you have everything in ready. Make sure that you guys are ready for the system because, like I said, I can't stress it enough. If you have anything to do, make sure you get it done today because, like I said, this is expected to impact for your early commute tomorrow. So right now, today is the only time you have to get ready for the system. Obviously, it's not to panic over because, obviously it's just, the roads will be bad for a little bit. It'll clear up eventually. It's nothing too major. It's pretty big, but you know what I mean. It's nothing extreme. Just if you stay home and you'll be okay, you'll be fine. Just wait until the roads are melted in terms of things. But guys, if you're just now joining, welcome. Hope you guys are having a great day today. So as we do track even further in time, kind of across, around the afternoon hours here for 12 o'clock p.m., we start to get some snow starting to move its way in through bits of Virginia here into the region. Maybe some ice as well in terms of freezing rain across these areas here. It's kind of expected. And then as we do track further down in through bits of the northeast here, basically for the early morning hours here on the 17th, tracking its way for the afternoon hours here across the extreme northern part, and it kind of for the tomorrow. Sorry for the pretty much for the evening portion here on the 17th. This system would generally be mostly out of the country in terms of your heavy snowfall, still impacting bits of eastern Canada, but still some snow showers will remain behind the system, likely across bits of these regions here, fully being exited by the 18th. Basically just a few days out. So guys, that's essentially what we're dealing with in terms of this. Now guys, I want to go ahead and take a look here at the models in regards to what we actually might see here further down the line in terms of accumulation. So let's go ahead and change this to our GFS model real quick. Go ahead and change this. So we're going to take a look at the ice accumulations as well. But first, I want to take a look at these snowfall accumulations in terms of how much snow your GFS model has to say in terms of accumulation. Now, guys, I want to go ahead and say you really shouldn't trust one model individually. Each model has its own opinion. Just kind of get an idea based off of what they have to say. So we do track down in time. We get some snow falling across bits of the Tennessee Valley into the Mid-Atlantic, eventually to the northeast here. I have noticed a lot of trends going on here. I'll explain those here in a second. So, across bits of the Midwest, areas such as Arkansas, maybe some instances over a foot, according to this model. Now, like I said, you'll probably see a lot of different scenarios in terms of these different models. There is, believe it or not, still a lot of disagreement between models going on across these regions here. So, across bits of western parts of North Carolina, we might actually see a decent amount of snowfall across those upper elevations where it is a bit colder. We are expecting a lot of ice across the borderline here of North and South Carolina. Like I said, we'll look at that here in a second in terms of things, but obviously we are expecting a decent amount of snow to fall across the region. 6 to 10 inches kind of across this pink shaded area, 3 to 5 kind of across this dark blue shaded area, and kind of 1 to 3 kind of across these lighter blue shaded colors, basically showing that's how much snow we are expecting out of the region. Now here's where we're starting to see some trends. Like I was saying before, guys, we are expecting a lot of snow across basically the western portion here of New York State, kind of especially for that Buffalo region, potentially well over a foot. According to a lot of these models here, you'll actually see as we look further in the models here. That's what I'm saying. You should really not really take one model, as you really shouldn't take one model seriously. You just kind of get all these models and kind of take, similars and differences between what they have to say. But we actually are seeing the potential of maybe over a foot expected across these regions. So now I'm going to change it over to our ECMWF model. This is your European model. This is actually a new output. This is a brand new, we actually have a new run coming out here for, well, we'll see. I don't think it goes too far out, but we'll see. It might just be enough to see what we're dealing with. Okay, so it's not quite done yet, but obviously this is showing a decent amount of snowfall, a little bit less across bits of across bits of the Midwest, as we were saying there, basically across bits of Arkansas, maybe a little bit less, like the other model was saying, like the GFS model was saying, potentially over a foot, which honestly, we might have some instances over a foot, but nothing like Nothing like the GFS model was saying according to this model alone. Across the Mid-Atlantic view, a little bit more in terms of what the GFS model had to say. There is, believe it or not, still a lot of disagreement between these models currently. Maybe some instances well over a foot, possible across some of these areas here. Kind of 6 to 10 inches expected across. Kind of this pink shaded area, 3 to 5 across the blue, and the light blue, kind of like 1 to 3 expected across these regions here. But that's essentially what we're expecting here. Now, like I said, the model doesn't go as far into time here. There's one further. This one is a new update showing kind of the same story here. Look at this. It's not fully done yet, but this is still showing the kind of the beginning of potentially a lot more heavier snow falling across these areas here. So honestly, that trend is still continuing to keep up, which is basically showing that. Oh, I should change this. This is actually not your American model. This is that was your European model. Sorry about that. So now we're going to change to your NAM model. We're going to see some similarities and differences between this model. So this is a mid-range model. This is basically another American model, but it's a lot more high resolution and mid-range. So basically, here's what we're expecting out of this. So a little bit less snow, across bits of the Midwest here. Maybe some instances still over, potentially over a foot being possible. Some of these models are actually hinting, so honestly, kind of expected in terms of things. We'll probably see some instances over a foot across these areas. Into the Tennessee Valley, honestly, a decent amount of snowfall is still kind of expected here. We're potentially seeing some snow dive as far south as basically bits of Alabama into Mississippi, maybe even northern Louisiana, according to this model here. But like I said, you really can't trust one model individually. So kind of across this dark blue area, maybe 3 to 5 inches expected across the area. 1 to 3 kind of across this, light blue shaded color. 6 to 10 kind of across this pink shaded color. Now, once we get into this red shaded color, here's where things kind of get, for the worst here, potentially over a foot expected across these regions here. So obviously, we are expecting a decent amount. There is still a lot of disagreements between these models in regard to things. So guys, please just be safe, in terms of this. Make sure you have a plan. Make sure you are prepared for the system because, guys, it is, we actually are expecting a decent amount of winter weather to occur. Now, guys, if you're just now joining us, welcome. Hope you guys are having a great day today. If you are new to the channel, consider subscribing, guys. We're trying to reach 200 subscribers by the end of January, hopefully by the end of this live stream. That's kind of the ultimate goal, but guys, if we don't make it, no worries. We'll continue to shoot for the end of January. So guys, if you're not already, hit the subscribe button. That'd be greatly appreciated. You guys are awesome. We also do have donations in the description below. Basically, we're just trying to collect some money, basically to, get better software, get better, coverage for you guys in terms of, weather and stuff. So guys, be greatly appreciated. All donations are greatly appreciated. Obviously, you don't have to, but they just are really helpful. So guys, that's essentially what we're dealing with there. Now we're going to take a look here at the freezing rain side of things. I'm sure you guys want to know a lot about ice. Ice is definitely a major concern for the system. Believe it or not, across the area here, we actually are expecting a lot of potential of some heavy ice across, especially across the Mid-Atlantic view. We'll actually look at that here right now. So let's go ahead and zoom in here to the Mid-Atlantic. This is your NAM model still. So we're still taking a look at the NAM model, especially across the Carolinas. That's kind of where we're seeing the heaviest accumulations possible. So when you track down in time, take a look at this. Potentially over an inch of ice possible kind of across these areas here. Potentially up to 1.5 inches according to some of these models. Kind of quite crazy. This one shows a lot more aggressiveness you'll actually see in terms of this model across bits of the Mid-Atlantic view. But regardless, we are expected to see a lot of potential ice, across a lot of these areas here. So guys, like I said before, just please be careful. Please stay safe during the storm. I can't stress it enough. But just potentially over an ice, or potentially over an ice, really. Potentially over an inch of ice is actually expected out of the system, which is kind of crazy in terms of things. So guys, please be safe and make sure that you are ready for the system. So now we're taking a look here at the GFS model in terms of your ice accumulation. So obviously you will see some differences between these models. Like I said before, you really can't trust one model individually. Each one kind of has its own opinion in terms of things. So we are seeing still the same potential of maybe seeing up to 1 inch of ice possible across some of these areas here. That's kind of the ultimate, kind of what we're expecting here across the area here. Definitely North and South Carolina, or especially the southern portions here of North Carolina into the northern portion here of South Carolina. I kind of expected to see a lot of heavy ice accumulation kind of across these regions here. And as we do move in through bits of the European model, this is your ECMWF model, your European model. We'll go ahead and switch this over here. This one is a lot more aggressive, you'll actually see, in terms of ice accumulation. Still showing over 1 inch possible. Kind of less for the northeast, though. But this is still showing potentially well over 1 inch of ice expected. 1 inch of ice is catastrophic. That'll cause so much damages. So guys, just please be safe. Make sure you get everything you need to get done now, basically just before this thing hits. Because I want you guys to be safe. I want you guys to be prepared for the system. Because we actually are expecting, some pretty decent impacts out of the system overall. So guys, that's essentially what we're dealing with there. Now I want to take a look here at one more model real quick. We're going to take a look at the National Weather Service blend of models. This basically takes a whole bunch of model outputs, kind of blends them together to give you the best bet in terms of what you're expected to see. So we're going to take a look here at these snowfall accumulations across the nation in terms of how much snow we might actually see according to this. Well, that's kind of a preview in terms of what we're about to see here. We actually are expecting a decent amount of snow according to this model as well. So as we do track down in time here, obviously, the areas impacted by snow is kind of the same here. So, this is basically what we're going to continue to monitor. So basically, across these pink shaded areas, maybe 6 to 10 inches is expected, kind of across these areas here. Maybe 3 to 5 kind of across these blue shaded areas. 1 to 3 kind of across the light blue shaded areas in terms of things. So we are expecting, significant impacts of, winter weather to occur. A lot of ice, like I said, across bits of the Carolinas we just saw in the models in terms of things. So we actually are expecting a decent amount of ice and snow to impact a lot of these regions here. Now here's where things have been kind of crazy. We've actually been seeing a lot of support of potential heavy impacts of winter weather across bits of the western portion here of, basically the western portion here of New York State, potentially showing maybe even over a foot of snow possible, potentially up to, maybe up to over a foot being possible according to a lot of these models. So guys, please be safe. Make sure you prepare for the system. Guys, if you're just now joining us, welcome. Hope you guys are having a great day today. Hope you guys are doing good. If you're new to the channel, consider subscribing, guys. We're trying to reach 200 subscribers by the end of the live stream. Be greatly appreciated. Guys, you are awesome. I really, really appreciate all your support. But guys, that's essentially what we're currently dealing with in terms of that. So let's go and take a look here at the current radar view. Let's go and see what we're dealing with in terms of what's currently going on right now with this system. Because, obviously we are seeing some snow still falling with this system. It's actually been going on for the last few days now. So, this is actually essentially what we're currently dealing with here. So we are currently dealing with a lot of moisture starting to inject itself into the country here, basically across the region here. So we're getting a lot of advection, a lot of moisture-filled air driving its way up into the country here, potentially allowing for a lot more moisture to be inside the region, which allows maybe even for the potential of a lot more strengthening of the system to occur. We actually are expecting a lot of heavy winds behind this system, kind of around near the southern plains region, because of this how strong this area of low pressure is strengthening here. So, honestly, we are expecting some pretty big impacts in terms of future down the line. Some ice across bits of the Carolinas here, like we were saying here. So, guys, please be safe in terms of things. We actually currently are seeing some snowfall across bits of southern Missouri here, kind of exiting bits of Illinois. We were seeing it fall earlier this morning here. Still some snow, maybe some snow showers across bits of Oklahoma into northern Texas, as well as bits of Kansas. We actually do have a little bit of snow shower activity across bits of the Mid-Atlantic view, kind of across bits of Virginia into North Carolina here. So, we definitely have to look at that in terms of things. But guys, if you're just now joining us, welcome. Hope you guys are having a great day so far. Hope you guys are doing good. In which, we're currently taking a look here at what's going on. So, guys, I want to go ahead and take a look here back at the basically what we're going on here in terms of the future radar. So I want to take a look here at the future radar in terms of timing. When can we expect this system to occur? We'll actually take a look at that here right now. So currently it is about 1:12 p.m. So we'll go ahead and zoom down here real quick. So let's go ahead and change over here. This is basically your future radar in terms of your NAM, your NAM model in terms of things. So this is what we're dealing with. So snow is obviously still falling across bits of Missouri and through bits of Arkansas, as we were seeing in terms of things. Currently falling some rain across bits of Mississippi, as this thing does track its way to the east here. So as we move further into kind of the afternoon hours into the evening hours for tonight, we're going to start to see a lot of rain starting to fall across bits of Alabama, as more moisture is injecting itself into the country here. Some more snow across bits of Arkansas. It still kind of remain over the next several hours here. Tracks itself to the northeast here across these regions here. Basically, potentially showing some decent impacts. Kind of around the early hours here. For tomorrow, we're going to start to see some ice starting to accumulate across bits of the Carolinas. Let's go see. Christy says, what about Athens, Georgia? Well, let me actually take a look here at Athens, Georgia. I can tell you exactly how much you're expecting. A lot of Georgia is kind of expected just to see mostly rain for the most part in terms of that. So, but Christy, I can take a look at that for you real quick. So. Let's go and see here. Let me take a look here. So you are kind of expecting a little bit of snow being possible. You're probably expecting 1 to 3 inches of snow being possible, Christy. So that's essentially what we're dealing with there. But guys, if you guys do want to know a specific area of how much snow you might be able to see out of this system, feel free to leave it down in the chat below. I'll try to get to your guys' comment because I want you guys to be prepared. I want you guys to be ready for the system because we actually are expecting some significant impacts of the system. If you guys are just now joining us, obviously welcome, like I said. Hope you guys are doing great. If you are new to the channel, consider subscribing, guys. We are trying to reach 200 subscribers by the end of the live stream. I believe we can do it, guys. So thank you guys so much for all your support. You guys are awesome. So guys, that's essentially what we're dealing with in terms of that. Now, as we do track even further down the line into the 16th, we'll start to see some snow falling across bits of Virginia, starting to move its way in through bits of the Mid-Atlantic region here, kind of around the afternoon hours here across the region here. Continue to track its way up to the northeast here, kind of around the afternoon, evening hours here. On the 16th, it's starting to stretch all the way up through bits of the northeast here. Further down the line, moves way up through bits of New York, as we're actually seeing these heavy snow bands here across bits of New York State here. Take a look at this. I mean, we could potentially see, it's kind of hard to see, but across these areas here, we could potentially see maybe some snow accumulations of maybe even up to, honestly, maybe even up to, 2 to 4 inches per hour, according to this. We are expecting a lot of impacts out of the system. So, guys, please be safe during this. It's obviously something that we need to continue looking at. If you guys are just now joining us, like I said, obviously welcome, because we are currently, currently dealing with a lot of wintry situations here. But like I said, guys, if you're just now joining us, welcome. Hope you guys are having a great day today, and I hope you guys are doing great. So let's go ahead and take a look here at the models again. I want to go ahead and go over totals with you guys again in terms of how much snow and how much ice we're actually expecting across these regions. So let's go ahead and change this over to the GFS model. This is your recent GFS model output, basically your long-range American model. So as we do track down in time, take a look at this. We actually will get some snow. Let me actually go ahead and remove this marker for you guys real quick. Go ahead and zoom down a little bit further. So as we start to get some snow, basically from today and through basically across the northeast here. Let's go and see. James says, a very heavy rainstorm for us where I'm at, since I don't have to worry about shoveling snow. Yeah, but for James, for a lot of people have to worry about ice too, especially across the Carolinas, like we were saying. A lot of people, it's just rain for the extreme southeast, but but a lot of people have a snow issue as well, potentially seeing some pretty crazy accumulations in terms of things. But guys, like I was saying here, according to these models, we're potentially seeing maybe 1 to 3 inches, kind of across these light blue shaded areas, across the dark blue shaded areas, maybe up to 3 to 5 inches kind of expected. Now, like I said before, you really can't trust one model individually. You kind of just got to get an idea based off of what these models have to say, because each model is a little bit different. Each model has its own opinion in terms of things. So, guys, that's essentially what we're dealing with there. So kind of across this pink shade area, maybe 6 to 10 inches is possible across these regions here. Maybe with those, kind of those red colors, potentially over a foot. We'll get more to that here in a second in terms of these other models. There is a lot of agreement and potentially some of these areas being over a foot of snow. So, like I was saying, across bits of the Tennessee Valley, obviously it really kind of varies according to a lot of these models. They're kind of a lot different in terms of things. A lot of these models are really all over the place here. Potentially some areas maybe up to a foot, potentially some areas not seeing much snow at all. We're kind of on a sharp gradient line. There is so many, there's so many different things about, in terms of accumulations. A lot of these models are kind of disagreeing. Still, even believe it or not, just a day or so before the system impacts a lot of these areas here, the models are still quite disagreeing a lot. So, obviously, we'll just give you what we have in terms of the current information right now. But across bits of the western portion here of New York, this is what I've been telling you guys about. We're actually still seeing a lot of support here of potentially over a foot of snow across these areas here. Kind of crazy, huh? Seeing the potential of some pretty crazy accumulations here in terms of things. So obviously, honestly, this is quite crazy in terms. So guys, if you're just now joining us, welcome. Hope you guys are having a great day today. If you're new to the channel, consider subscribing, guys. We're trying to reach 200 subscribers by the end of the live stream. We greatly appreciate it. You guys are awesome. But, for a lot of the impacts across bits in the Mid-Atlantic view, honestly, we might have some isolated pockets here of over a foot being possible across the regions. Now, there has been, like I said, a lot of support of potentially over a foot of snow, basically across bits of the area here. We are expecting, basically across the western portion here of New York State, basically showing that potential over a foot being likely across these regions here. So regardless, we are expecting a decent amount of impacts. Now let's go and take a look here at the ECMWF model. We just have a new model run coming through here. Let's go and change this to our ECMWF model. So basically, here's what's going on. As we do track down in time, obviously kind of the same story in terms of what areas might still see some snow. But this model is actually a little bit more aggressive in terms of things. This one's actually showing potentially up to 25 inches. But like I said, guys, don't freak out. This is according to one model. Each model has its own opinion in terms of things. So, honestly, you can't really trust one model individually. But, regardless, kind of the bottom line is that we might actually see maybe up to 12 or so inches kind of across this red shaded area here, which honestly is kind of quite crazy. Like I said, across bits of western portion here of New York, maybe even into bits of the upper northwestern portion here of Pennsylvania. You might actually see potentially over a foot. Maybe some instances of up to maybe 2 feet of snow, but we'll hold off on saying 2 feet of snow for now because these models are still kind of fluctuating back and forth. Basically, so what could happen is completely different in terms of what this model has to say. I mean, like, look, this model is showing potentially up to 29 inches at the most. It's kind of a bit crazy. A lot of the other models aren't really agreeing on this, as we're about to see here in a second. So, then we'll take a look here at the GDPS model. I don't think I have a tab for this, so we're just going to change this to hazards. Actually, no, let's just change this to NAM 3 kilometer. This is not NAM 3 kilometer model, guys. This is GDPS. This is your Canadian long-range model. So this one, obviously is showing kind of a similar thing here. Basically, showing a potential for a decent amount of, heavy impacts across bits of the upper northwest here, or the upper northwestern portion here of the northeast. Basically across western portions here of New York and through basically western portion here of Pennsylvania. Christy says, "What does the Euromodel say anything about Oglethorpe County in Georgia?" Well, let me check. I don't know exactly where Oglethorpe is, but I can look it up here. So give me 1 second. Oglethorpe, Georgia. Let me actually take a look here where this is located first. I'm pulling it up right here. So it's kind of across, basically, it looks like southwestern and south, central, kind of near central portions here of Georgia. So let's see. I'm actually going to take a look at that for you right now. So here's Georgia. So it's kind of around in this area here. This is your GDPS model. Here's your European model. So in terms of near Oglethorpe, honestly, this is kind of showing you kind of out of the region here in terms of snowfall. Kind of showing you kind of in that maybe near trace, you're kind of close to that trace zone. But honestly, this model is not really showing much. In terms of your GFS model, your long-range American model, as well as the areas here, basically here, further down the line. This one is a little bit closer, kind of getting towards Oglethorpe, maybe to trace to an inch according to this model here, the GFS. The GDPS model in terms of your, this model here, no, Oglethorpe County. I don't know exactly. Is that near Oglethorpe? Let me see. Give me 1 second, guys. Oglethorpe County. I'm trying to look up the location here because I'm not really familiar. Let's go see. Where is Oglethorpe County? Oglethorpe County, Georgia. It is located near Athens, it looks like. Okay, it says besides Athens. Okay, so it's in northeastern portion here. Okay, I see what you're saying now. Yeah, sorry about that. So let's go and see here. Go back to the ECMWF model. So this is basically northeastern portion here of Georgia, kind of across this area here. So in terms of this model, this one shows a little bit more across the region here, kind of across, just pretty much to the northeast here. Actually, just to the east here of Athens, kind of showing here. So potentially up to maybe 3 to 5 inches, but you're kind of close to this gradient line, Christy, in terms of things, because basically when you're kind of near a gradient line, it could go really either way. You could either get a lot of snow or you could get not much at all, because a single shift in the track can definitely really change this quite a bit. So guys, that's what we're seeing there. In terms of that, maybe 3 to 5 inches, kind of near the area here, kind of right here next to this gradient line here. Now, in terms of the GFS model, this is your long-range American model. This one kind of shows near the same thing, maybe a little bit more heavier. So I'm still kind of saying maybe 3 to 5, according to this. And in terms of your GDPS model, your Canadian model, this one shows a lot more aggressiveness, according to this, but really much more of a steeper gradient, like I was saying. Over a short distance, the totals changes dramatically in terms of accumulations. So according to the blend of models as well, this is basically, like I said, just takes a whole bunch of model outputs. This one actually says maybe 2 to 4 being possible across the region here. So we'll continue to see this. So some models are saying a lot, some models are saying not much, but like I said, you are in that gradient line, which kind of does show kind of a big difference here. But honestly, what I would personally say is maybe 1 to 3 inches. But don't be surprised if you see a little bit higher amounts, because since you're on that gradient line, it can be a little bit sketchy. Chris says, thank you. You're very welcome. Guys, if you have any questions, feel free to leave them down in the chat below. If you want me to look up any area, I'll definitely do that for you guys, because I want you guys to be safe. I want you guys to be prepared. I want you guys to know exactly how much you are expecting out of the system, because a lot of people are seeing a decent amount of snowfall. Especially the further south. A lot of people don't really see too much snow this far south. It's kind of a rare coincidence to occur across some of these regions. So But guys, if you're just now joining us, welcome. If you're new to the channel, consider subscribing. It'd be greatly appreciated. It seriously helps out a lot, guys. We're trying to reach 200 subscribers by the end of January. Actually, we're trying to do it by the end of this live stream, but we'll see how that goes. We're already at 180, guys, so any support helps. It's greatly appreciated. So, guys, thank you so much. You guys are great. Okay, guys, so that's essentially what we're dealing with in terms of this. So let's go ahead and go back here to the United States view. But like I said, guys, if you have any questions, if you want me to look at a specific area, feel free to put it down in the chat below. I'll make sure to get to it for you guys, just make sure you guys have the latest information. So now we're taking a look here at the National Weather Service blend of models. Let me actually change this, not the hazards, the National Weather Service blend of models. There we go. So across bits of the Tennessee Valley, you know, for a lot of these areas, according to the blend of models, maybe 3 to 5 inches across the dark blue shaded area, 1 to 3 kind of across the light blue shaded area, 6 to 10 kind of across the pink shaded area. With, you know, like I was saying before, though, maybe a lot of accumulation kind of across bits of the western side here of New York, kind of near Buffalo, kind of being a concern here in terms of things. So we'll just see how this goes. I mean, a lot of models are agreeing on the potential of this occurring across the region, so we'll just have to see how that goes, guys. So, guys, we just now reached 181 subscribers, so thank you who just subscribed. It means a lot to me. Seriously, thank you so much for everything. Okay, guys, so we're going to take a look here at the satellite view. We'll actually take a look here right now. Let's go ahead and take a look here at the satellite view in terms of... This is actually the radar view. We'll actually take a look at that here in a second. But right now, I want to take a look at the satellite view, because we can actually see the snow that has already fallen here. We'll actually change to the true color view, back to our satellite. Here we go. Okay, so this is the current satellite view. You might notice it's quite clear across the southwest here. Here's the system we're currently dealing with. Let's actually make this a little bit bigger here. So this is actually clouds kind of across this region here, around this area here. So we are currently seeing, you know, maybe this is the cloud cover, you know, impacting the system here, or the system is impacting the region here. So we are seeing overcast skies, as we are seeing a lot of snow currently fall across the upper northwestern portion here of Arkansas into southern Missouri here, kind of across this region here. So obviously we are seeing a decent amount of snowfall accumulation, you know, across the region there. So you guys might notice something. Across bits of the region here, this is not actually clouds across the area here. This is actually snow that has fallen. Let me show you what I'm talking about. We go ahead and play this in the future here. You can see what does not move here, especially here in the latest frames here. You can see what does not move is actually snow. Let me actually turn that down a little bit. Turn it down to small, a little bit more faster in terms of things. So look at this. What does not move is actually snow. This was actually the snow that we did see impact the system, you know, not too long ago. From the system not too long ago, like I was saying. So, honestly, guys, you know, that's what we're seeing here. We actually are seeing some snow impact the region here. So, guys, let's take a look here at the past radar. Like I said, I want to take a look at that, too. Kind of look at the history of the system in terms of what actually happened here. So, what happened with the system is it kind of started off across the northern portion here of the plains, tracked its way down to the southeast, and we're kind of at a pivot point across the southeast. You can see it's really starting to kick up that counterclockwise rotation. Now, as it does progress a little bit more east, it's kind of slowing down a little bit. As it does progress a little bit more east, we'll get a lot more moisture driving its way up from the Gulf of Mexico into the southeast here, which actually potentially might allow for a decent more of accumulation to occur across the region here. Eventually tracking its way through the Mid-Atlantic region here, and eventually into bits of the northeast. But guys, that's basically what we're doing with there. We're going to go ahead and take a break here for a few seconds. If you guys are just now tuning in, you know, stay tuned here. We'll be back about 5 or 10 minutes or so. So just take a break, guys. We'll be back here momentarily. If you guys are new to the channel, consider subscribing, guys. It'll be greatly appreciated. You guys are awesome. You know, it'll be greatly appreciated. You guys seriously are amazing, and we're getting closer to our goal. Every single subscriber, guys. So thank you so much for your subscribe. We're at 182 subscribers. So guys, thank you so much. So we also do have donations in the description below. I'm not saying if you guys want to donate, it'd be greatly appreciated. All donations are greatly accepted. We're basically just trying to collect more money, basically just to get better, you know, softwares, better coverage for you guys. Because you know, the better coverage we have, the more information you guys can have, and you know, potentially more warned from these upcoming systems. But guys, we'll be back here in about 5 or 10 minutes or so, and I'll catch you all here in a moment.
For the first small craft advisory, north winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots. For the second small craft advisory, northeast winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 25 knots expected. The areas affected include tidal Potomac from Indian Head to Cobb Island, Maryland. The hazardous weather conditions are expected for the gale warning from 6 p.m. Sunday to 6 p.m. Monday. For the small craft advisory until 6 p.m. this evening. For the small craft advisory, from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Sunday. Impacts. Strong winds will cause hazardous waves which could capsize or damage vessels. Mariners should alter plans to avoid these hazardous conditions. Remain in port, seek safe harbor, alter course, and/or secure the vessel for severe conditions. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following, tidal Potomac from Key Bridge to Indian Head, Maryland. Small craft advisory remains in effect until noon today. Small craft advisory remains in effect from noon to 6 p.m. Sunday. Gale warning remains in effect from 6 p.m. Sunday to 6 p.m. Monday. For the gale warning, southwest winds 10 to 20 knots with gusts up to 35 knots expected. For the first small craft advisory, north winds around 10 knots with gusts up to 20 knots. For the second small craft advisory, northeast winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots expected. The areas affected include tidal Potomac from Key Bridge to Indian Head, Maryland. The hazardous weather conditions are expected for the gale warning from 6 p.m. Sunday to 6 p.m. Monday. For the small craft advisory, until noon today. For the small craft advisory, from noon to 6 p.m. Sunday. Impacts. Strong winds will cause hazardous waves which could capsize or damage vessels. Mariners should alter plans to avoid these hazardous conditions. Remain in port, seek safe harbor, alter course, and/or secure the vessel for severe conditions. The current time is 1:29 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Alright guys, we have another ES coming through. Sorry if that was a bit of a jolt for you guys. It kind of was for me. But we might have more winter storm warnings being issued. We'll have to listen in closely here. So we'll go ahead and see what this has to say.
From the National Weather Service. For the following counties, in Maryland, Frederick, and Washington, and the following counties, in Virginia, Northern Fauquier, and Western Loudoun. Winter storm warning in effect from 1 p.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of 2 to 4 inches and ice.
I think this is actually from my location. Let me actually turn this up a little bit.
The areas affected include, in Maryland, Washington, and Frederick, Maryland counties. In Virginia, Northern Fauquier, and Western Loudoun counties. The hazardous weather conditions.
Here, guys, we're going to change over to
Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday.
That's not what we're looking at. Let's change over to the GFS real quick. I want to take a look here at the
travel could be nearly impossible.
The new warnings that was just issued. I think that was just issued for bits of Maryland.
Additional details.
Yeah, it sounded like Maryland here.
3 inches per hour
across
for a
areas
time late
here.
Sunday into Sunday evening, making roads nearly impassable for a time. If you must travel, keep an extra flashlight, food, and water in your vehicle in case of an emergency. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps.
Yeah, we're starting to see a lot of these winter storms start to move their way through the region here.
Which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury.
Okay, I don't know if there's going to be another one, guys. There might be another ES coming through. Okay, there's not. The last time we did, there was another one that went through. But guys, we'll be back here in a moment. Jenny says tsunami. I don't believe there's a tsunami going on right now. Let me actually take a look at that.
From Sunday afternoon through Monday evening.
I want to take a look at the... I heard somewhere someone was talking about maybe a tsunami.
Seas 6 to 7 feet.
Oh yeah, wait a second.
10 seconds. Tonight,
yeah, there was a
north
tsunami.
winds 15 knots. Seas 5 to 6 feet.
Let's see.
Dominant period 12
Yeah, apparently there
seconds.
was a tsunami that
Sunday,
impacted the
winds
west. I want
15
to say.
to 20 knots, increasing to 20 to 25 knots late. Seas 4 to 5 feet.
Tsunami advisory in effect for
late.
U.S. West Coast after
Dominant
volcanic
period 11
eruption.
seconds.
That's what I hear
Rain
so
in the
far.
afternoon. Sunday night, east winds
Yeah, so
25
it's an
to
advisory.
30 knots.
All right, guys, we'll be back here in a second. I just want to go ahead and say what was going on with the ES that came through. So, guys, we'll be back here in about 5 minutes or so. We'll be back here relatively shortly. We'll be going over the radar view as well as the models again. So, guys, stay tuned. We'll be back here in a moment.
Dominant period 6 seconds. Rain. Monday, southwest winds 25 to 30 knots with gusts to 40 knots. Seas 10 to 12 feet, subsiding to 8 to 10 feet on the afternoon. Dominant period 10 seconds. A chance of rain in the morning. Monday night, west winds 25 to 30 knots, diminishing to 20 to 25 knots after midnight. Gusts to 35 knots. Seas 7 to 9 feet, subsiding to 6 to 7 feet after midnight. Dominant period 10 seconds. Tuesday, west winds 20 to 25 knots, diminishing to 15 to 20 knots in the afternoon. Seas 4 to 5 feet. Tuesday night, west winds 10 to 15 knots. Seas 3 to 4 feet. Wednesday, southwest winds 15 to 20 knots. Seas 3 to 4 feet. Wednesday night, west winds 10 to 15 knots. Seas 5 to 6 feet. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following counties, in Virginia, Augusta, Central Virginia Blue Ridge, Northern Virginia Blue Ridge, Page and Rockingham. Winter storm warning remains in effect from 10 a.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Heavy mixed precipitation. Total snow accumulations of 5 to 8 inches and ice accumulations of around 1/10 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 45 miles per hour. The areas affected include Central Virginia Blue Ridge and Augusta County. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 10 a.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Impacts. Travel could be very difficult. The hazardous conditions could impact the morning commute. Additional details. Snow could fall at 1 to 3 inches per hour for a time late Sunday, making roads nearly impassable for a time. If you must travel, keep an extra flashlight, food, and water in your vehicle in case of an emergency. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following counties, in Virginia, Albemarle, Culpeper, Greene, Madison, Nelson, Orange, and Rappahannock. Winter storm warning remains in effect from 10 a.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Heavy snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of 3 to 6 inches and ice accumulations of 1/10 to 3/10 of an inch. The areas affected include Greene, Madison, Rappahannock, Orange, and Culpeper counties. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 10 a.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Impacts, power outages, and tree damage are likely due to the ice. Travel could be nearly impossible. The hazardous conditions could impact the morning commute. Additional details. Snow could fall at 1 to 3 inches per hour for a time late Sunday, making roads nearly impassable for a time. If you must travel, keep an extra flashlight, food, and water in your vehicle in case of an emergency. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following counties, in Virginia, Clark, Frederick, Shenandoah, and Warren, and the following counties in West
Alrighty, guys,
Virginia,
we are back.
Berkeley,
Let me go ahead and
Jefferson,
turn this
Morgan,
down a little bit. I'm sure it's a little bit too loud
Winter storm
for.
warning remains in
I wanted to
effect
talk
from
over me, but
10
guys,
7 a.m. Monday.
we are now back here. We're going to be going over everything we literally just went over here. We're talking about here. So we're going to be going over basically the radar view, as well as a future radar. We'll take a look at the models in regard to things in terms of ice and snow accumulations. We'll be looking at the past radar as well as the observed snowfall. We'll also take a look at the National Weather Service blend of models, because this actually takes a whole bunch of model outputs. Kind of a very useful tool. We'll also take a look at the National Weather Service hazards here in a second. So guys, if you're just now joining us, welcome. Hope you guys are having a great day so far. Let's go ahead and change over to our radar view. So this is currently the system. This is that system that's currently impacting the country right now. It's currently snowing across bits of southern Missouri here, as well as basically northwestern portions here of Arkansas. Currently seeing some snow across the regions here. And so that's essentially what we're dealing with. So guys, if you're just now joining us, welcome. Like I said again, but like I said, we are currently seeing some snowfall across bits of Arkansas, some snow showers across bits of Oklahoma into bits of Texas here, as well as some snow showers across bits of the Mid-Atlantic view. It does look like, according to this, maybe some snow showers kind of across these regions here from North Carolina into bits of Virginia and West Virginia. But like I said, the bulk of the snow, the most of the snow is currently falling across bits of Arkansas, bits of southern Missouri here. Kind of near Tulsa, it looks like as well, currently snowing across these regions here. So, you know, that's essentially what we're dealing with in terms of the current snowfall that's currently going on across the region here. So what's actually currently happening with the system is kind of, it's kind of what we expected here. So you might notice that we actually start to get some rain across bits of the Gulf of Mexico as well. So what's happening with the system is we get a lot of moisture-filled air that drives its way up into the country here, basically, allowing for those precipitation, moisture amounts to really increase as the system actually just starts to strengthen So we're getting a lot of moisture from this system that starts to drive its way into the southeast, potentially allowing the storm to get bigger, a lot more stronger here. Depending on how much moisture it draws in, can really throw up the impacts in terms of how much snow we can expect, kind of across bits of these areas here and through bits of the northeast. So honestly, there is, like I said before, there is still a lot of disagreements between models and stuff like that. So we'll just have to. We'll just have to see what happens, with the models down the line, because as of right now, there is a lot of disagreements in regard to these models. So guys, that's essentially what we're dealing with there. So, so basically what this system has done so far is it has, actually we'll zoom out a little bit here. So it has driven its way from the northern plains all the way down through bits of the Midwest here, kind of slowing down now across bits of the southeast. It'll pretty much slow down and kind of move its way to the east here, and then eventually kick up in speed, moves all the way up through bits of the Mid-Atlantic and into bits of the northeast here, further down the line. Kind of right where the area of low pressure is located is right here, across the region here, and it's starting to kind of slow down at the moment, currently, kind of across these regions. So guys, let's take a look here at the past radar. I want to take a look here at what has happened before. So let's take a look at that. So, like I was saying before, it did start across the northern plains, track its way down in through it to the Midwest. Now, look, over the last several frames, we see a lot more broader rotation. We see a lot more rotation start to affect with the system, and we actually start to see a little bit more moisture being kicked up from the Gulf of Mexico, as I was showing before. So we are seeing, a decent amount of, moisture still, starting to get injected into the system. Now, it's likely going to change over to rain a lot for the south. The snow will kind of die down, not as big. But eventually, as it does track back up, the snow will definitely come back as it starts to reach those colder areas. It's basically just, it's getting all this warm air from the Gulf of Mexico at the moment. So in terms of, getting this moisture supply, basically strengthening in terms of things. So that's essentially what we're dealing with there. Andy says, hello, what's up, Andy? Welcome to the live stream. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're having a wonderful day today. But guys, that's essentially what we're dealing with in terms of the past radar. So now I want to take a look here at a step further. Let's take a look here at the future radar. This is based off of your NAM 3-kilometer model. So it's currently 140. We'll go ahead and start off at 2 o'clock p.m. because, obviously that's coming up here soon. So basically what we're currently seeing is some snow falling across the southwestern portion here of Missouri, which is actually ongoing. This is actually currently happening across the region right now. And through bits of western portions here of Arkansas, as well as eastern portion here of the Central Plains. So basically this is for the afternoon hours here for today. Now, as we do track down further in time, obviously we are getting more moisture starting to be kicked up from the Gulf of Mexico into the southeast here as we start to get more moisture leading its way into the region here. Some rain across bits of Mississippi into Alabama, eventually to Georgia, kind of around the early morning hours here for tomorrow. So, and that's what we're seeing here. Andy says the storm looks very messy. Yes, Andy, it is definitely a messy storm. Seen a lot of ice across the Carolinas. We'll get to that here in a second, guys. But in regard to that, we're actually seeing some snow and ice on top of it. And believe it or not, guys, you might actually not know this, but we have the threat for maybe some severe weather as well. Maybe some tornadoes. We'll talk about that here coming up. But guys, like I was saying here, we have some rain falling across bits of the southeast, areas such as Alabama, bits of Georgia here. Starting to see some rain kind of across those early morning hours. This is for 2 o'clock in the morning. Tracks its way into the Carolinas, kind of around those early morning hours, still kind of around 3 or 4 according to this model. Start to get some freezing rain and some snow that starts falling across bits of North Carolina. So obviously for the upper elevations, it is a bit more colder, so you'll probably see more snow than anything. But as we start to get kind of near the sides of the mountains, we're probably going to start to see a lot of ice accumulations. Like I said here in a second, we'll take a look at the accumulations in terms of how much ice we're expecting, as well as how much snow we also are expecting across the region. So we'll just see here down the line. So as we do track into the later morning hours here, basically across bits of kind of 11 o'clock a.m., we'll start to see some of the snow and freezing rain and sleet start to move its way in through bits of Kentucky, bits of Tennessee, it looks like, according to this. However, mostly across bits of northern parts of South Carolina and through bits of North Carolina, as well as bits of Virginia. Starting to see some snow move its way in the region. And then we do track into the afternoon hours, kind of around 3 or 4 o'clock p.m. We'll start to see this kind of covering all of Virginia in winter weathery mess. Near Virginia Beach, though, unfortunately, it does look like that this is mostly going to be a rain event. For some of you guys, it's probably some really good news. But for some of you winter lovers, probably not so much, because this system is likely going to say mostly just west here of Virginia Beach, though. But it's going to come close. It's going to come close. But like I said, a single change in the track is definitely going to alter a lot. Andy says, I live near Buffalo, New York, in western New York. Looks like 1 to 2 feet of snow. Yes, actually, Andy, we were taking a look at the models earlier. We'll actually see this upcoming here in our upcoming system. A lot of the models are agreeing of well over a foot of snow. Honestly, I do believe that you'll at least see a foot of snow. 2 feet of snow is kind of questionable, Andy. You'll probably see maybe maybe 12 to 15 inches or so at most, near Buffalo area. I'll actually look into that here in a second. But like I said, guys, as we do move into the evening hours here for the 16th, this is for tomorrow, the snow starts to drive its way up into the northeast here across the region here, bits of the Ohio Valley as well, seeing some snow. Now, here's where things kind of get interesting. So, Andy, across where you're locally at, like you said here near Buffalo, New York, look at this. This dark blue starts to infiltrate the region here. This is showing some really heavy snowfall and potentially up to maybe 2 to 4 inches of snow per hour out of this system. So like I said, we are expecting a lot of snow to occur across those regions. So yes, Andy, you should probably be prepared for this because you probably are going to see a lot of snow out of this. Track its way up to the northeast here, kind of around the afternoon hours here on the 17th. It's supposed to be fully out of the country here, kind of by the later evening hours here on the 17th. If not, probably by the 18th is kind of when we're expecting this to be out of the region. We'll probably see some, maybe some more, snow showers currently going on across the northeast after the main system does impact the region. But honestly, that's currently what we're seeing right there. So guys, that's essentially what we're dealing with in terms of that. So I want to go ahead and take a look here at the satellite view real quick. This is not the satellite view, but give me a second here while I change it. Change over here, take a look at the satellite view. So this is your current satellite view in terms of things. Let me actually go ahead and pause it here to the latest here scam. So we can really see that, we can really start to see that, wrapping motion that's really starting to take place here. Over the last several frames here, this area of low pressure is just really starting to kick off here. Especially as it's starting to draw in a lot more moisture here from the Gulf of Mexico into the southeast. We're seeing a lot more accumulation in terms of this. So guys, we're starting to see, the potential of this thing strengthening quite a bit. This is starting to become quite the powerful cyclone going on here. So, like I was saying, you guys might not tell the difference, but I can. Right across the region here, kind of cutting off right there, this is snow. This is clouds. So that's kind of the weird thing about satellites. It's kind of hard because both clouds and snow are white, so it kind of makes it hard. So that's why we kind of play back in time. So let me actually go ahead and show you what I'm talking about here. So we go ahead and play down in time. Actually watch that cyclonic motion really start to kick in, counterclockwise rotation. But look right here. See what's not moving up here? You can see the clouds start to move its way out of the region. But what's not moving, that's snow. That's snow that fell from the system yesterday across the region. And he says, wow, 2 to 4 inches per hour. Don't even know if my snowblower works. LOL. Yeah, it would be good, Andy, if you did look at and see if your snowblower does work, because right now would be the time to do it. Because honestly, you would like to. It's probably the best that you want to prepare here before the system does impact the region, because honestly, you don't want to be preparing during the system. You need to be preparing before the system, just to make sure you guys are safe. Now, it's better to over-prepare than under-prepare. That's what I always say, guys. You don't want to under-prepare for a winter system. And honestly, from what I'm seeing on the models, this definitely does have a lot of significance to it. A lot of ice accumulations across the Carolinas, a lot of heavy snow across bits of the Mid-Atlantic into the Northeast too. So, obviously there is a lot of impacts with this system, guys. So please, please, please be careful. Please be safe during this. Make sure you have a plan. Make sure you know what to do in case of whenever the system does impact the region. So guys, now we're going to take a look here at the models in regard to basically your snowfall accumulations as well as your ice accumulations here. So give me 1 second while I go ahead and change this over. So we're going to take a look here at the GFS model. This is your long-range American model first. We're taking a look here at the accumulation factor in terms of your snowfall. So we're currently seeing some snowfall across bits of the Midwest. It's kind of slowing down as it does approach bits of the southeast here, as it eventually moves its way through bits of the Mid-Atlantic into the northeast here. So here's the thing. There is a lot of disagreements between, a lot of these models. I want to go ahead and say, unfortunately, there is still a lot of disagreements, which shows that, there's kind of a bit questionable at a lot of these areas here. There is a lot of patchy areas of not seeing much snow and then seeing a lot of snow over a short distance here across bits of, the Tennessee Valley here. That's what I'm kind of saying. Some of these models are showing the instances of maybe over a foot of snow being likely across some of these regions here, across bits of Arkansas and through Tennessee. North Carolina, North Carolina is kind of believable since you have those upper elevations, which allows for colder temperatures. But, kind of towards the Tennessee Valley, it's kind of questionable. But you got to think also, this is getting a lot more moisture as it's reaching the Gulf of Mexico. So that's kind of where a lot of these models start to, throw off a whole bunch of, different types of agreement in terms of, or different types of accumulations. So across the Mid-Atlantic view, kind of across basically these, these pink shaded areas, like I said before, kind of 6 to 10 inches is kind of expected across the bulk of these areas. 3 to 5 kind of across this blue shaded color, kind of like right here where my cursor's at, kind of blue. 3 to 5 inches kind of expected across the region there, according to one model. Now, like I said, guys, you really shouldn't trust one model individually. They're just guidance. Each model has its own opinion, so just get an idea based off of what it has to say. So cross bits of the light blue shaded color, maybe up to 1 to 3 inches, and kind of across this gray shaded color, maybe up to a trace, possible trace to an inch, according to this model alone. Now, Andy, like what we were talking about, potentially 1 to 2 feet, as you were saying, according to your GFS model, your long-range American model, this one does show some instances well over a foot. Some of these instances maybe even getting up to near 20 inches or so. But this is according to one model, so we're going to have to take a look at the other models here in a second. But, obviously there is still that, there is that agreement. This has actually been going on for the last several days now, in which, honestly, we are currently seeing, a trend still kind of keep in favor here across the region here. So we are still seeing some snow, or some heavy snow, potentially over a foot expected across the upper northeast here, basically across this region here. Let's go and say here, Jenny says, hey, New York, stay safe. I heard 100-mile-per-hour winds. I don't know about 100-mile-per-hour winds, but I do know that there is some gusty winds involved with the system. But seriously, yeah, Andy, you need to prepare for the system because things are getting pretty crazy. Wi-Fi says, yeah, the winds will be bad with the storm. Yeah, there's already actually a lot of wind advisories and a lot of high wind warnings out for the storm. We'll actually get to that here in a moment when we're done looking at the models. We'll look at the hazards for you guys. We can take a look at those. But I don't know about 100. I haven't heard 100 miles per hour, but I know that there's definitely really strong winds that are expected to occur with this system. So like I was saying, potentially 2+ feet being possible. Maybe I should say not 2+. I should say up to 2 feet being possible across the region here. So we'll just see how this goes. Now, let's take a look here at the ice accumulation according to your GFS model. And then we'll move on to the snow for your ECMWF and further down the line. So let's take a look at the accumulated freezing rain here from the GFS model. So most of the accumulated freezing rain from this model is expected across the Mid-Atlantic. So we'll go ahead and zoom into the Mid-Atlantic view, kind of get a better idea here. So here's what we're talking about in terms of ice accumulation from freezing rain. Now, over the last few days, let's actually zoom down a little bit further. Over the last few days, there has actually been a lot of support of potentially maybe ice accumulations up to an inch being possible across a lot of these areas here, in which honestly it is kind of expected because a lot of these models were actually hinting of over an inch of ice for these areas. North and South Carolina kind of seem to be the main target in terms of the most ice. This model in particular does show it shooting up into Virginia as well. Basically cross bits of pretty much the extreme northeastern portion here of Georgia and through bits of South Carolina into North Carolina here, also across the region here. So kind of around here is the bulk area of the most ice according to this model. But like I said, this is one model. You shouldn't trust one model alone because each model has its own opinion. So they do like to change quite drastically. So basically what you got to do is just take a whole bunch of model outputs, kind of blend them together in terms of things. So now let's take a look here at the ice accumulation from the European model. I want to go and take a look at this real quick, and then we'll take a look at the snowfall accumulation from this model. So let's go and change this to our ECMWF. So now we're taking a look here at the European model in regard to your ice accumulation. So this one is a lot more aggressive and showing a lot more ice according towards the Mid-Atlantic region. Still showing the potential of over an inch across the regions here. And obviously this is covering quite a large area here. I mean, take a look at this. This is showing all the ice, impacting bits of northeastern Georgia and 2 bits of the Carolinas, as well as south central portion here. South central portion here of, Virginia with the system, as well as maybe some across bits of West Virginia into eastern Kentucky. Andy says, is it wet snow with the system? I can actually look at that for you. I need to take some soundings, though, for that. So give me a second. Let's go ahead and take a look here at the snowfall accumulation. First, I want to look at the... First, I want to take a look here at the precipitation type and rate really quick here. And then I'll actually take a look at that for you, Andy, in terms of if it's dry or powder, or if it's dry, powdery, or if it's more wet. So you are expected to mostly be in the snow kind of range. You are more in the cooler air, so I suspect maybe powdery snow. It's kind of hard to see this. Yeah, so basically, okay, so from what I'm seeing here, let's go ahead and try to zoom out a little bit. So according to the sounding, you guys probably don't know how to read these. I'm going to assume that you don't. So this is the freezing line here. It's at 0 degrees Celsius, 32 Fahrenheit. This is your freezing line. It goes diagonal. The red is your temperatures all across the atmosphere. So looking at the atmosphere from a side angle, the freezing point is all below freezing, across from the lower levels of the atmosphere all the way up to the upper levels. So guys, so Andy, this is likely going to be powdery snow for this sounding here. It's not likely going to clump together. But definitely it's probably going to be mostly dry because we are seeing the thermodynamics here basically well below freezing across a lot of the layers of the atmosphere here. It really just depends on the hour too. Starting off, it might be a little bit different. Let's take a look at one from here. This one's right here at the freezing line. So, you know, honestly, it could vary back and forth. Andy, maybe you'll have some moments of, you know, dry snow, and then you'll have some areas of wet snow. It really just depends on the mid-levels of the atmosphere and how warm they are compared to what these models have to say. But here on the surface, it is expected to be well below freezing, so you probably are still expecting to see a lot of, you actually are expected to see mostly just snow out of the system. But yeah, I mean, it might kind of alternate back and forth to answer your question there. All right, so guys, let's take a look here at the accumulation factor in terms of basically your accumulation from your European model here. Let's go and take a look here back at the ECMWF model. By the way, we weren't taking a look at the satellite view. I was just, you know, kind of getting a bigger screen so I could look at the soundings. So here's what we're talking about in terms of accumulation. Let me actually go ahead and select accumulation first, so we can actually see how much we're expecting out of this model. So we do track down the line. We start to get some snow across bits of the Midwest into the Tennessee Valley and through bits of the Mid-Atlantic region. Now take a look at this. Across bits of the Midwest, you know, like I was saying, across these, you know, kind of these blue shaded areas, maybe 3 to 5 expected, 1 to 3 kind of across these, you know, light blue shaded areas. 6 to 10 across the pink shaded areas. Now, the darker, kind of the red colors here, kind of a different story. Potentially over a foot across these areas here. Across basically the western portion here of New York State, as well as basically across bits of the northeastern portion here of Ohio. Maybe in the upper northwestern portion here of Pennsylvania. This one's showing maybe even up to 25 inches, it says. This one's actually showing 28 inches at the most. But obviously, guys, you shouldn't trust that 100%. But, you know, a lot of these models are showing the potential of maybe up to near 20 inches at max across the region. It's definitely something we have to continue monitoring here. Jenny says, did you hear about I-95? Oh, Jenny, I know what you're talking about. Was it from that last storm? The last storm that impacted the Mid-Atlantic region. There was a big pileup on I-95, and they were stuck there for days. That, you know, honestly, that'll probably happen again, you know, especially where we're actually seeing a lot of this ice at. Because I-95 goes all the way from Florida all the way to Maine. So a lot of the I-95 corridor is probably going to be impacted, especially across the northeast, into the Mid-Atlantic region here with the system. It's definitely kind of expected across the region there. So, you know, honestly, that is essentially what we're seeing here. So, guys, let's go ahead and take a look here at the GDPS model. I don't have the little thing. I don't have a little tag for GDPS. I need to make one. I forgot to make one before the video or for the live stream. But this model is kind of showing in your favor, Andy, of more snow, maybe over a foot being possible across the areas here. Kind of in red, showing, you know, signifying over a foot across the regions here. Like I said, 3 to 5 across the blue shaded area here. 1 to 3 across bits of the light blue shaded area. Kind of expected across the region here. In terms of ice from this system, in terms of freezing rain, it's probably a bit of a different story. This one shows a little bit more into the northeast, but still showing those heavy impacts. Not quite up to an inch across bits of the Carolinas here. You can barely see that. Let's go and zoom down a little bit. So not up quite to an inch across the Carolinas here, but maybe close. Talking most, maybe up to 0.8 inches. So basically 0.8 of an inch, according to this. Moving its way up through Virginia. So this one's actually showing the, you know, the potential of this thing moving more further up into Virginia, bits of the Ohio Valley as well into the northeast with a little bit more ice. But it's mostly expected to pretty much just stay east here of this line here, because a lot of this area here, like, you know, especially where Andy's at, is expected to be mostly snow across the regions there, because you're in the cooler zone. So essentially, how these low pressure systems work, I'm going to try to draw the best I can out of this. You have your central area of low pressure. They rotate counterclockwise, right? So they rotate like this. You have cold air up north. So you can imagine that the cold air really starts to wrap in behind it from the north. Kind of pulls its way down. You have your cold front that's kind of attached like this. And then you have warm air, you know, especially from the Gulf of Mexico that moves its way up north because it's moving up with this, you know, counterclockwise flow. So this warm air kind of mixes in with the zone here with the colder air. So a lot of saturation does occur. A lot of heavy snow goes all across the areas here because it cools down, but there's a lot of moisture still. So seriously, there's a lot. That's basically how essentially this works. Hopefully that makes sense for you guys. I was going to see, Lewis says, Maine last night had wind chill values of -40 below. It has warmed some, but not much. That is cold. That is really cold. So, wow, that's actually kind of crazy. But guys, we're probably going to take a break here for a second. It'll probably be like 5 or 10 minutes. I probably just got to rest my voice here for a little bit. I've been talking since 11 o'clock in the morning here, so I've been talking for about 4 hours. So I need to let my voice rest here for a second. But guys, if you are new to the channel, you know, consider subscribing. It'll be greatly appreciated. We're at 184 subscribers. So guys, thank you so much for all your support. You guys are awesome. I will go ahead and say we actually do have donations in the description below. We're basically just trying to collect some more money to get better equipment, to give you guys better coverages, better information regarding things. So guys, I'll be back here in about 5 or 10 minutes or so, and I'll catch you guys here in a second. We'll go back over the radar view as well as the models here. So guys, I'll be back here in a second.
If you must travel, keep keep an extra flashlight, food, and water in your vehicle in case of an emergency. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following counties, in Virginia, Albemarle, Culpeper, Greene, Madison, Nelson, Orange, and Rappahannock. Winter storm warning remains in effect from 10 a.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Heavy snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of 3 to 6 inches and ice accumulations of 1/10 to 3/10 of an inch. The areas affected include Greene, Madison, Rappahannock, Orange, and Culpeper counties. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 10 a.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Impacts, power outages, and tree damage are likely due to the ice. Travel could be nearly impossible. The hazardous conditions could impact the morning commute. Additional details, snow could fall at 1 to 3 inches per hour for a time late Sunday, making roads nearly impassable for a time. If you must travel, keep an extra flashlight, food, and water in your vehicle in case of an emergency. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following counties, in Virginia, Clark, Frederick, Shenandoah, and Warren, and the following counties, in West Virginia, Berkeley, Jefferson, and Morgan. Winter storm warning remains in effect from 1 p.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Heavy snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of 3 to 6 inches and ice accumulations of up to 1/4 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 35 miles per hour. The areas affected include portions of Northwest Virginia and Eastern West Virginia. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 1 p.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Impacts, travel could be very difficult. The hazardous conditions could impact the morning commute. Additional details, snow could fall at 1 to 3 inches per hour for a time late Sunday into Sunday evening, making roads nearly impassable for a time. If you must travel, keep an extra flashlight, food, and water in your vehicle in case of an emergency. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following counties, in Maryland, Frederick, and Washington, and the following counties, in Virginia, Northern Fauquier, and Western Loudoun. Winter storm warning remains in effect from 1 p.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of 2 to 4 inches and ice accumulations of 1/10 to 3/10 of an inch. The areas affected include, in Maryland, Washington, and Frederick, Maryland counties. In Virginia, Northern Fauquier, and Western Loudoun counties. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 1 p.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Impacts, power outages, and tree damage are likely due to the ice. Travel could be nearly impossible. The hazardous conditions could impact the morning commute. Additional details, snow could fall at 1 to 3 inches per hour for a time late Sunday into Sunday evening, making roads nearly impassable for a time. If you must travel, keep an extra flashlight, food, and water in your vehicle in case of an emergency. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. The latest river levels in the Potomac, Shenandoah, and Rappahannock basins are as follows. All reports are current as of 12 p.m. and are measured in feet. For Potomac River at Shepherdstown, 3.7. Potomac River at Point of Rocks, 2.9. Potomac River at Edwards Ferry, 5.1. Potomac River at Little Falls, 3.8. North Fork Shenandoah River near Strasburg, 2.2. South Fork Shenandoah River at Front Royal, 1.8. Shenandoah River at Millville, 2.7. Rappahannock River at Remington, 3.6. Rappahannock River above Fredericksburg, 2.7. Rapidan River near Culpeper, 1.4. Opecon Creek near Martinsburg, 2.1. Seneca Creek at Dawsonville, 2.1. Goose Creek near Leesburg, 1.9. Monocacy River at Frederick, 2.5. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following county, Spotsylvania, Virginia. Winter weather advisory remains in effect from 10 a.m. Sunday to 1 a.m. Monday. Mixed precipitation. Total snow accumulations of 1 to 3 inches and ice accumulations of up to 0.2 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 35 miles per hour. The areas affected include Spotsylvania County. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 10 a.m. Sunday to 1 a.m. Monday. Impacts. Plan on slippery road conditions. The hazardous conditions could impact the morning commute. Slow down and use caution while traveling. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following county, District of Columbia, and the following counties, in Maryland, Carroll, Central and Southeast Howard, Central and Southeast Montgomery, Northern Baltimore, Northwest Hartford, Northwest Howard, Northwest Montgomery, Southeast Hartford and Southern Baltimore, and the following counties, in Virginia, Arlington Falls Church and Alexandria, Eastern Loudoun, Fairfax, Prince William Manassas and Manassas Park, Southern Fauquier and Stafford. Winter weather advisory remains in effect from 1 p.m. Sunday to 1 a.m. Monday. Mixed precipitation. Total snow accumulations of 1 to 3 inches and ice accumulations of up to 0.1 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 45 miles per hour. The areas affected include the District of Columbia, portions of Central, North Central and Northern Maryland and Northern Virginia. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 1 p.m. Sunday to 1 a.m. Monday. Impacts. Plan on slippery road conditions. The hazardous conditions could impact the morning commute. Slow down and use caution while traveling. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following counties, in Maryland, Anne Arundel, Charles and Prince George's, and King George, Virginia. Winter weather advisory remains in effect from 1 p.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday. Mixed precipitation. Total snow accumulations of up to 2 inches and ice accumulations of a light glaze. Winds gusting as high as 40 miles per hour. The areas affected include, in Maryland, Prince George's, Anne Arundel, and Charles counties. In Virginia, King George County. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 1 p.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday. Impacts. Plan on slippery road conditions. Slow down and use caution while traveling. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following county, St. Mary's, Maryland. Coastal flood watch remains in effect from Sunday evening through late Sunday night. Up to 1 foot of inundation above ground level possible in low-lying areas due to tidal flooding. The areas affected include shoreline in St. Mary's County. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from Sunday evening through late Sunday night, especially around the time of high tide. Impacts. At 3.5 feet, water covers roads on St. George Island, is in yards, and is approaching structures. To the east, inundation is occurring at multiple marinas off St. Mary's River, Smith Creek, and Jutland Creek. Additional details, tides 2.5 to 3 feet above normal. If travel is required, allow extra time as some roads may be closed. Do not drive around barricades or through water of unknown depth. Take the necessary actions to protect flood-prone property. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following county, District of Columbia, and Arlington Falls Church in Alexandria, Virginia. Coastal flood watch remains in effect.
Alrighty, guys, we are back. Sorry for a little bit of a wait. I just had to let my voice kind of calm down there because I've been talking since 11 o'clock. So, obviously if you're talking for 4 hours at a time, it's kind of a bit nerve-wracking. But guys, hope you guys are having a great day so far. If you guys are just now joining, hope you guys are staying safe. We're going to be going over the radar view, a whole bunch of models. We're going to be talking about ice accumulations as well as snow as well, because we're actually expecting a lot of impacts from ice and snow, across a lot of these regions here. But guys, if you're just now joining, welcome. Hope you guys are having a great day so far. So, I guess we should go ahead and get on into it. So we're going to take a look here at the radar view in terms of what is currently going on with this system here across the southeast here. We're currently seeing some, some rain starting to be, pushed up here into the southeast. We're getting what we call advection going on. Basically what's going on here is we have a lot of warm and moisture-filled air driving its way up from the Gulf of Mexico into the system. This area of low pressure is rotating counterclockwise here. So you can imagine it's kind of just flowing all this air in a circular pattern here, driving up a whole bunch of moisture here from the, from the Gulf of Mexico into the southeast. So that's going to happen. This is actually going to allow for more moisture to, dig its way into bits of, the region here. So that's basically what we're dealing with there. So here's what we're talking about in terms of things. So we're currently seeing some snow fall across bits of southern Missouri here, as well as bits of, Arkansas, as well as bits of Oklahoma. Still seeing some snow kind of near Tulsa. It does look like we do have a bit of snow currently falling across the region here, near bits of, basically northwestern portion of Arkansas. So here's kind of that pivot point between, this is kind of right where your area of low pressure is. Your area of low pressure is located. So basically, like I said, it rotates counterclockwise. So this is kind of that boundary layer between it transitioning from rain into snow, because over here is colder air and this is warmer air, basically over here. So obviously this is allowing for more snow, as this colder air is well backing in behind the system, basically from the north, well below freezing, across a lot of the levels of the atmosphere. Andy says, remember Winter Storm Riley? When was Winter Storm Riley? You remember Winter Storm Jonas? I'm sure a lot of people remember Winter Storm Jonas. In 2016, January 21st? I think January 21st, 2016 was Winter Storm Jonas. Jonas was bad. I was actually impacted pretty large with that system. I got about 2.5 foot of snow from that. Obviously I was littler at the time, and the snow was up to my waist. That was a pretty big system that impacted the region. That's like the most snow I've ever seen in my life. There was another snowstorm that did impact the Mid-Atlantic region back in 2010. People called it Snowmageddon. I believe it dropped more than Jonas did, I want to say. Andy says that was in March of 2018. 2018 for me was kind of a bit underactive. Really, ever since Jonas, it's been kind of underactive. This year, it's been a little bit more above active, but of course, when I get a big snowstorm, I was actually in Kentucky just a few weeks ago, and we get a big snowstorm here in the Mid-Atlantic region, dropping about a foot of snow where I'm at right now. I haven't had a foot of snow in forever, and of course, I wasn't even home to see it. So, that kind of sucked, but, hopefully we're in the pattern here. We actually are in the pattern of seeing a lot more potential for nor'easters to occur with that La Nina we currently have in effect, as well as basically the positive NAO, basically just, North Atlantic Oscillation and stuff. Just kind of scientific-y stuff that you guys probably wouldn't understand, but, honestly, it just allows for more of these conditions, a little bit more snowy conditions for the east, in terms of that. So basically, all right, so guys, like I was saying here, we currently do have this wrapping motion. We have this rain starting to move its way in through it to the southeast. We'll look at the future radar here down the time. So this will move itself basically eastward, move its way down, kind of slowing down, eventually kind of picking up speed across bits of the Mid-Atlantic view into bits of the northeast here down the line. Potentially causing a decent amount of ice across bits of the Carolinas here, maybe some heavy snow across bits of New York, especially Andy. Lewis says, I lost my roof from the ice storm of 1998. Wow. What was that? The ice storm of 1998. Where was that at? That's crazy. I'm just glad that you're good. I'm just glad that you're safe out of that, because ice is definitely dangerous. That's something you don't want to mess with. Ice is really dangerous. You got to think that like roads and stuff, serious road conditions and a lot of accidents. Even a thing with ice, especially freezing rain. So freezing rain falls as rain because the mid-levels of the atmosphere is warmer than the surface. The surface is still freezing, so it falls as rain. It collects on objects because rain likes to stick on things. So it sticks like on power lines, and it just accumulates. It just gets bigger and bigger. So kind of especially, for areas such as North and South Carolina, where there's ice is expected, I do actually expect significant, impacts of, a lot of power lines potential being knocked down, basically because, a lot of ice is probably going to accumulate on side of those, power lines, because it just pulls down. Ice is heavy. Ice is really heavy. And it pulls down on these power lines because it accumulates all this freezing rain, and eventually, it causes, power poles to fall over sometimes because of how heavy the ice is, and it causes even the lines to snap completely. Not to mention, another reason you could lose power is because, say, if someone gets in an accident and hits a power pole, that's probably gonna knock down power in itself. Andy says, "What is the most ice ever accumulated?" That's a good question. I'm actually gonna look that up right now. What is? Jenny says, "Have you ever experienced thunder snow?" I have experienced thunder snow. Back in 2010, Snowmageddon, like you were saying, I actually did have some thunder snow. I remember it, actually. I've never seen lightning flashes. I didn't hear any thunder, but I saw lightning flashes, which considers thunder snow. Let's go and see. What is the most ice? The most ice ever accumulated. I'm sure it's probably kind of a lot. There's really no definitive answer in terms of this. I'd say, honestly, if I was to guess, I'd say a few inches of ice. Maybe 10 inches of ice or so. That's kind of my wild guess in terms of things, but it doesn't really show in terms of this. Yeah, it just shows a lot of different things here. It just talks about glaciers and stuff. Wait, what is... Let me try this. What is the most ice ever? Most ice ever accumulated. Let's see. North American ice storm of January 1961 was a massive ice storm that struck areas of Idaho Panhandle. Record of the thickest. Oh my gosh! For the record of the thickest recorded ice accumulation at 8 inches of ice. I was actually close. You have to give me credit for that. I said 10 inches. I was really close. Okay, 8 inches of ice accumulated in the Panhandle here of Idaho. That is crazy. If you don't know where Idaho is, it's across the upper northwest here. Basically next to Washington State and west of what is it, Montana? But that's kind of crazy. That's a lot of ice, and that probably was pretty gone for a while. Sorry, that was probably on the ground there for a while, I should say. All right, so guys, let's take a look here at the future radar. If you guys are just now joining us, welcome. Hope you guys are having a great day so far. So we're going to go ahead and switch over here to the future radar and projections here in the future. So it's currently 2:15 here. We're going to zoom our way down here to 2 o'clock here. So pretty close. So as we heard, actually take a look at the radar real quick, kind of get a nice little refresh. Okay, take a look at this. Snow falling across southern Missouri and through bits of Arkansas, basically bits of eastern parts of Oklahoma. Take a look here at the future radar. This one actually shows kind of the same thing. Snow across the eastern portion here of basically Oklahoma and through bits of Arkansas, as well as basically western portions here of Missouri, showing that that's where the snow is currently ongoing. As you can kind of see these blue lines kind of backing and behind, this is just representing all that cold air that's really driving its way down south. I could have probably drew that arrow a little bit better. Just couldn't draw it like this. So kind of pulling itself more south, kind of getting underneath the system as it's rotating counterclockwise. And you got all this warm air that's moving itself to the north. So you can kind of see the counterclockwise rotation that's going on. So, obviously this is getting more moisture from the Gulf of Mexico, which honestly is allowing for maybe some more, maybe allowing for some more accumulation. So guys, I want to go ahead and say this. Now, the models, like we did look at, you saw firsthand that there is a lot of disagreement between these models, and honestly, I kind of have a bad feeling that we might actually get a little bit more out of this system. Obviously, I can't say that for sure, but from what I'm seeing, it really just depends on which way the track goes. If it shifts more east, the snow's going to move more east with it. If it shifts more west, it's going to be more west than anything. And also, it depends on how much moisture the Gulf of Mexico brings in. If it brings in more moisture than the models are saying, obviously you'll have more snow potential. If it brings in less snow potential. So there's a lot of factors here that can still change, especially because of how much disagreement we have in terms of these models. So guys, we'll just have to see exactly what happens here. I expect that the models will start getting a little bit better once we start getting an idea how much moisture is being injected into the system here. So we'll see how that goes. And he says, I'm under a winter storm warning for 12 to 18 inches. Isolated higher amount. I'm under a winter storm or winter weather advisory, I think. That's it. But just the county west of me, I believe, is under a winter storm warning. But basically, I'm pretty much expecting 2 to 4 inches. And you should send some of that snow down here. I could use some of it. Okay. So, here's what we're talking about in terms of timing. We're taking a look at the future radar view. So, as we do move into basically the later portions here of the afternoon hours here, kind of around 5 or 6 o'clock, you know, honestly, we are expecting that snow to kind of remain across bits of Arkansas, shifting more south here, a lot more moisture across bits of Mississippi, Alabama, into Georgia, seeing a lot more, you know, rain falling across those regions. Now, guys, you guys probably don't know about this, but we actually have a severe threat with maybe a few tornadoes being possible out of the same system that's causing all this mayhem. Let me look at this. Let me pull up Storm Prediction Center for you guys. We actually have a slight risk in effect. That's actually new information I've seen here. Let's see here. So, we have a 5% chance of seeing a tornado across the brown shaded area here. Basically from the coast here of southeastern portions here of Louisiana to the coast here of Mississippi, Alabama, panhandle here of Florida into the western side, kind of near Tampa, showing a 5% chance of seeing a tornado across the region, that larger 2% region. If you guys are inside of any shade of the regions, you actually do have you know, some tornadoes being threat. We actually do have the damaging wind threat as well. Hail, we're not expecting anything, but we actually do have the threat for severe weather as well for bits of you know, basically of Florida, as well as basically the coastal North Carolina area with more severe weather likely. Tornadoes 2%, wind 5%, and hail not really much expected. Let's go and see here. Lewis says you can have as much snow as you want. I would mail it to you. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people would say the same thing. You know, I've seen about the same amount of people who love snow as much as they hate it. Personally, me, I love snow. I love seeing snow. It's beautiful to watch. I get how it can suck, like working in it. I've dealt with that before. It's not the best. It sucks working in. But you know, it's beautiful to watch. If you're just sitting there inside all day and you're not really doing much, it's beautiful to watch. In terms of things, it's beautiful. Now, ice on the other hand, no, keep ice away. Ice isn't. I mean, it can be pretty. I mean, yeah, it can be pretty, but it's more dangerous than pretty it is. So honestly, that's what we're seeing there. Andy says, off winter weather topic, derecho possible in western New York this summer. Andy, it is way too far out to tell about derechos right now because we're just here kind of in the beginning of winter still. It's a bit far out, but you know, honestly, we are kind of expected to kind of be near normal conditions in terms of severe weather according to your models. Andy, you know, stay tuned. We're probably going to do a severe weather update, severe weather forecast here coming up, maybe around March. Here. Yeah, it's still way too early for derechos. Jenny, you said derecho. Derecho is basically just a long-lived cluster of very, very strong thunderstorms that move through a region here. So that answers your question. You just asked, what is that? Yeah, that's basically what it is. Just a big, large cluster of thunderstorms that move hundreds of miles, and they're usually long-lived and very, very dangerous. And some of these derechos can actually push winds over 100 miles per hour, which they're really strong events. So usually, like they have a lot of tornadoes being possible. Some of those derechos, as well as hail and damaging winds. You know, triple threat in terms of that. But right now, we don't have to worry about derechos. Right now, we're worrying about this winter system that's currently going on across the region. We're a little bit far out for that, but when the time comes, we'll talk more about that. Okay, guys, so we're taking a look here back at the radar view, the future radar view. Andy says, "I hope I never see one." Lua, yeah, they actually do call it a land hurricane. That is true. I've heard that as well. Yep, they are. They are also known as they're called land hurricanes because they're really strong, what we call convective systems. Basically, you know, convection with energy and instability. But basically, they have wind speeds over hurricane force. Because hurricane force winds are 75 miles per hour and more to be classified as a Category 1. 75 to 90 something, I believe. 95 might be Category 1. Anything higher than that is Category 2 plus. But, you know, we can get some of these wind gusts, like I was saying, over 100 miles per hour. So well over hurricane status. That's why they call them land hurricanes, because they're definitely pretty destructive. If you look on YouTube, there's videos of derecho, I believe, of last year. I want to say it was last year or 2020. There was a derecho this guy captured outside his window. It got millions of views. Of him, like, you know, him looking out the window, and there's just trees getting blown over. He was brave enough to stand in front of that window. And they were having like 100 mile per hour winds, which is quite crazy. All right, guys, before we get any more sidetracked here for a second, I want to go ahead and talk about the future radar, then we'll talk more if you want to. But like, guys, if you're just now joining, obviously welcome. Hope you guys are having a great day. If you do the channel, consider subscribing, guys. We're trying to reach, our ultimate goal is to reach 200 subscribers by the end of the live stream today. That's the ultimate goal. I do plan on live streaming for quite a while today. You know, obviously we've been live streaming since 11 o'clock in the morning. It's currently almost 2:30, so Obviously, we have been live streaming for quite some time now, but we are trying to reach 200 subscribers. It'll be greatly appreciated, guys. We also do, like I said, we have our donations in the description below. We're basically just trying to collect more money, basically to help get better equipment, better, hardware, better software, to give you guys better, information, better forecasts in terms of that, because, guys, unfortunately, these products are kind of pricey in some things, but guys, I want to make sure you guys are safe. I want to make sure that you guys are prepared for these systems. I want to make sure you guys have all the information you need in order to basically, see what you can expect. So, across bits of the region here, like I said, we are expecting a lot of advection going on, a lot of warm, moisture air basically advecting itself into the southeast here. So we do track down into Lime. So we start to get that ice, like we were saying before, we get a lot of ice that forms across bits of the Carolinas here. Sleet, freezing rain, all types of precipitation, rain, freezing rain, sleet, and basically, snow as well. Across these regions here in North Carolina, potentially over an inch possible. We'll get to that here in a second. Of, ice starting to form across these regions here. So this is for the early hours here tomorrow. Now we do track down even further here, basically as we start to reach the mid-Atlantic view here. So we're actually starting to see the snow starting to move its way across bits of the Tennessee Valley here still, as we're kind of seeing that backed in colder air across this area. So we actually have this backed in colder air back here, and the warmer air still kind of affecting us north. So we're actually still getting a little bit more moisture drawn in. You can see the cold front right here. This really strong cold front. It's a mean-looking cold front according to this model, but essentially that's what we're dealing with. So this will move its way up through kind of the afternoon hours here across the Mid-Atlantic region. Kind of near the heart of the Mid-Atlantic around the afternoon hours, tracking its way through the night here, kind of exiting the region here by the morning hours here on the 17th, entering bits of the northeast. Andy, you'll probably be seeing some snow at this time. Kind of starting maybe around... So, Andy, you can probably start to see some snow, maybe starting to occur maybe around the morning hours here on the 17th, maybe late night hours here tomorrow night. Tracking its way in through bits of the northeast here, kind of eventually exiting the northeast for the most part by the evening here of January 17th in terms of that. Lewis says you should look up the ice storm of 1998 in Maine and New Hampshire. The picture would blow your mind. I can look at that here in a second. Just give me a second. Here, let me actually do this. Let me actually drive this over here. So you said the blizzard, or the ice storm of 1998. Ice storm of 1998. Let's see. Let me pull it up here and I'll show you guys pictures it shows. Wow, look at that. Okay, we're going to show this on the stream here. Hopefully I don't get copyrighted for this. I don't think I will. So obviously this is not the past radar. We're looking here at the, at the past ice storm, I should say. But look at this. Wow, look at these ice. Look at all the ice. It's dragging those branches down. Like I was telling you guys, ice is really heavy. And like I was saying before, like it accumulates on power lines and stuff like that, in which, honestly, it's quite a bad thing. Look at this. Yeah, there you go. There's a good example of what I was just telling you. It brings down these power lines because they get covered in ice, and it just drags them to the ground and causes power poles to snap, lines to snap. Absolutely catastrophic. That is really crazy, though. Lua, that's really crazy. So you were in this storm? That is insane. Look at this. Here's a structure. I believe this is like a power grid. This is really... Like, that totally mangled that. Let's go see. Andy says the blue on the radar is very, very dark over my area. Yeah, Andy, that's what I'm talking about. Potentially 2 to 4 inches for you per hour, according to the region there. Because we are expecting you to get a lot of heavy snow in regard to that. Lewis has 8 months no power. Are you serious? 8 months? Hold on. Lua, you went 8 months without any power from this system? That is crazy. That is absolutely insane. Wow. Good grief. Yeah, look at this. Look at this is a fence here. You can actually see. It's kind of hard to see. Let me actually... Oh, that didn't work. I'm moving my whole screen. There we go. Look, here's the gate. You can see that it's completely enclosed the sides of it with ice. But seriously, that is crazy. Lua, I'm just glad that you made it out okay. I'm sure that was miserable to go through. That's what I'm saying. Ice can stay. I don't like ice. I don't mess with ice. Snow is another thing. Snow's pretty. But ice, no. I don't mess with ice. Okay. So, on that topic, let's take a look here at the models, guys. If you guys are just now joining us, obviously welcome. Hope you guys are having a great day today. So let's take a look here at the Let's take a look here at this real quick. He says, "Wow, yeah, for real, that's crazy. For real, wow." Says, and yeah, it's crazy. That was I could, dude, 8 months without no power. Imagine that from an ice storm. I mean, you're sitting there chilling in summertime, and literally there's still damage from the ice storm the previous winter. That's pretty crazy. Okay, guys, so I want to take a look here at the models. I don't know if we have any new model outputs quite yet. Let's look here. We have a new ECMWF model coming out here. Oh, the new ECMWF model is out now. Okay, so we'll look at that here in a second. First, I want to look at GFS, though. The latest here. Let's go see here. Nothing moved for a month. Roads closed for 3 or more weeks. That's insane. Do you know exactly how much ice fell, Lua? I can imagine a lot. I mean, that image looked pretty bad. Ice storms, I mean, they're kind of pretty. I mean, ice storms are pretty, but they're not worth it, in my opinion. They're kind of a bit too much dangerous. Okay, so here's your GFS model. Let me actually zoom into the Mid-Atlantic view here, because it's kind of, you know, isolated to this model across the Mid-Atlantic. So this model is still showing, you know, that potential of seeing over an inch of ice across bits of the Carolinas here, basically across North Carolina, as well as bits of South, or basically, you know, bits of North Carolina to South Carolina. So honestly, you know, look at this, over an inch of ice. You know, some areas here over an inch and a half, according to this model. That's a lot. You know, it's going to look something kind of similar to that. If an inch of ice does fall, it's going to be pretty bad. So we're actually expecting a very bad ice storm to occur across bits of the Carolinas here. So we do move into ECMWF. This is your new European model. I don't know if we looked at this already, but it's just now starting to export. Just now finished exporting here. But, you know, it's kind of similar to what the other ones had to say. Let's actually switch this over here. Okay, let's see here. Lou said a lot. I don't remember how much. Too much is all I can say. Yeah, it looks like a lot of snow fell there, or a lot of ice. Sorry. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. You know, I've had small ice storms, but nothing compares to what that showed. That's crazy. Now imagine that. Remember what we were looking up earlier about the Idaho ice storm? Now I wonder what that looked like, because you're seeing that one that you saw in Maine from 1998. Imagine what the one from, I believe it was like the 1960s, it said, across Idaho. I wonder what that looked like. In terms, I don't know if there's any pictures out there. We'll have to probably look at that later on. But right now we're taking a look at the models. So this model is still showing over an inch of freezing rain. So there is a lot of agreement that we actually might see over an inch of freezing rain across a lot of these areas here. We are expecting a lot across the regions here. This one actually has it a bit, you know, kind of isolated to the Mid-Atlantic as well. Kind of across bits of, you know, maybe West Virginia into bits of eastern Kentucky, bits of northeastern Georgia, northern South Carolina, bits of North Carolina, as well as south central portions here of Virginia. Kind of showing, you know, a decent amount of ice, you know, definitely impactful. This is definitely extreme ice, you know, especially for these regions down south. These people are not used to all of this ice that's going on across these regions. Andy says, what is my opinion on AccuWeather being accurate? I say that their 3-month forecast is absolutely garbage. And I honestly have kind of a bit of hate towards AccuWeather. I'm sorry to you AccuWeather fans out there. Andy, I don't like AccuWeather. Now, I get that Reed Timmer, I believe, worked with AccuWeather. I like Reed Timmer, but not AccuWeather themselves. Kind of a bit against them, you know, especially because they have that 3 month forecast out there, and people freak out over it. They're like, oh my god, I'm getting snow 3 months out. Dude, you can't even it's hard to forecast like 5 days in the future. I mean, personally, I wouldn't trust anything past 5 days unless there's so much model agreement that it's looking most likely. But, you know, it's honestly bound to change. I mean, honestly, in my opinion, 7-day forecasts are kind of a bit iffy. 10-day forecasts are completely out of the question. But I personally like kind of 3 to 5 day forecasts. Especially 3 days, you kind of have a good idea in terms of 3 days of what to expect. Now, this storm here, I've actually been monitoring for about a week. So, but there has been trends. That's why I've been kind of, you know, that's why I've been saying that this is likely going to occur, and which we're already seeing it happen. You know, this has been the trend in the models in terms of that. So, just going to see. Andy says, I don't like it and overdoes things. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, they have literally a 3-month forecast out there. That's completely useless. I mean, people actually believe that stuff too. It's kind of sad. But you literally go the next one, and it's completely the opposite. You go like, for an example, you go like 2 months out. It says, hey, we're getting snow for this day. Next thing you know, you check it again, and it says 70 degrees and thunderstorms. Like, it changes quite rapidly. It's crazy. Okay, so that was your ECMWF model. Now we're going to take a look here at the NAM model. This is your North American model. This is another American model, like I was saying here. NAM, North American model is what it goes by. So we're taking a look here at the freezing rain again across the Mid-Atlantic view. So this one's still quite an agreement. The heaviest ice accumulation is kind of expected kind of across these areas here. We actually do have some ice storm warnings kind of in effect across bits of the northern portion here of South Carolina here. I can actually show you guys that right now. Let me actually change over here. Give it a second, you all. Let's change it to the National Weather Service hazards real quick. I still have to change it to the hazards, so give me one small second here. So look at this. We have those ice storm. Now, in my opinion, I don't work for the Weather Service at all. But look at this. These are your ice storm warnings. As we were seeing across bits of the models here, let's actually go ahead and change this. Across bits of the models and all, they were showing a lot more snow or a lot more ice kind of falling across. Let me actually make that a little bit smaller for you guys. But they're showing a lot of ice, across bits of northern portions here of South Carolina. They got that right, but personally, wouldn't you think, after seeing all these model outputs, I mean, ECMWF, NAM, and GFS, a lot of the ice does go up into North Carolina too. Potentially, I would, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it does kind of get expanded. I don't want to be surprised if it kind of gets expanded across the region here. So I don't know here. We'll see what happens with this, but right now we have ice storm warnings in effect across these areas here. So we'll just have to continue monitoring this over the next little bit. So guys, that's essentially what we're doing with there. So guys, I'm going to go ahead and take a break here again for a second. Basically trying to catch up with my voice again. The more I talk, the more worn out my voice gets, but we've been live for about 4 hours and 35 minutes. We started dead on at 11. So guys, stay tuned, kind of hang out here for a little bit. I'll be active in chat if you guys want to talk. Feel free to chat down below. If you are new to the channel, consider subscribing, guys. It'll be greatly appreciated. We're trying to reach that 200 subscriber goal by the end of the live stream. That's the ultimate goal. We're at 185, guys. We started off with, I think, 175. Yeah, we started off at 175. So we'll see how that goes. Andy says, "What is my opinion on the Weather Channel?" I think they're yeah. Weather Channel is better. I used to watch the Weather Channel, and honestly, when I was a kid, I used to watch the Weather Channel, especially the Local on the 8s. Some of you guys might know what that is, Local on the 8s, in terms of things. But Local on the 8s, that was my thing back in the day. I haven't watched it in a while with the catchy music they have on there. I'm not gonna lie, I've always been kind of a fan with that. But you know what? That's what we're doing. But guys, we'll be back here momentarily. I do like Weather Channel a lot more, Andy. So way more better than AccuWeather. I want to go ahead and say that. But guys, we'll be back here in about 5 or 10 minutes or so. If you guys are just now joining, like I said, welcome. Stay tuned. Hang tight while we go ahead and take a break here for a second. If you're on the channel, consider subscribing. Also, like I said before, we have our donations in the description below. So any donations greatly appreciated. We're basically just trying to collect a little bit of money. So, kind of give you guys better forecasts. I want to buy some more equipment, more weather equipment for you guys to basically help, get more forecasts out, better graphics, better all types of things. So, but guys, we'll be back here in a few moments, and I'll catch you all here in a moment.
Winds 5 to 10 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Tonight, partly cloudy until midnight, then clearing. Lows 8 to 14 above. Northeast winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Sunday, partly sunny in the morning, then snow and sleet in the afternoon. Snow and sleet accumulation of 1 to 3 inches. Highs in the lower 30s. Northeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 30 miles an hour. Chance of precipitation near 100%. Sunday night, freezing rain, snow and sleet until midnight, then rain with freezing rain likely after midnight. Precipitation may be heavy at times until midnight. Additional snow and sleet accumulation around an inch. Ice accumulation of up to 1/4 of an inch. Lows in the upper 20s. Northeast winds 15 to 20 miles an hour, becoming southeast after midnight. Gusts up to 40 miles an hour. Chance of precipitation near 100%. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, mostly cloudy. A chance of rain, snow and freezing rain. Highs in the lower 40s. Chance of precipitation 50%. Tuesday, mostly clear. Highs in the upper 30s. Lows in the lower 20s. Wednesday, mostly cloudy. Highs in the mid-40s. Lows in the upper 20s. Thursday, mostly cloudy. Highs in the mid-30s. lows around 20. Friday, partly cloudy. Highs in the upper 20s. Lows 15 to 20. This hazardous weather outlook is for the Maryland portion of the Chesapeake Bay, tidal Potomac River, and I-95 corridor through central Maryland, northern Virginia, and District of Columbia. Day 1, this afternoon and tonight. No hazardous weather is expected at this time. Days 2 through 7, Sunday through Friday. A winter weather advisory is in effect for the outlook area with the exception of southern Maryland from Sunday afternoon through early Monday morning. Strong winds may result in isolated wind damage Sunday night through Monday. A gale warning is in effect over the waters during this time. Coastal flood watches have been issued for St. Mary's, Anne Arundel, and Baltimore counties in Maryland, as well as the District of Columbia, Arlington County, and the city of Alexandria for late Sunday night into Monday morning. Spotter information statement. Spotter activation is not expected at this time. Now for the National Weather Service marine forecast for the Chesapeake Bay from Sandy Point to North Beach. This afternoon, north winds 15 knots with gusts to 25 knots. Waves 3 feet. Tonight, northeast winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts to 20 knots. Waves 2 feet. Sunday, northeast winds 15 to 20 knots. Gusts up to 20 knots, increasing to 30 knots in the afternoon. Waves 2 to 3 feet. Rain with snow, freezing rain and sleet likely. Visibility 1 to 3 nautical miles. Sunday night, east winds 20 to 25 knots, becoming southeast after midnight. Gusts up to 40 knots. Waves 4 feet. Rain and freezing rain. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, west winds 15 to 20 knots. Waves 3 feet. A chance of rain in the morning. A chance of snow until midnight. Now for the National Weather Service marine forecast for the tidal Potomac from Key Bridge to Smith Point. This afternoon, north winds 15 knots with gusts to 25 knots. Waves 2 feet. Tonight, northeast winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts to 20 knots. Waves 2 feet. Sunday, northeast winds 15 to 20 knots with gusts to 30 knots. Waves 2 to 3 feet. Snow, rain and sleet. Visibility 1 to 3 nautical miles. Sunday night, east winds 20 to 25 knots, becoming south 15 to 20 knots after midnight. Gusts up to 40 knots. Waves 4 feet. Rain and freezing rain. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, west winds 15 to 20 knots. Waves 3 feet. A chance of rain in the morning. The marine forecast for the coastal waters from Fenwick Island to Chincoteague and out 20 nautical miles. Small craft advisory in effect through Sunday afternoon. Gale watch in effect from Sunday afternoon through Monday evening. This afternoon, north winds 10 to 15 knots. Seas 5 to 6 feet. Dominant period 10 seconds. Tonight, northeast winds 10 to 15 knots. Seas 5 to 6 feet. Dominant period 12 seconds. Sunday, east winds 15 to 20 knots, increasing to 20 to 25 knots late. Seas 4 to 5 feet, building to 6 to 8 feet late. Dominant period 11 seconds. Rain in the afternoon. Sunday night, east winds 25 to 30 knots, becoming southeast 30 to 35 knots after midnight, then becoming south 25 to 30 knots late. Gusts to 45 knots. Seas 13 to 15 feet, subsiding to 11 to 13 feet late. Dominant period 6 seconds. Rain. Monday, southwest winds 25 to 30 knots with gusts to 40 knots. Seas 10 to 13 FT, subsiding to 7 to 9 feet. Dominant period 10 seconds. A chance of rain in the morning. Monday night, west winds 25 to 30 knots, diminishing to 20 to 25 knots late. Gusts to 40 knots. Seas 7 to 9 feet, subsiding to 6 to 7 feet after midnight. Dominant period 10 seconds. Tuesday, west winds 20 to 25 knots, diminishing to 15 to 20 knots in the afternoon. Seas 4 to 5 feet. Tuesday night, northwest winds 10 to 15 knots, becoming southwest 5 to 10 knots after midnight. Seas 3 to 4 feet. Wednesday, southwest winds 15 to 20 knots. Seas 3 to 4 feet. Wednesday night, west winds 10 to 15 knots. seas 5 to 6 feet. A chance of rain after midnight. The latest river levels in the Potomac, Shenandoah, and Rappahannock basins are as follows. All reports are current as of 12 p.m. and are measured in feet. For Potomac River at Shepherdstown, 3.7. Potomac River at Point of Rocks, 2.9. Potomac River at Edwards Ferry, 5.1. Potomac River at Little Falls, 3.8. North Fork Shenandoah River near Strasburg, 2.2. South Fork Shenandoah River at Front Royal, 1.8. Shenandoah River at Millville, 2.7. Rappahannock River at Remington, 3.6. Rappahannock River above Fredericksburg, 2.7. Rapidan River near Culpeper, 1.4. Opecon Creek near Martinsburg, 2.1. Seneca Creek at Dawsonville, 2.1. Goose Creek near Leesburg, 1.9. Monocacy River at Frederick, 2.5. The Northern Virginia Mountain forecast for elevations above 2,000 feet including the Skyline Drive. Winter storm warning in effect from 10 a.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. This afternoon, mostly cloudy. Highs in the mid-20s. Tonight, cold. Partly cloudy. Lows around 8 above. Wind chill values as low as 5 below. Sunday, mostly cloudy. Snow. A slight chance of freezing rain in the afternoon. Snow accumulation of 3 to 5 inches. Highs in the lower 20s. Wind chill values as low as 8 below in the morning. Sunday night, cloudy. Sleet in the evening. Snow and freezing rain. Lows around 20. Windy. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow in the morning. Highs in the lower 30s. Tuesday, mostly clear. Lows around 20. Highs in the mid-30s. Wednesday, mostly cloudy. A chance of rain and snow in the afternoon and evening. Lows around 20. Highs in the lower 40s. This is the NOAA Weather Radio All Hazards Station KHP 36, broadcasting from the National Weather Service Office in Sterling, Virginia, and transmitting on a frequency of 162.550 MHz from an antenna located in Manassas, Virginia. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. Small craft advisory in effect until noon today. Gale watch remains in effect from Sunday afternoon through Monday afternoon. For the small craft advisory, north winds around 10 knots with gusts up to 20 knots. For the gale watch, west winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 30 knots possible. The areas affected include tidal Potomac from Key Bridge to Indian Head, Maryland. The hazardous weather conditions are expected for the small craft advisory until noon today. For the gale watch, from Sunday afternoon through Monday afternoon. Impacts. Strong winds can cause hazardous waves which could capsize or damage vessels and reduce visibility. Mariners should consider altering plans to avoid possible hazardous conditions. Remain in port, seek safe harbor, alter course, and or secure the vessel for severe wind and waves. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following, tidal Potomac from Indian Head to Cobb Island, Maryland. Small craft advisory remains in effect until 6 p.m. this evening. Small craft advisory remains in effect from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Sunday. Gale warning remains in effect from 6 p.m. Sunday to 6 p.m. Monday. For the gale warning, southwest winds 10 to 20 knots with gusts up to 35 knots expected. For the first small craft advisory, north winds around 10 knots. For the second small craft advisory, northeast winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 25 knots expected. The areas affected include tidal Potomac from Indian Head to Cobb Island, Maryland. The hazardous weather conditions are expected for the gale warning from 6 p.m. Sunday to 6 p.m. Monday. For the small craft advisory until 6 p.m. this evening. For the small craft advisory from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Sunday. Impacts. Strong winds will cause hazardous waves which could capsize or damage vessels. Mariners should alter plans to avoid these hazardous conditions. Remain in port, seek safe harbor, alter course, and or secure the vessel for severe conditions. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following, tidal Potomac from Key Bridge to Indian Head, Maryland. small craft advisory remains in effect from noon to 6 p.m. Sunday. Gale warning remains in effect from 6 p.m. Sunday to 6 p.m. Monday. For the gale warning, southwest winds 10 to 20 knots with gusts up to 35 knots expected. For the small craft advisory, northeast winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots expected. The areas affected include tidal Potomac from Key Bridge to Indian Head, Maryland. The hazardous weather conditions are expected for the gale warning from 6 p.m. Sunday to 6 p.m. Monday. For the small craft advisory, from noon to 6 p.m. Sunday. Impacts: strong winds will cause hazardous waves which could capsize or damage vessels. Mariners should alter plans to avoid these hazardous conditions. Remain in port, seek safe harbor, alter course, and/or secure the vessel for severe conditions. The current time is 2:47 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following counties, in Virginia, Augusta, Central Virginia Blue Ridge, Northern Virginia Blue Ridge, Page and Rockingham. Winter storm warning remains in effect from 10 a.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Heavy snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of 5 to 9 inches and ice accumulations of around 0.2 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 40 miles per hour. The areas affected include Central Virginia Blue Ridge and Northern Virginia Blue Ridge, and Augusta, Page and Rockingham counties. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 10 a.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Impacts: travel could be very difficult. The hazardous conditions could impact the morning commute. Additional details: snow may fall at 1 to 3 inches per hour for a time late Sunday, making roads nearly impassable for a time. If you must travel, keep an extra flashlight, food, and water in your vehicle in case of an emergency. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following counties, in Virginia, Albemarle, Culpeper, Greene, Madison, Nelson, Orange, and Rappahannock. Winter storm warning remains in effect from 10 a.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Heavy snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of 3 to 6 inches and ice accumulations of 0.1 to 0.3 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 35 miles per hour. The areas affected include portions of central, northern, and northwest Virginia. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 10 a.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Impacts: power outages and tree damage are likely due to the ice. Travel could be nearly impossible. The hazardous conditions could impact the morning commute. Additional details: snow may fall at 1 to 3 inches per hour for a time late Sunday, making roads nearly impassable for a time. If you must travel, keep an extra flashlight, food, and water in your vehicle in case of an emergency. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following counties, in Virginia, Clark, Frederick, Shenandoah, and Warren, and the following counties, in West Virginia, Berkeley, Jefferson, and Morgan.
Alrighty, guys, we are back. Sorry about that. We're just taking a bit of a break again. So, we are back. We're going to be going over everything once again, the latest information regarding this winter system. If you guys are just now joining us, welcome. Hope you guys are having a great day today. You know, we're honestly really close to reaching our goal of 200 subscribers. You guys have absolutely killed it. I really appreciate you guys so much. It really means a lot to me. So, from the bottom of my heart, guys, thank you so much for everything. Seriously, you guys are the best. So, we're going to be talking about the weather. We're going to talk. Obviously, we're talking about weather, but we're going to be talking about the radar view in terms of current conditions, future condition, basically, future conditions and stuff like that. So, we'll just see how it goes. So, let's go ahead and take a look here at the current radar in terms of what is currently going on across the nation. So, this is the latest information regarding the system as of 2:45 is the latest scan here. So we do have a lot of rain starting to move its way from Mississippi, starting to exit pretty much the western side of Mississippi, and starting to move its way into Alabama. Alabama's probably going to see a lot of rain over the next few hours in terms of things, so we'll just see how that goes. Now, believe it or not, according to this, we actually are seeing a bit of we're actually seeing a bit of snow across bits of, we're actually seeing a bit of snow across the, the Mid-Atlantic region actually over here. I was going to see, Andy just said, now my winter storm warning says 12 to 20 inches, just update. Honestly, that's not surprising. Jeannie says, I'm signing up on Discord to try. Yeah, we actually have our Discord, guys. If you do want to join our Discord, it's actually in the description. You guys can join it and kind of hang out with us after the stream. In terms of that, actually pretty useful. I'm actually, I'm actually on that quite a bit. So if you guys want to hang out or whatever, join our Discord. It's in the description below as well. But we're currently seeing some snow across bits of Arkansas as well, to bits of Oklahoma. It's starting to move its way in towards the kind of the outskirts here of Tulsa. Also across with the southern portion here of Missouri. Currently seeing some snow falling across the region. So that pivot point, like I was saying, that area of low pressure is pretty much just kind of around this area. It's kind of in the pivot point right between that area of low pressure, or that area of low pressure here. So we're getting a lot of moisture is driving its way from the Gulf of Mexico up into the southeast here. It's actually fueling the system. Let me correct mine. Dude, I wish I got more snow out of this. I'm only supposed to get like 2 to 4. See, I'm here in Northern Virginia. I'll actually show you guys kind of where my local area is in terms of the models. Now, a lot of the models are kind of glitching out. We'll actually take a look at that here in a second when we look at the models and stuff. But we're currently seeing, a lot of snow across these areas here. We should have that shot of rain that's currently moving its way down the line too. Now, I want to take a look here at the future radar in terms of what is expected to happen here down the line. So let's take a look at this. So this is basically based off of your NAM 3-kilometer model. This is basically another North American model, just much higher resolution model. It is currently 3 o'clock p.m. So this is kind of the station where we're currently at right now. Some snow currently going on across the southern portion here of Missouri. Currently ongoing, as we did see on the actual radar view. Same thing across bits of eastern parts of Oklahoma and through bits of Arkansas. We are seeing some snow currently falling across the region here. Let's go and see here. Andy says, I think they were early on upgrading a winter storm warning from a watch. Andy, they really did issue your warning first because there's so much confidence in the models. Actually, we're seeing. There's so much confidence in the models that you get a lot of snow out of this. Now, there's actually a lot of winter storm watches before the snow reaches you for places that are supposed to get snow before. If that makes any sense. Basically, the places that are before you they're still in watches and you're in a warning, even though you're further down the line of them. But you just have so much confidence that they just go ahead and issued it out. But, honestly, like I said, it is still a few days out. It's still about a day or so out for you. Maybe a little bit over a day out for you. So it's likely going to change. It might fluctuate a little bit back and forth. It's kind of expected because they do like to do that in terms of things. It really just depends on what this does. Like I said, it really just depends on how much moisture gets kicked into the southeast. Where the central area of low pressure tracks over has a lot to do with it. And essentially, also those, snow bands, potentially heavy snow bands, dropping some pretty crazy snow totals here. Potentially over several inches per hour across the region. So, honestly, that's what we're seeing there. So, guys, please just be safe. Like I said, it's a pretty crazy event. So, all right. So, what we're talking about here in the future radar here, we're taking a look here at the NAM 3-kilometer model, like I was saying here. We actually do have some snow that's currently impacting bits of the Midwest. Tracks its way down into the southeast. We get a whole bunch of rain starting to move its way through across bits of Alabama and through bits of Georgia here. Start getting a lot of that freezing rain and snow to start impacting bits. Basically bits of the Mid-Atlantic view across that kind of pink shaded area. This is basically showing more mixed precipitation, kind of like freezing rain and sleet and snow and rain, kind of a big mess. A lot of slushy conditions probably, but we have a lot of freezing rain. Currently stuff is expected to fall all across the region there. As we actually did see several instances of a lot of the models saying over an inch. Across these regions here. We do track down into the Mid-Atlantic region here for the, kind of the afternoon, kind of right around the afternoon midday hours here of the 16th, tracking its way up to the northeast here for the later nights for 11 o'clock p.m. So, honestly, Andy, you'll probably start getting hit by the system, like I said, maybe around midnight. Tracks its way through the northeast, probably exiting your region here, honestly, probably even by later on or kind of around midday on the 17th. Lua said, how much rain is feeding into the south? A lot. That's all I can say is a lot. Potentially, because it's getting a big kick from the Gulf of Mexico. Take a look here back at the radar view. This is currently going on here. Yeah, we are getting a pretty large kick of moisture here. Jenny just donated 25. Thank you so much, Jenny. You know, honestly, that's greatly appreciated. That's seriously, Jenny, that was so nice of you. Thank you so much for the donation. That seriously means a lot to me, like more than you think. So thank you so much for donating. You are absolutely the best. But across the southeast, you know, we are seeing a lot of rain across the region. Jenny, you seriously just made my day by doing that. So I really, really appreciate it. That means so much to me. Thank you so much once again. I cannot thank you enough. So now your name will be, you know, it'll be on the stream for probably a while because Pilots has been on there since 2021, I believe. I think since December 30th or something like that. But Jenny, once again, thank you so much. Thank you so much for donating. That was greatly appreciated. You didn't have to do that. That was way too kind. But like I was saying, Lua, there's a lot of rain. As you can actually see right here on the radar view, currently moving its way across to the southeast here, tracking its way up north here. It's moving its way towards the Tennessee Valley, you know, kind of falling across the region here. So there is still a lot of snow. It's currently falling along with this region. Lua and Jenny said we appreciate you. Thank you guys so much. You know, seriously, from the bottom of my heart, that means a lot. That was, man, that seriously made my day. It just put a big smile on my face, so thank you so much. Andy says when the snow forecast says 12 to 24, or 12 to 24 inches, people, I'm sure always focus on the 24 inch. Yeah, that is actually true. Everyone, you know, every single time, you know, depending on who you are as a person, depending on if you like snow, if you hate it, if you like snow, obviously you're probably going to want to go for the higher amount. But if you hate snow, you're probably going to think like, nah, I want to get the worst. Jenny says 24 inches. Yeah, you know, honestly, there is a potential we could maybe see up near I can't even talk. Near 2 feet of snow across bits of the western portion here of New York State. Yeah, definitely, there's a possibility, but you know, for my opinion, it's probably not going to reach 2 feet, but I'd say it gets close. I'd say probably around over a foot is definitely a likely scenario. I'd probably say maybe around 18 inches or so, kind of being the best. So that's kind of what I expect there. Jenny says, are the roads salted? The roads are actually salted here in Virginia. I don't know. I'm sure they're probably salted in New York too. Just knowing how much snow they're supposed to get. So, but guys, that's essentially what we're dealing with. Like I said, we do have a lot of moisture driving its way into the region here. Jenny says, I love snow. I 100% agree with you, Jenny. I love snow as well. Snow has always been my favorite. I have so many memories with snow. I mean, like I said before, it sucks to work in, don't get me wrong, but it's beautiful. It's beautiful to watch. Ice, though, on the other hand, like I was saying before, no, don't take ice. Okay, guys, so let's take a look here at the models. I want to go ahead and go over these again with you guys. Andy says, I focus on about 14 to 18 inches for this event. Yeah, honestly, Andy, you are probably right. You're probably right. Jenny says, I'm near D.C. I'm actually near D.C. too. I'm about 40 miles away from D.C. Lewis says, BRB. All right, I'll see you in a minute. So I want to take a look at the models again real quick for you guys in terms of things. I want to take a look here. Take a look at the GFS model first. This is your long-range American model in terms of things. So let's go ahead and load this for you guys. So first, we're going to take a look here at the winter weather side of thing. Let me wait for this to load. Then we're going to go switch over to scenes here. So, all right. So now we're taking a look here at the GFS model. This is your long-range American model. First of all, we're going to take a look here at the country so far in terms of how much snow we are expecting across the nation here. So we do track down in time. This thing will actually load. There we go. So we're honestly getting a decent amount of snowfall possible across the Midwest, into the Tennessee Valley, Mid-Atlantic, and into the Northeast. Now, obviously, you know, like I was saying, we are potentially seeing, you know, well over a foot likely across the western portion here of New York. You know, honestly kind of expected here. In terms of this, though, like I said, 1 to 3 inches according to one model here. But like I said before, you really shouldn't trust these totals 100% based off what this has to say. Kind of get an idea based off of what this model has to say. So basically, you know, 1 to 3 inches is expected kind of across this light blue shaded area, kind of the darker blue shaded area, maybe 3 to 5. And kind of across this pink, maybe 6 to 10 being possible, as well as that. Let's go and see here. Andy says, any ice or sleet for western New York? Andy, I don't believe so. In terms of the models, they didn't really signify that. So you're probably mostly just a snow event because you're kind of backed in behind that system, which, like I said before, you're kind of in that backer cooler air, which allows just for snow to occur. So I don't think you have any threat for ice or sleet. I think your main concern is just your 2 feet of snow potential that you have across the area. But like I was saying here, on the GFS model, honestly, there is kind of a bit of, a lot of different trends. There still is a lot of disagreement between these models, potentially over 12 feet, kind of across these red shaded areas. Now, in terms of your ECMWF model, in terms of this model, with your snowfall, it's a little bit different. Go ahead and load this down the line here. Give it a second. Let me actually go back on here. There we go. So it does show a little bit less for the Tennessee Valley, a little bit more for the Mid-Atlantic region, according to this. Basically for bits of the Mid-Atlantic view, potentially over a foot being possible. Especially across western parts of North Carolina. This is really showing the heavy potential of maybe showing some heavier snowfall, because you got to think the higher you do go up in the atmosphere, the more colder it does get. So obviously it kind of rules out that chance for any warm air kind of getting in the way, which probably allows for more snow to fall across the region. So honestly, my personal opinion, we'll probably see a little bit more snowfall across the upper elevations here of the the Appalachian Mountains here, western portions here of North Carolina here. But like I said, across the pretty much across bits of the region here, maybe over 12 inches is definitely possible across the regions here. But obviously across bits of western New York and through basically northwestern parts of Pennsylvania, well over a foot is definitely possible across these areas. So I want to go and take a look here at one more model, guys, and I'm actually going to take a break here for one more second. I'm sorry I keep on taking a lot of breaks because my voice keeps on messing up. I probably need to go get a drink, so I'll do that here in a second. We're taking a look here at the NAM model. This is your North American model here. I should probably change this here to NAM American. So according to this model, as we were seeing, a lot less across bits of the Tennessee Valley compared to what some of your other models had to say. Maybe up to 12 inches across some of these areas, especially across near the areas here. Maybe some isolated areas, basically across bits of the Tennessee Valley into the Mid-Atlantic region, into the Northeast. Andy says, my area models look super duper confident. Yeah, Andy, they are. Honestly, you're pretty much locked in at this point. Because they were even showing this yesterday. I don't know if you're looking at models yesterday, but yesterday they were showing this even happening as well across the region. So honestly, definitely kind of crazy. Okay, guys, so we're going to take a break here for a second. Like I said, I'm sorry. My voice starts to get a little bit messed up. I need to take a breather for a second. Also need to go get a drink. So, guys, I'll be back here in about 5 or 10 minutes. I probably won't be too long, or won't be gone for too long. So, guys, we'll be back here in a few moments, and I'll see you guys here in a second.
District of Columbia. Day 1. This afternoon.
I didn't mean to switch it to the ending. Sorry about that.
Weather is expected at this time. Days 2 through 7, Sunday through Friday. A winter weather advisory is in effect for the Outlook area with the exception of southern Maryland from Sunday afternoon through early Monday morning. Strong winds may result in isolated wind damage Sunday night through Monday. A gale warning is in effect over the waters during this time. Coastal flood watches have been issued for St. Mary's in the Arundel and Baltimore counties in Maryland, as well as the District of Columbia, Arlington County, and the city of Alexandria for late Sunday night into Monday morning. Spotter information statement. Spotter activation is not expected at this time. Now for the National Weather Service marine forecast for the Chesapeake Bay from Sandy Point to North Beach. This afternoon, north winds 15 knots with gusts to 25 knots. Waves 3 feet. Tonight, northeast winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts to 20 knots. Waves 2 feet. Sunday, northeast winds 15 to 20 knots. Gusts up to 20 knots, increasing to 30 knots in the afternoon. Waves 2 to 3 feet. Rain with snow, freezing rain and sleet likely. Visibility 1 to 3 nautical miles. Sunday night, east winds 20 to 25 knots, becoming southeast after midnight. Gusts up to 40 knots. Waves 4 feet. Rain and freezing rain. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, west winds 15 to 20 knots. Waves 3 feet. A chance of rain in the morning. A chance of snow until midnight. Now for the National Weather Service marine forecast for the tidal Potomac from Key Bridge to Smith Point. This afternoon, north winds 15 knots with gusts to 25 knots. Waves 2 feet. Tonight, northeast winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts to 20 knots. Waves 2 feet. Sunday, northeast winds 15 to 20 knots with gusts to 30 knots. Waves 2 to 3 feet. Snow, rain and sleet. Visibility 1 to 3 nautical miles. Sunday night, east winds 20 to 25 knots, becoming south 15 to 20 knots after midnight. Gusts up to 40 knots. Waves 4 feet. Rain and freezing rain. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. West winds 15 to 20 knots. Waves 3 feet. A chance of rain in the morning. The Northern Virginia mountain forecast for elevations above 2,000 feet, including the Skyline Drive. Winter storm warning in effect from 10 a.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. This afternoon, mostly cloudy. Highs in the mid-20s. Tonight, cold. Partly cloudy. Lows around 8 above. Wind chill values as low as 5 below. Sunday, mostly cloudy. Snow. A slight chance of freezing rain in the afternoon. Snow accumulation of 3 to 5 inches. Highs in the lower 20s. Wind chill values as low as 8 below in the morning. Sunday night, cloudy. Sleet in the evening. Snow and freezing rain. Lows around 20. Windy. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow in the morning. Highs in the lower 30s. Tuesday, mostly clear. Lows around 20. Highs in the mid-30s. Wednesday, mostly cloudy. A chance of rain and snow in the afternoon and evening. Lows around 20. Highs in the lower 40s. This is the NOAA Weather Radio All-Hazard Station KHP36, broadcasting from the National Weather Service Office in Sterling, Virginia, and transmitting on a frequency of 162.550 MHz from an antenna located in Manassas, Virginia. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following, tidal Potomac from Indian Head to Cobb Island, Maryland. Small craft advisory remains in effect until 6 p.m. this evening. Small craft advisory remains in effect from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Sunday. Gale warning remains in effect from 6 p.m. Sunday to 6 p.m. Monday. For the gale warning, southwest winds 10 to 20 knots with gusts up to 35 knots expected. For the first small craft advisory, north winds around 10 knots. For the second small craft advisory, northeast winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 25 knots expected. The areas affected include tidal Potomac from Indian Head to Cobb Island, Maryland. The hazardous weather conditions are expected for the gale warning from 6 p.m. Sunday to 6 p.m. Monday. For the small craft advisory until 6 p.m. this evening. For the small craft advisory from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Sunday. Impacts. Strong winds will cause hazardous waves which could capsize or damage vessels. Mariners should alter plans to avoid these hazardous conditions. Remain in port, seek safe harbor, alter course, and or secure the vessel for severe conditions. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following.
Alrighty, guys, I am back. Sorry about that. Should be good back, or we should be back here for good for a little bit. If you guys are just now joining us, welcome. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day today. Hope you guys are doing great here. So we're going to be doing basically what we've been doing here for pretty much a lot of the stream here. I don't know if we have any new models out yet. We don't have new wrap models out. Oh, we'll take a look at that too. I guess we'll take a look at a few more models. We have a lot more models to look at this time. So, guys, if you're just now joining, like I said, welcome. Hope you guys are having a great day. So today's member of the day goes to Jenny, of course, for that $25 donation. That was greatly appreciated, Jenny. Seriously, you made my day today, and I really, really appreciate it. So thank you absolutely so much from the bottom of my heart. That was very, very nice of you. Okay, so we're going to talk about the radar view real quick. We're going to go ahead and take a look here at the radar. Jenny says, yikes, you stay safe and warm. Hope power stays on. Yeah, you know, especially for, I kind of expect a lot of power outages to occur across the Carolinas with all that ice. But we'll see how that goes. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look here at the radar view in terms of what is currently going on. So we actually do have a bit of snow shower activity across bits of the mid-Atlantic view here. Basically across bits of southern Missouri into Arkansas, as well as bits of Oklahoma. Currently seeing some snow across these regions here. Now, you can kind of see right where that pivot point, like I was talking about, kind of right where this area of low pressure is located here. Basically, all this moisture evecting itself north into the system here. We got a lot of cold air really backing way down here. Backing its way down here behind the system. So obviously we are seeing, you know, that pretty much happen there. So, that's essentially how these systems work. Is behind it you got cold air, which is allowing for the snow to form here, and in front of it you have the warm air from the Gulf of Mexico, which is allowing for, the rain to fall across the southeast. Let's go and see. Jenny says, you made my day. I'm glad, Jenny. You made mine too. So thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Lewis says, congratulations, Jenny. Yeah, seriously, thank you so much, Jenny. That was very, very kind of you. I really, really appreciate it. So, like I was saying, though, we actually do see some snow falling across bits of the Mid-Atlantic view as well. Kind of across bits of the Carolinas here and through bits of the Mid-Atlantic view. Maybe seeing some snow showers. I mean, I can look outside right now. It is pretty overcast here. According to this model, it does show, or according to the satellite, or, dude, my mind's all over the place. It's been a long day, guys. According to the radar, okay? This is showing, some snow falling across bits of the Mid-Atlantic. Jenny says, hey, I'm glad to be here. I hope you all don't lose electricity. Well, I'm supposed to get about, what, 2 to 4 inches is what I'm expecting. So, it's no big snow, but, honestly, it's snow. I'll take it. I'm not complaining, It would be nice to get better snow, but, honestly, it's better than nothing at all, which, that's definitely good news. All right, so that's what we're talking about in terms of things. I want to take a look here at the past radar in terms of what has happened here back in time, back a little bit before. So we'll go and take a look here. We'll go ahead and change these over here. We'll go ahead and go back to the composite radar real quick, guys. Let's go and take a look at this. So looking back here at the past radar, this is essentially what has happened before. I need to go ahead and, not moving that. I need to move this radar view a little bit here. Is Western New York going to get the most snow? Andy, there is a lot of other places that has the potential of seeing maybe up to a foot of snow being possible. There's some models that are showing that support across bits of Tennessee, the Ohio Valley, and the Mid-Atlantic. Also bits of the Northeast here. So, you're probably, in terms of the models, you're seeing the most snow out of everything. I think you're probably going to get the most snow out of this storm in total. Honestly, that's what you're seeing there. So, yeah, you probably are getting the most out of the system. We'll just have to wait and see in terms of the observed snowfall. I'm sure in one of our daily videos we'll do after the system impacts the country. We'll do a recap in terms of the system for sure. Let's see. Jenny, me too. It would be life-threatening here if it does. Andy, it looks like it. Stay safe and warm. Lua, I'm worried about you. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Lua, Lua and Andy, you guys are both supposed to get. You guys are both supposed to get a lot of snowfall from this. So, guys, just stay safe. Guys, I hope you guys stay safe in terms of things. Make sure you are prepared for the storm. Right now is the time to prepare for this. This is a pretty mean-looking system. So, we're taking a look here at the past radar view in terms of, basically the history of the system. It kind of started off across the northern plains, tracked its way through bits of the Midwest, slowing down across the southeast. Eventually, it's going to do something like this, track its way off. So, like I was saying here, you can really start to see that, that cyclonic motion. As we start to approach the Gulf here, it's getting a lot more moisture, and this storm's actually strengthening. And the models actually did pick up it was supposed to strengthen here for quite some time. So, honestly, this is what we're saying here. It's going to eventually track its way to the southeast here. It's supposed to track its way to the southeast. A lot of ice for the Mid-Atlantic, for bits of the Mid-Atlantic into the Carolinas here, kind of across the border between North and South Carolinas. As well as a lot of snow is kind of expected pretty much just the western portion here of New York State for areas such as Buffalo. Definitely for like Andy, who's being impacted by this. So, guys, just please stay safe during the storm. Let's see. Lewis says, we go to the hospital in most storms, but we can't because of the sickness. Yeah, that's very true. That's very, very true. How do y'all prepare for this? You go to the hospital. So, honestly, what I would recommend, guys, before a winter system, make sure your cars are filled up with gas in case if there's an emergency you have to go somewhere. I recommend, stocking up on food and stuff, just to have your essential items that you need to live on a daily basis. For a few days. I mean, it's not going to be like, a month or so. It's just going to be maybe a few days as the roads start to, get cleared. Especially for the Carolinas. We're expecting a lot of ice, but I do, in fact, believe not too far after the system, the temperatures will get above freezing, which will help melt this pretty quickly. I'll actually take a look at that here in a second. But right here, this is currently where we're seeing this rain system. This is the current snow system that we're currently seeing impact the country here. Let's go and see. Andy says, do you know David Slaughter? I don't know how to spell it. Yes, I do know him, actually. I've seen a few of his videos. He's pretty good, too. Now, the only one I don't really like, and you guys are probably going to hate me for this. Honestly, I'm not a big fan of direct weather. He's not really my favorite. I think Ryan Hall is my favorite out of all of them. You know, David Slaughter isn't bad. I have no hate against him, but you know, Direct Weather, in my opinion, kind of overdoes it a little bit. If you ask me, um, that's just my personal opinion. Let's go see. Jenny says, "I'm praying for y'all." Yeah, guys, prayers goes out to all of you guys being affected by this. It's kind of crazy. So, like I was saying, we actually are seeing some severe weather as well from the system across the southeast. We'll actually take a look at the storm prediction here in a second in terms of that. So, all right, so guys, let's take a look here at the future radar in terms of things. Let's see what we're dealing with in terms of a future projection here. So it's currently 3:18. Let me actually go ahead and change the future radar here. Go ahead and zoom up a little bit here. Let's change this to 3 kilometer again. Okay, so 18Z is now out. We're just now starting to get the new NAM 3 kilometer model out. That's good. But this is for 8 o'clock, so we need to move back just a little bit here for 3 o'clock p.m. So, according to this, we are actually seeing, you know, some snowfall across bits of Missouri as well as bits of Arkansas. Across this region here, a little bit of advection going on, a lot of moisture driving its way across bits of the southeast here. Tracking its way down the line here across bits of, you know, areas such as Mississippi, Alabama, into bits of Georgia here. Seriously, that's what we're seeing here. So, and basically, you know, what we're seeing is some mixture of snow and sleet going on across bits of, you know, the Mid-Atlantic view here for basically bits of, you know, South Carolina and North Carolina, kind of around the borderline, with like the models were saying, potentially over an inch across a lot of these areas here. So we do track down in time here, basically for, you know, around the noon hours here for the 16th for tomorrow. You know, the snow will start to move its way into the heart here of bits of the Mid-Atlantic view. That's as far as the model goes, but that's essentially what we're dealing with there. We can really see this really sharp cold front. Let me actually zoom into this. Let's take a look here at a different region. Let's go down to the southeast. I want to show you guys how sharp this cold front is. Look at this. So this cold front is expected to fire off some thunderstorms, potentially maybe some tornadoes across bits of, you know, the panhandle here, moving its way in through bits of, you know, Florida as general. So like I said, we actually do have that. Track here. You know, that area of low pressure tracking over, you know, the western coast here of Florida, with some thunderstorm impacts being possible. Kind of glitches out here. You can kind of see it's a little messed up, but you know, honestly, that's what we're seeing. Andy says, where is the low most likely going to track? Well, or most likely to track. So, let me actually do something I have not done yet in terms of things. This is pretty smart. I really haven't seen anyone do this at all. So, we're going to do something a little bit new here. We're going to take a look here at the models here, GFS, real quick. I'm going to change this to precipitation. So this one is for you, Andy. I want to show you just exactly what we're about. Oh, didn't mean to do that. I don't know what's going on here. Just back over, let's see. Jenny says, tornadoes and snow, crazy times. Yeah, tornadoes are possible. We actually do have a 5% chance of seeing tornadoes every single 25 miles. It repeats like a grid every single 25 miles across the coastal area here of Florida. Like I said, we'll get to that here in a second. So he wants to know in terms of, Andy wants to know in terms of, you know, where's this track most likely going to occur. So we're taking a look here at the GFS model. We'll go ahead and plot a point here. This is where that area of low pressure is located at. Expected to track its way across bits of the areas here. So we'll go ahead and say, mark a little point here. You can kind of probably see what I'm doing here. This one's kind of showing that area of low pressure track its way up here. Further down the line, kind of tracking its way a little bit more. It will kind of put a dot right here between those two areas of low pressure. Line of best fit at its finest here. And then another one up here. Kind of where that center of low pressure is. So, based off of this model here, this is what we're seeing here. So I'll go ahead and draw the line. This is your GFS model. Remember, blue is GFS. Go ahead and connect the dots here. So this is kind of what the GFS model has to say. Figure this was quite smart in terms of things. Now we'll overlay this here in a second. So it kind of, you know, you can remember here, a little reference point here. The blue line's just above the northeastern quadrant here of Louisiana. So now we can zoom up a little bit. Take a look at the European model. So now we're taking a look at the Euro model. So you see it's right here at the same point. Now we're taking a look here. So obviously in the beginning frames, I mean, obviously it's a lot more similar in terms because it is a bit more, you know, a lot more agreement. But this one actually has that low diving much more south, it looks like, according to this. But whoa, look at that. That really has it diving its way off. Kind of starting around the same point. Oh, I should probably get a new marker here. Kind of around the same point here to here. Let's go and see here. Drives way to the north here. You know, it's kind of similar in terms of things. Maybe a little bit more east in the area here. We'll go ahead and zoom up a little bit further. Lewis says millibar dropping, not good. Yeah, whenever you see dropping like this, it shows that the area of low pressure is strengthening. And guys, with a pressure equivalent of around 981 millibars here, with a pressure, with a pressure of around 981 millibars, it's actually kind of equivalent to a Category 1 hurricane's pressure. Now, obviously, this is not a hurricane, but because this is a much broader, much wider area of low pressure than a really tight, compact hurricane. But this is basically, more of a wider, but the pressure is still around the same in terms of that. But it's gathering a whole bunch of, a lot of moisture here. So we do track down even further here. We'll go ahead and draw another line up here for ECMWF. Jenny says, I'm learning so much on this channel. Wow. Well, I'm glad. It's good. I'm glad that you are learning stuff. So then we move down further. It kind of does a really steep dive. This model is a lot different. So you can kind of see what I'm talking about here. There is a big gap. Now, obviously, when it's crossing about, across the southeast, it's quite similar, but there is that gap here. This is what I'm worried about. It can really alter the accumulations. If it takes this track, we're probably going to get more snow to the west. If it takes this track, we're going to get more snow to the east, according to this. Okay, so remember the reference point right here above the northeastern portion here of Louisiana. Now, let's take a look here at the GDPS. This is your Canadian model. This is your long-range Canadian model here. So same thing, kind of starting off. We'll actually start this as red because, Canada, red, kind of makes sense. Let's go ahead and see here. Andy says, I see pink on the radar in western New York. I think it will not happen. Let's see. Are you looking at the live radar view, or are you looking at when I was looking at the models? I don't know. Oh, yeah. So the pink here, this is kind of a different pink, if that makes sense. This is showing more heavier snowfall. You can kind of see here, and this little bar. Oh, you can't see that. Let me actually do something real quick. So I'm going to move this down a little bit. You can kind of see that line right here. So the snow I was telling you about, the pink, it does go in pink, believe it or not. Across, once it gets kind of heavy, that's just showing really, really heavy snow. So that pink you're probably seeing there is just probably really heavy snow. Like I was saying, we are potentially seeing maybe several inches per hour. Oh god, now my thing's being all messed up. Oh well, that's all right. But regarding to things, like I was saying here, this is your GDPS model. So this is your Canadian model. So let's go ahead and line back up with our reference point here. So same thing as expected. This was actually expected to dive down a lot more further south compared to what a lot of these other models had to say. This one has to go down a lot further south. Kind of diving in between, it looks like, these models for the most part. So we kind of have a line of best fit here. Dive its way up here into northern. Yeah, basically up here. Oh, that was kind of bad. Probably do that a little bit better. That pink is not ice/sleet. Yeah. That pink you're seeing on this view right here, this is heavy snow. Because see, it gets really dark blue, and then eventually changes into pink, just showing that it's even heavier there. So that's what I'm saying. You're probably going to see a lot of heavy snow impacts with this system. So then this thing does drive its way down here, in through bits of the region here. Then further down the line, kind of moves its way up here. So we'll just go ahead and connect the dots here. So this one has, the GDPS model has it diving much, much, much more deeper here. Kind of going right between these two models, kind of going ahead of this one and going back here. Back up to right there. Lewis says heavy snow. Yeah, it's heavy snow for that region there. So you can obviously see the differences in the tracks here. So at least between the yellow and the blue right here, that's at least a 100-mile gap, which that would throw off accumulations a lot. That's what I'm telling you guys. It's, we're right here on this really steep gradient across where I'm at locally, across the Mid-Atlantic view. So obviously it's kind of questionable. We could either get a lot or a little bit, and that's where these models are kind of having a hard time keeping up right now. So this one doesn't have the reflectivity, unfortunately, but we can still take a look at NAM. I believe this one has it. Precipitation type here. So this one is a much more higher resolution model. Same thing. So we see that pivot point here right across to Arkansas. Let me go ahead and change the radar view. So as we were seeing our pivot point, like we were talking about our marker here, right here, this is where we were looking at. You can really see that pivot point though. See where the rotation kind of wraps around here? And you got that rotation wrapping back around here. So obviously there is currently that going on across the region. So that's live. That's where it's currently at the moment. Now, if we change back to our view here, basically in terms of our ECMWF, let's go ahead and change that real quick. So now we're taking a look here at the NAM model. Let's see. Let's go back to the NAM. So a little bit further down here. Yeah, I messed up my whole scene, but I can fix it at the end of the stream. But basically, what's going to happen here is that this one shows it diving down even lower. So you see what I'm saying, guys? There's so much disagreement still in between this. You know, a lot of the models in terms of accumulations are kind of messing up here. This one has it going way more north here. Look at that. Shooting like a well. That's like a sharp turn here. Look, see, this one has it going right off the coast here, right off near Virginia Beach. Let's see, Andy, I'm northeast of you. So then it goes even further north here. So this one has it going more west, which might be more snow for you, Andy. Across the region here. Track this way more up here, and through bits of this region. Where is my marker? Oh, it's right up here. So you can kind of see what I'm talking about. You guys kind of get the point here. So here's something we do. This is what we call the line of best fit. Basically, it takes an average of all your models. So if you were to take an average, it would kind of follow similar to this black line at first. So this is kind of what we were expecting in terms of the majority of the models here. Kind of cuts right up in here. So this is kind of what we're expecting, this orange line. I should probably do that. The orange line is kind of the mean area, basically the average area of where all these models kind of intersect here. So obviously this is probably the most agreeable track we can kind of predict out of these models, because each different model has its own equations. It uses different algorithms. So, you know, that's essentially how that works in terms of things. Let's go and see here. Andy says, what is the most accurate model? Well, actually, believe it or not, the ECMWF is known to be the most accurate model in terms of things. The GFS and the ECMWF are kind of neck and neck. Those are the two most accurate models, as you can say. But obviously, you know, there is some flaws still that can happen. I've seen it personally when I've been forecasting for many years now. Across bits of from GFS, you know, I've seen, you know, a lot less than what the models have said, and I've also seen a lot more, and I've also seen many times it's been right. That really goes for all models, though. A lot of models have their downs and their ups, and but from the most consistent, the GFS and the ECMWF definitely takes the cake for being the most accurate of all of them. Personally, you know, from what I've heard more is that the ECMWF is number 1, GFS is number 2 in terms of this. And obviously, we have another product called the National Weather Service blend of models. Basically, what that one does is it takes a whole bunch of model outputs, blends them together, kind of give you the best bet in terms of what you might expect down the line. So, guys, if you're just now joining us, welcome. Hope you guys are having a great day today. Hope you guys are doing good. If you are new to the channel, you know, consider subscribing, guys. We're almost at 200 subscribers. We're at 185. Can you believe it? You guys are awesome. You know, thank you so much. And like I said, the person of the day goes to Jenny for giving that $25 donation. That was so very, very nice of you. So thank you so much for that. Once again, you know, seriously, that really made my day again. Okay, so guys, that's essentially what we're dealing with here. You know, honestly, I believe we can probably hit this 200 goal by the end of the live stream. What do y'all think? I feel like it's possible. So which colors are those models? That's a good question. I think I started off with blue. I think that was GFS. The yellow was ECMWF. The red was GDPS, and the black was the average of all models that I took. So blue GFS, yellow ECMWF European, and the red GDPS Canadian. Pretty sure that's how it went. Could be wrong, but I'm 99% sure that that's how it was. Jenny says you are the person of the day. No, you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, guys. So, you know, that's essentially what we're dealing with here. You know, I'm probably going to take a break here again for a second. Andy says, where would the low need to go for western New York to not get much snow? That's a good question. It would need to go more east. Yeah, Lua is right. It needs to go more east. Or, I mean, really, Lua, it could go either way. If it goes way more west, you would just get rain because you'd be inside that warm sector. If it goes way more east, you'll probably get still some snow, but not as much. So you're half right. You're half right in terms of that. I mean, really either way, but mostly to the east. All right, so guys, we're going to take a break here for a second again. You know, sorry I've been taking a lot of breaks. It's just, you know, I've been live since 11, so what is that, 5 hours? Wait, no, 4 hours. Yeah, four and a half hours, guys, I've been live. It's crazy. I think I'm pushing near the longest live stream I've ever done. I do plan on live streaming for a lot of the day. Today, I do plan on doing a little bit more. All right, guys, so we'll be back here in a few minutes. Take care. Hope you guys have a wonderful day. I'm not ending it, though. I want to make sure. Hope you guys are doing great.
you guys are having a great day. If you're new to the channel, consider subscribing, guys. It's greatly appreciated. And guys, I'll be back here in a moment.
Gusting as high as 50 miles per hour. The areas affected include in Maryland, Frederick, Maryland, and Washington counties. In Virginia, northern Fauquier and western Loudoun counties. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 1 p.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Impacts, power outages, and tree damage are likely due to the ice. Travel could be nearly impossible. The hazardous conditions could impact the morning commute. Gusty winds could bring down tree branches. Additional details, snow may fall at 1 to 3 inches per hour for a time late Sunday, making roads nearly impassable for a time. If you must travel, keep an extra flashlight, food, and water in your vehicle in case of an emergency. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following county, Spotsylvania, Virginia. Winter weather advisory remains in effect from 10 a.m. Sunday to 1 a.m. Monday. Snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of 1 to 3 inches and ice accumulations of up to 0.2 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 35 miles per hour. The areas affected include Spotsylvania County. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 10 a.m. Sunday to 1 a.m. Monday. Impacts, plan on slippery road conditions. Slow down and use caution while traveling. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following county, District of Columbia, and the following counties, in Maryland, Carroll, Central and Southeast Howard, Central and Southeast Montgomery, Northern Baltimore, Northwest Hartford, Northwest Howard, Northwest Montgomery, Southeast Hartford, and Southern Baltimore, and the following counties, in Virginia, Arlington Falls Church and Alexandria, Eastern Loudoun, Fairfax, Prince William, Manassas and Manassas Park, Southern Fauquier, and Stafford. Winter weather advisory remains in effect from 1 p.m. Sunday to 1 a.m. Monday. Snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of 1 to 3 inches and ice accumulations of around 0.1 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 45 miles per hour. The areas affected include the District of Columbia, portions of Central, North Central, Northeast and Northern Maryland and Northern Virginia. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 1 p.m. Sunday to 1 a.m. Monday. Impacts, plan on slippery road conditions. Slow down and use caution while traveling. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following counties, in Maryland, Anne Arundel, Charles and Prince George's, and King George, Virginia. Winter weather advisory remains in effect from 1 p.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday. Snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of up to 2 inches and ice accumulations of a light glaze. Winds gusting as high as 40 miles per hour. The areas affected include, in Maryland, Charles, Prince George's, and Anne Arundel counties. In Virginia, King George County. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 1 p.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday. Impacts, plan on slippery road conditions. Slow down and use caution while traveling. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. The 3 p.m. observation in Washington. At Reagan National Airport, partly sunny skies. The temperature was 27 degrees Fahrenheit, or -3 degrees Celsius. Dew point 0. Humidity was 31%. Winds were north at 9 miles an hour, producing a wind chill of 18, and the barometric pressure was 30.34 inches or 1,027.4 millibars, and rising. Now for some observations from the surrounding area. At BWI Airport, partly sunny skies. Temperature 25. Winds north at 9 miles an hour, producing a wind chill of 15. At Charlottesville, fair skies. 33. at Dulles Airport, cloudy. Temperature 27 degrees. Winds north at 10 miles an hour, producing a wind chill of 17. At Fredericksburg, fair. Temperature 30. At Martinsburg, fair skies. 25. Winds north at 7 miles an hour. At Norfolk, fair. Temperature 30 degrees. At Ocean City, fair skies. It was 26 degrees. At Pawtuxet River Naval Air Station, partly sunny. Temperature 28. At Quantico, fair skies. Temperature 30. Winds north at 10 miles an hour. For Richmond, partly sunny skies. It was 32. At Roanoke, cloudy. Temperature 35 degrees. At Winchester, fair. Temperature 27. At New York, fair skies. 20. At Philadelphia, cloudy skies. 25. At Raleigh, cloudy skies. 39. Now for a few observations on the waters. At Washington Channel, the wind was north at 5 knots, and the water temperature was 37 degrees. At Piney Point, the wind was north at 9 knots. At Thomas Point, the wind was northwest at 12 knots, gusting to 14, and the water temperature was 38 degrees. Here is a look at the weather features that will affect the region over the next several days. With Canadian high pressure situated to our north, an Arctic air mass will remain in place overnight. Low pressure will then strengthen and approach the area Sunday before passing through Sunday night. Snow and ice accumulation is expected across portions of the area during this time. The low pressure will depart to the northeast Monday as high pressure builds along the southeast coast into the middle portion of next week. Now for the official National Weather Service forecast for the Washington metro area and the surrounding KHB listening area. This afternoon, mostly cloudy. Highs in the upper 20s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Tonight, partly cloudy until midnight, then clearing. Lows 8 to 14 above. Northeast winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Sunday, partly sunny in the morning, then snow and sleet in the afternoon. Snow and sleet accumulation of 1 to 3 inches. Highs in the lower 30s. Northeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 30 miles an hour. Chance of precipitation near 100%. Sunday night, freezing rain, snow and sleet until midnight, then rain with freezing rain likely after midnight. Precipitation may be heavy at times until midnight. Additional snow and sleet accumulation around an inch. Ice accumulation of up to 1/4 of an inch. Lows in the upper 20s. Northeast winds 15 to 20 miles an hour, becoming southeast after midnight. Gusts up to 40 miles an hour. Chance of precipitation near 100%. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, mostly cloudy. A chance of rain, snow and freezing rain. Highs in the lower 40s. Chance of precipitation 50%. Tuesday, mostly clear. Highs in the upper 30s. Lows in the lower 20s. Wednesday, mostly cloudy. Highs in the mid-40s. Lows in the upper 20s. Thursday, mostly cloudy. Highs in the mid-30s. Lows around 20. Friday, partly cloudy. Highs in the upper 20s. Lows 15 to 20. The latest river levels in the Potomac, Shenandoah, and Rappahannock basins are as follows. All reports are current as of 12 p.m. and are measured in feet. For Potomac River at Shepherdstown, 3.7. Potomac River at Point of Rocks, 2.9. Potomac River at Edwards Ferry, 5.1. Potomac River at Little Falls, 3.8. North Fork Shenandoah River near Strasburg, 2.2. South Fork Shenandoah River at Front Royal, 1.8. Shenandoah River at Millville, 2.7. Rappahannock River at Remington, 3.6. Rappahannock River above Fredericksburg, 2.7. Rapidan River near Culpeper, 1.4. Opequon Creek near Martinsburg, 2.1. Seneca Creek at Dawsonville, 2.1. Goose Creek near Leesburg, 1.9. Monocacy River at Frederick, 2.5. This is the NOAA Weather Radio All Hazard Station KHP36, broadcasting from the National Weather Service office in Sterling, Virginia, and transmitting on a frequency of 162.550 MHz from an antenna located in Manassas, Virginia. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following, tidal Potomac from Indian Head to Cobb Island, Maryland. Small craft advisory remains in effect until 6 p.m. this evening. Small craft advisory remains in effect from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Sunday. Gale warning remains in effect from 6 p.m. Sunday to 6 p.m. Monday. For the gale warning, southwest winds 10 to 20 knots with gusts up to 35 knots expected. For the first small craft advisory, north winds around 10 knots. For the second small craft advisory, northeast winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 25 knots expected. The areas affected include tidal Potomac from Indian Head to Cobb Island, Maryland. The hazardous weather conditions are expected for the gale warning from 6 p.m. Sunday to 6 p.m. Monday. For the small craft advisory until 6 p.m. this evening. For the small craft advisory from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Sunday. Impacts. Strong winds will cause hazardous waves which could capsize or damage vessels. Mariners should alter plans to avoid these hazardous conditions. Remain in port, seek safe harbor, alter course, and or secure the vessel for severe conditions. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following, tidal Potomac from Key Bridge to Indian Head, Maryland. Small craft advisory remains in effect from noon to 6 p.m. Sunday. Gale warning remains in effect from 6 p.m. Sunday to 6 p.m. Monday. For the gale warning, southwest winds 10 to 20 knots with gusts up to 35 knots expected. For the small craft advisory, northeast winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots expected. The areas affected include tidal Potomac from Key Bridge to Indian Head, Maryland. The hazardous weather conditions are expected for the gale warning from 6 p.m. Sunday to 6 p.m. Monday. For the small craft advisory from noon to 6 p.m. Sunday. Impacts. Strong winds will cause hazardous waves which could capsize or damage vessels. Mariners should alter plans to avoid these hazardous conditions. Remain in port, seek safe harbor, alter course, and or secure the vessel for severe conditions. The current time is 3:44 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following counties, in Virginia, Augusta, Central Virginia Blue Ridge, Northern Virginia Blue Ridge, Page and Rockingham. Winter storm warning remains in effect from 10 a.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Heavy snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of 5 to 9 inches and ice accumulations of around 0.2 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 40 miles per hour. The areas affected include Central Virginia Blue Ridge and Northern Virginia Blue Ridge, and Augusta, Page and Rockingham counties. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 10 a.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Impacts. Travel could be very difficult. The hazardous conditions could impact the morning commute. Additional details. Snow may fall at 1 to 3 inches per hour for a time late Sunday, making roads nearly impassable for a time.
Alrighty, guys, we are back. Sorry about that. Just another daily scheduled break here. Let's see here. So we're going to talk about those winds. I remember I was in chat talking with you guys, and we were talking about, I've heard some rumors of 100-mile-per-hour winds. So let's go ahead and put that rumor to rest, and let's see if it's real or not. So let's go ahead and take a look here at the GFS model. This is your American model. Obviously, I have to change it to the GFS first. But in terms of winds, go ahead and change to wind here. We'll also, it's showing pretty heavy winds here. But I want to change it also to a local sector here in, not Pennsylvania. I clicked on the wrong one. But the one across bits of New York. And let's see what we're dealing with here. So, go ahead and go down the line. So this does show in knots still. So we'll just have to convert knots. No biggie. So I don't think it, I mean, obviously it's probably going to get windy from this. It's being a little bit slow out loads. It's being a little bit, windy. It's definitely going to be windy, but I don't think we're going to see 100-mile-per-hour winds. Now, maybe near the coast, it'll be a little bit more stronger. But yet again, I don't know if it's about 100 miles per hour. because look at this. This is showing the coastlines. I mean, obviously the water is flat, right? The water's flat, doesn't have mountains, doesn't have terrain, so the wind can flow easily without hitting obstacles. So here's that area of low pressure. You can really see it right there slamming against the coast here. I mean, there'll probably be some coastal flooding with this. Because we're having, basically what happens is you get the winds that push all this water towards the shore. So obviously your water level is going to be much higher, for one, across the regions there. But two, it's going to be windy. I mean, this is showing 50 knots, potentially 50 knots across some of these areas here, according to this model. So 50 knots is about 55, 60 miles per hour, I'm pretty sure. Gusts, yeah, Andy, gusts might be higher. Here we go, wind gusts. Let's take a look at these. Yeah, there we go. This is what we want to look at here. Yeah, maybe it's gusts, maybe not. You could have wind gusts, but we're talking like a sustained wind. So let's go ahead and go back here real quick. Let's see, go through New York again. We'll put this to rest. Let's go and see what this has to say. So it kind of lightens down a little bit. Oh, yeah. I mean, still, wow, look at that. 65. Dang, you can barely see that, guys. There we go. Look at that. 65 mile per hour wind gust near here. Wow, that's some gusty winds. That's definitely moving. Look at that. Near Buffalo, kind of gusting near 28, which is, it's doable. But once you start getting this yellow zone, we're talking 50s and higher. Yeah, look at that. Pretty bad. Now, like I said before, this is obviously one model, so it wouldn't be as bright if we just looked at one. So I'm wanting to look at the other wind gusts here. Let's look at so this is your European model. Obviously, I messed up my European model, so let's go ahead and change this back. Go ahead and lower it just a little bit there. So we do track down in time here. I forgot to click on here. So we do track down in time here. This one is showing kind of a similar story here. You can kind of see, near 60, 66 miles per hour near Bridgeport, tracking its way further down the line. Yeah, it's probably going to be a little bit windy because the pressure differences between these systems, because low pressure, I mean, obviously it's basically a depression in the atmosphere, and all the air tries to fill in that depression. That's why, that air that flows into that depression, basically that lower pressure, it tries to fill it in to make it even. It tries to reach what we call an equilibrium, basically trying to reach a equal state in the atmosphere of equal pressure. But it's not. It never will be because basically because the sun heats the earth unevenly, which basically basically allows for lower pressure to form due to evaporation, which is replacing all the air at the surface. A lot more. That's for another day. I don't want to go too far into that. Let's go and see here. Jenny says if there's ice on the trees, the wind could blow them down. Well, regardless if there's ice on the trees, I'm sure the trees could fall down themselves. But across New York, I don't think we're expecting any ice, especially for near the western portion here of New York State. Kind of the main concern for ice is kind of across bits of the Mid-Atlantic region. Maybe some of the Northeast is kind of expected to see some. But the heaviest as we were seeing is right across that border of North and South Carolina. That's where we're expecting the worst in terms of ice, potentially over an inch, some of these models were saying. Let's see here. Let's take a look at the blend of models. This one probably has something regarding to this. Okay, it doesn't here. So, all right, never mind. Let's forget about that. Let's take a look at the GDPS model. Maybe this one has wind gusts. Yeah, we'll take a look at this one too. Regional view here. We'll go to the northeast, and we'll take a look at the wind gusts for this one at a bigger view. So obviously we are expecting some windy conditions right here near the shore. Wow, this is even gusting up pretty high near the DC metro area. Take a look at this. Maybe gusting up to 30. Yeah, it is supposed to get pretty windy here. Maybe up to 40 miles per hour here. Kind of across our area, Jenny. So it's gonna be quite windy for the most part. So you can kind of see you can kind of see right where this area of low pressure is located. Like I said before, these areas of low pressure have a pivot point. Right here you have all the warm air moving itself north. You can kind of see that indentation here of that motion, kind of. And then your front would be like right along this line here, kind of around this area here. But you can kind of see what I'm talking about in terms of that. The Carolinas, okay. Yeah, the Carolinas has the biggest impacts of the ice. At least that's what's expected here for the next little bit. UK Met, I don't know if this has anything. This has winds, but honestly, I think we should take a look at temperatures at this point. I feel like we should take a look at the National Weather Service models, the blended models. This basically takes a whole bunch of model outputs, kind of blends them together. Let's see, are we fully? Yeah, we're fully zoomed in here. So this is your temperatures here. Now we're taking a look at what's going on. So basically, like I said before, it just takes a whole bunch of model outputs, kind of blends them together to give you the best bet in terms of what you might expect. So this is going on here for the afternoon hours here for today. So it's really cold apparently across bits of Minnesota here, across the northern plains here, looking really cold. Jenny says my neighborhood lost a ton of trees in the last time it snowed. Roads were blocked. Wow, that's crazy. Can you please talk about Knoxville, Tennessee? We're in a donut hole. Yes, Will. I can take a look at Knoxville, Tennessee for you. Just give me a second. I actually have a thing here. I can tell you exactly how much you're expecting in terms of things, and I can also take a look at models for Knoxville. Just give me 1 second here. Just going to take a look here. Knoxville, Tennessee. So, you're probably going to see a little bit of, mix of rain and snow. You are kind of in, maybe in kind of a low, accumulation side. You're probably going to see maybe 1 to 2 inches, maybe ice accumulation up to a light glaze. So that's honestly kind of what we're expecting across Knoxville. So that goes for you, Will. Probably about 1 to 2 inches was my best bet, and up to a light glaze of ice. So let's go ahead and go to Knoxville, Tennessee for you. And we'll take a look here at the blend of models. Like I said, this takes a whole bunch of model outputs, blends them together. Local view, we'll go ahead and go to Kentucky and Tennessee. So Knoxville is on the eastern side here. Right here. Here's Knoxville, according to this. So, with winter weather on the way, total snowfall accumulation here tracks down in time. The odds of western New York not getting anything is very low, I would say. Yeah, dude, Andy, you are locked on with getting some snow. That's a guarantee. I can promise you 100%. Yeah, I see what you mean by that, Will. You are in a donut hole, showing that, Knoxville is really, you're kind of in this lower zone. So maybe 1 to 2 inches is kind of expected across the region. Maybe, at the most. Oh, you can barely see that. There you go. Right here is Knoxville. This is showing 0.7 inches according to your blend of models. According to your GFS model, on the other hand, we'll go ahead and zoom down the line here in terms of accumulated snowfall. That's what I'm saying. I don't like to look at one model. This one has Knoxville getting a little bit higher. This one shows 3.5 inches. So between 1 and 3.5 inches is quite a bit of a disagreement. That's what I'm saying, guys. These models are all over the place in regard to things. Let me change to GFS. There we go. Now, in terms of GFS, I was going to see, Will says, thank you. You're very welcome, Will. Glad to help out you guys. Yeah, see, this one shows 4 inches. So, honestly, this kind of gives me a better idea of thinking maybe you can probably get around 2 inches. That's kind of that middle ground between what these models have to say. From what I'm seeing so far, I'm not done looking at models yet. I still kind of want to take a look at a few more. Yeah, see, this one's showing 1.2 inches, 1.3 inches. So, it really varies. These models are really all over the place still, unfortunately. I mean, this is still pretty close from hitting here. Yeah, see, look, this one shows near 5 inches falling near Knoxville. So, guys, honestly, my personal opinion for Knoxville was probably around maybe 3 inches. 2 to 3 inches is kind of my locked-in view in terms of what I see so far right here. Because we're seeing some models say 1 inch. We're seeing some models say less than an inch. We're seeing some models say up to 5 inches. Kind of take that middle ground, right? Kind of take right between those, right between those values here. Kind of in right between the models. Safe to say, maybe 2 inches with a little bit of ice expected. Now, in terms of ice, according to this model, in terms of your NAM model, I should probably change this again. I'm getting kind of lazy at changing these, or at least I'm forgetting some of these. So with ice, honestly, yeah, it's possible you're kind of right here on this line, kind of right here on this gradient line. I mean, obviously we're seeing a lot more ice here. You can't really see it because my little thing here. There you go. Your Greenville. This is obviously showing more of that, accumulation near near the border here of North and South Carolina. And he says the storm is purposely avoiding Michigan, Ohio, and the states in those areas. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much for the most part. Yeah. So it's honestly kind of crazy. So let's take a look here at the Carolinas. I want to see what we're dealing with in terms of freezing rain. Look at this. Look at these markers showing 1.25, 1 inch and a quarter of ice across these regions here. That's a lot. That's a decent amount here. Let's try North Carolina now, because obviously the threat is in both of the Carolinas. Oh, I could have just done that here in the beginning. Oh, look at that. Charlotte near 1 and a quarter according to this model. Greenville 1.2. Oh, you can barely see that. Sorry, guys. Greenville 1.25, Charlotte 1.21, Greensboro 0.64, Raleigh 0.33, Fayetteville 0.28, Johnson City 0.17. You kind of get the idea. Maybe half an inch of ice near Asheville. Bits of extreme western portions here of bits of North Carolina. So let's take a look here at RDPS. Now I consider this one pretty much like the NAM model of the Canadian models, because it's a mid-range Canadian model. Unfortunately, it doesn't go local, but that's okay. We can still look here. Yeah, I mean, this is still showing a potential large impact of ice, showing potentially over 3/4 of an inch across a lot of these areas here. Look at this. This is really all over the place here. So, obviously this does move from the Carolinas, kind of being the worst, but it moves its way through bits of the Mid-Atlantic as well, into the Northeast. So, honestly, it's quite all over the place in terms of things. So that's what we're dealing with here. Is there anything else we should look at here in terms of models? Oh, I don't want to go to CFS. This is a climate forecast. This is a climate model. This one goes way out, but accuracy isn't much. This is snow depth. This is basically showing how long snow might last on the ground. I don't know how accurate these things are because I never really put these to the test, but it kind of shows, it basically takes melting in consideration too, how much snow is on the ground at the time. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens here. Alrighty, guys. I think that is what we're looking at here for now. I think I'm going to go ahead and take another break here for a few minutes here. If you guys are just now joining us, welcome. Hope you guys are having a great day. Hope you guys are staying safe. If you are new to the channel, consider subscribing, guys. We are trying to reach 200 subscribers by the end of the live stream. So if you're not already, hit that subscribe button. It'll be greatly appreciated, guys. Let your friends know. Tell them to subscribe to help us reach our goal of 200 by the end of the stream. I believe we can do it. You guys have absolutely killed it. We were in the 170s. I believe we were at 175 when we started, or 178 when we started. So we'll see if we can reach our 200 goal by the end of the stream. So guys, I'll be back here in about 5 or 10 minutes. Let's go and see here. Andy says May, or my area, I guess my area instead of May, shows 0.28 inches on the last model. I don't think that will happen. Well, yeah, like I said, Andy, it really just depends on what the agreement of the model says. If one model agrees on one thing and all the other models are completely vetoing that idea, that's what we call an outcast. That's basically a bad data plot. Now, if you have a whole bunch of models saying, hey, there's going to be ice here, obviously that's more something you want to look at. It's more of an agreement in terms of things. So guys, alright guys, I'll be back here in about 5 or 10 minutes or so. Like I said, don't forget to subscribe if you're new to the channel. It'd be greatly appreciated. You guys are awesome. So guys, I'll be back here in about 5 minutes or so. I'll still be active in the chat. If you guys have any questions, feel free to leave them down below. Guys, I'll be back here in a few minutes.
3:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following counties, in Virginia, Augusta, Central Virginia Blue Ridge, Northern Virginia Blue Ridge, Page and Rockingham. Winter storm warning remains in effect from 10 a.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Heavy snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of 5 to 9 inches and ice accumulations of around 0.2 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 40 miles per hour. The areas affected include Central Virginia Blue Ridge and Northern Virginia Blue Ridge, and Augusta, Page and Rockingham counties. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 10 a.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Impacts. Travel could be very difficult. The hazardous conditions could impact the morning commute. Additional details. Snow may fall at 1 to 3 inches per hour for a time late Sunday, making roads nearly impassable for a time. If you must travel, keep an extra flashlight, food, and water in your vehicle in case of an emergency. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. The latest river levels in the Potomac, Shenandoah, and Rappahannock basins are as follows. All reports are current as of 12 p.m. and are measured in feet. For Potomac River at Shepherdstown, 3.7. Potomac River at Point of Rocks, 2.9. Potomac River at Edwards Ferry, 5.1. Potomac River at Little Falls, 3.8. North Fork Shenandoah River near Strasburg, 2.2. South Fork Shenandoah River at Front Royal, 1.8. Shenandoah River at Millville, 2.7. Rappahannock River at Remington, 3.6. Rappahannock River above Fredericksburg, 2.7. Rapidan River near Culpeper, 1.4. Opekun Creek near Martinsburg, 2.1. Seneca Creek at Dawsonville, 2.1. Goose Creek near Leesburg, 1.9. Monocacy River at Frederick, 2.5. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following counties, in Virginia, Albemarle, Culpeper, Greene, Madison, Nelson, Orange and Rappahannock. Winter storm warning remains in effect from 10 a.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Heavy snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of 3 to 6 inches and ice accumulations of 1/10 to 3/10 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 35 miles per hour. The areas affected include portions of central, northern and northwest Virginia. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 10 a.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Impacts, power outages and tree damage are likely due to the ice. Travel could be nearly impossible. The hazardous conditions could impact the morning commute. Additional details, snow may fall at 1 to 3 inches per hour for a time late Sunday, making roads nearly impassable for a time. If you must travel, keep an extra flashlight, food, and water in your vehicle in case of an emergency. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following counties, in Virginia, Clark, Frederick, Shenandoah and Warren, and the following counties, in West Virginia, Berkeley, Jefferson and Morgan. Winter storm warning remains in effect from 1 p.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Heavy snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of 3 to 6 inches and ice accumulations of up to 1/4 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 35 miles per hour. The areas affected include portions of Northwest Virginia and Panhandle, West Virginia. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 1 p.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Impacts, travel could be very difficult. The hazardous conditions could impact the morning commute. Additional details, snow may fall at 1 to 3 inches per hour for a time late Sunday, making roads nearly impassable for a time. If you must travel, keep an extra flashlight, food, and water in your vehicle in case of an emergency. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following counties, in Maryland, Frederick and Washington, and the following counties, in Virginia, Northern Fauquier and Western Loudoun. Winter storm warning remains in effect from 1 p.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of 2 to 4 inches and ice accumulations of 1/10 to 3/10 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 50 miles per hour. The areas affected include, in Maryland, Frederick, Maryland and Washington counties. In Virginia, Northern Fauquier and Western Loudoun counties. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 1 p.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Impacts, power outages and tree damage are likely due to the ice. Travel could be nearly impossible. The hazardous conditions could impact the morning commute. Gusty winds could bring down tree branches. Additional details, snow may fall at 1 to 3 inches per hour for a time late Sunday, making roads nearly impassable for a time. If you must travel, keep an extra flashlight, food, and water in your vehicle in case of an emergency. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following county, Spotsylvania, Virginia. Winter weather advisory remains in effect from 10 a.m. Sunday to 1 a.m. Monday. Snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of 1 to 3 inches and ice accumulations of up to 2/10 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 35 miles per hour. The areas affected include Spotsylvania County. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 10 a.m. Sunday to 1 a.m. Monday. Impacts, plan on slippery road conditions. Slow down and use caution while traveling. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following county, District of Columbia, and the following counties, in Maryland, Carroll, Central and Southeast Howard, Central and Southeast Montgomery, Northern Baltimore, Northwest Hartford, Northwest Howard, Northwest Montgomery, Southeast Hartford and Southern Baltimore, and the following counties, in Virginia, Arlington Falls Church and Alexandria, Eastern Loudoun, Fairfax, Prince William, Manassas and Manassas Park, Southern Fauquier and Stafford. Winter weather advisory remains in effect from 1 p.m. Sunday to 1 a.m. Monday. Snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of 1 to 3 inches and ice accumulations of around 1/10 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 45 miles per hour. The areas affected include the District of Columbia, portions of Central, North Central, Northeast and Northern Maryland and Northern Virginia. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 1 p.m. Sunday to 1 a.m. Monday. Impacts. Plan on slippery road conditions. Slow down and use caution while traveling. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following counties, in Maryland, Anne Arundel, Charles and Prince George's, and King George, Virginia. Winter weather advisory remains in effect from 1 p.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday. Snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of up to 2 inches and ice accumulations of a light glaze. Winds gusting as high as 40 miles per hour. The areas affected include, in Maryland, Charles, Prince George's and Anne Arundel counties. In Virginia, King George County. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 1 p.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday. Impacts. Plan on slippery road conditions. Slow down and use caution while traveling. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following county, St. Mary's, Maryland. Coastal flood watch remains in effect from Sunday evening through late Sunday night. Up to 1 foot of inundation above ground level possible in low-lying areas due to tidal flooding. The areas affected include shoreline in St. Mary's County. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from Sunday evening through late Sunday night, especially around the time of high tide. Impacts. At 3.5 feet, water covers roads on St. George Island, is in yards, and is approaching structures. To the east, inundation is occurring at multiple marinas off St. Mary's River, Smith Creek, and Jutland Creek. Additional details, tides 2.5 to 3 feet above normal. If travel is required, allow extra time as some roads may be closed. Do not drive around barricades or through water of unknown depth. Take the necessary actions to protect flood-prone property. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following county, District of Columbia, and Arlington Falls Church and Alexandria, Virginia. Coastal flood watch remains in effect from late Sunday night through Monday morning. Up to 1 foot of inundation above ground level possible in low-lying areas due to tidal flooding. The areas affected include shoreline in the District of Columbia, Arlington County, and the city of Alexandria. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from late Sunday night through Monday morning, especially around the time of high tide. Impacts. The unprotected area on the southwest waterfront at the D.C. Seafood Market is expected to flood. Water is expected to approach parts of the Haynes Point Loop Road, but it will...
Alrighty, guys, we are back. Sorry about the wait. I just had to take a break again because after talking for, I've been on live for about 5 hours now. I've been alive since 11 o'clock in the morning. If you guys are just now joining us, welcome. Hope you guys are having a great day today. Hope you guys are staying safe with this winter system we're currently seeing impact the nation. So that's essentially what we're dealing with. So guys, like I said, if you're just now joining, welcome. Lewis says, Genie, yes, I have double pane windows. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I got you. So, first of all, we're going to take a look at the radar view in terms of what's going on across the nation. So we'll go ahead and change our radar view over to the right-hand side. Here's our current system. This is the current view of the system, starting to kind of leave its way out of Missouri at the moment. Basically across the central and eastern portion here of Oklahoma, driving its way through bits of Arkansas as well. That's currently where we're seeing some snow from the system, but obviously this is not the only place it's expected to see snow down the line. Go ahead and drive, kind of around this area here. This is where we are seeing, a bit of snow across these areas here. Maybe a little bit of snow kind of right here. It looks like, according to our radar view, maybe because it is behind that cold sector. It's behind all that cold air that's pushing itself behind this system here. But we actually are maybe seeing some snow across these regions here. Even across bits of the Mid-Atlantic view, we're potentially looking at maybe up to maybe a few snow showers across regions here. I was going to see Andy says Weather Channel saying 1 to 2 feet from you, which honestly, Andy, that is kind of expected. A lot of those models are kind of saying the potential of maybe up to 1 to 2 feet. So depending on that's a decent amount of snow. 1 to 2 feet. I would literally go for a good snowstorm like that right now. Not gonna lie. But guys, if you're just now joining us, welcome. Hope you guys are having a great day today. I hope you guys are doing good here. So basically what we're currently dealing with is the system that's impacting the nation. How this is currently happening, it's kind of interesting. So we have a lot of cold air driving its way down from the south, from the north, heading its way to the south. As these areas of low pressure do track their way, basically, they do track themselves counterclockwise here. I actually have an area of low pressure right here, kind of around that pivot point, kind of near Arkansas at the moment. Now, these systems like to do something kind of interesting. They rotate counterclockwise, which you can kind of see that counterclockwise rotation that's going on with the system at the moment. So what's essentially happening is you can kind of imagine all this moisture being drawn up because of this rotation you can currently see here. All this warm air, you can kind of see where that precipitation line really starts to begin here between rain and snow. So the the white is snow, and basically the green here is showing rain. So that's kind of the mixing layer right here, where we have that warm air starting to meet that cold air, and it just now starts to really start to cool down and starts to condense into snow rather than rain across these regions here. So then we have, like I said, the cold air backing behind. We have all this warm air coming up in front of it. So obviously we are seeing this area of low pressure strengthening. The pressure is only expected to drop in this sense, which is showing. Which is only showing the significance that this is going to strengthen. If the pressure drops, it strengthens. Right now, I can't be exactly sure. Andy says, how long will I be streaming for? Honestly, Andy, I don't even know. I might be streaming for a little bit longer. Definitely plan on streaming for a while here. Let me take a look here at something we have not looked at in the stream so far. This is what we call mesoscale analysis. We'll go ahead and pull it up here. So we'll change over here to the National Weather Service hazards. This is your National Weather Service hazards. I can probably move this a little bit. Not that. That's not what I want to move. There we go. That's better. So this is our current observations. This is currently as of now. So you can kind of see this really broad area of rotation. Broad area of low pressure, I should say. This is that area of low pressure, and it's currently located here at 1,008 millibars. It is expected to strengthen as it does track its way generally eastward here, kind of making a northeasterly approach. Kind of supposed to do something kind of similar to this. Kind of similar to that pattern is what this is expected to do here down the line. But like I was saying before, we are having a lot of cold air drive its way down and south behind the system here, which is, honestly, is why this cold air is, for all the snow to form, basically ahead of that system. You got all that warm air, that moisture moving its way in from the Gulf of Mexico because it's warmer. Obviously, more evaporation going on, more water vapor is located around that region because a lot more evaporation occurs because more direct sunlight towards the equator. And obviously, the Gulf of Mexico is full of water, which that's all you need for storms, really. That you need heat, which is energy, and you need water, which allows for storms to form. So, that's what we're seeing here. This is a current area of low pressure. It's quite large compared to what we're seeing here. Further down the line, we'll go ahead and take this a little bit further. This is expected to strengthen as it does track its way to the east here. It is expected to go over here. So we're going here, basically just around this area. It's tracking itself basically to the east here. Andy says, what's an extreme wind warning? An extreme wind warning means that there's going to be extreme winds, very, very heavy. Potentially, I don't know what the criteria is for extreme wind warnings, but I assume that it's over 100 miles per hour because it's pretty high. Lewis says high winds which are cold. Yeah, extreme winds warnings are associated with extreme winds. I mean, it says it right there in the title. But yeah, that's what we're dealing with here. So I want to take a look here at the future. Look at this system. Look at this mean system. We'll get here in a second into that. But I want to take a look here at the U.S. view first. We'll go ahead and go back to, not to blend, I want to look at the future radar here. So we're talking timing. It's currently 4:17 p.m. Eastern time here. We're currently seeing, we'll go ahead and go here, 4:17. So this is kind of the state we're currently at. We have some snow across bits of Arkansas. This is honestly quite accurate. Look at this. We change over to our radar view. Look at this. I mean, a little bit of snow in Arkansas, northwestern quadrant, central and eastern portion here of Oklahoma. Also the southern portion here of Missouri. So Arkansas, Missouri, look at this. The future radar also has it here in northwestern quadrant here of Arkansas as well as the northern portion. It's quite accurate, actually, in the southern portion here of Missouri. Obviously, that's very, very accurate in terms of things. So, we go ahead and track here down in time. So, this is for 4 o'clock. As we do the track into the evening hours, we'll get a lot more rain. It's currently moving its way across bits of, Alabama and bits of Mississippi. This area of low pressure is strengthening because it is getting a lot more moisture. It is definitely getting more fuel it needs to survive and, thrive off of. And as we do move into the overnight hours here on the 16th, for the early morning hours here tomorrow, this will continue to track its way to the east here, continuing to strengthen as we will get more, basically, we'll continue to get some more, some more moisture into the system. We do have this sharp cold front. You can kind of see it down here, this really long line here. This is your sharp cold front. Now, like I said before, we do actually have a threat of seeing some tornadoes being a threat. Actually, the Storm Prediction Center actually issued a tornado threat for that. We have the threat for seeing damaging winds as well as a few tornadoes across the region here. So, that's what we're seeing here, guys. So that's what I'm saying. We do have the threat for not only winter weather, but severe weather as well here down the line. As we do move into the later morning hours here, basically across bits of, pretty much across tomorrow morning around 10 o'clock a.m., we'll start to see some snow, or snow will be ongoing across the Mid-Atlantic view. Kind of starting around bits of, South Carolina into North Carolina, kind of around maybe 3 or 4 according to this model, tracking its way all the way into the afternoon hours, kind of lifting up here. And as we start to move into the afternoon hours, it'll be all the way across the Mid-Atlantic view, stretching its way up into the northeast here for the later hours here on the 16th, early hours of the 17th. Heavy bands of snow, especially for Andy. Andy is in the way of this system, so we're going to be seeing a lot of heavy snowfall rates with this system, potentially up to a few inches per hour, according to this. Maybe 2 to 4 being, inches an hour, according to this. We do track our way further down the line here, basically into the afternoon hours here, the 17th. Snow is still currently falling across bits of the northeast, but, kind of more in showers versus more like, heavy snow. So the showers will probably remain for the next day or so after the system does, kind of, occur across the region. But, that's essentially what we're dealing with this system. That's kind of like what we're dealing with in terms of that. You can really see, if we play it fast, you can see that wrapping motion this thing has. Definitely a lot of energy this system has. I mean, quite crazy to look at. Models are really cool to look at. So in terms of temperatures, let's take a look at this one. This one actually has 2-meter temperature here shaded. So you can really see that air wrapping behind it. Look at this. You can see that air wrapping right behind the system here. Especially right here in this area right here. If we look at that, you see that kind of hook going on here. This is where that area of low pressure is. We have all that advection going on. There's your cold front. You can clearly see it right here. That is your cold front. Your area of low pressure is located right here. The warm air comes up like this. Here's a really good example of showing you guys, like kind of what we're talking about. And that cold air behind it, kind of pushing down. So you can kind of see what we're talking about in terms of that. So, but as the system does continue to track its way eastward, those temperatures are expected to get quite above freezing here, especially across bits of, the Midwest. So a lot of snow will probably be melting here for those areas here around the midday. Around 4 o'clock p.m. here on January 16th, so basically tomorrow, you'll be seeing a lot of melting with this system. But obviously, that's what we're seeing with this system. Obviously, look at these temperatures here across the north. Really, really cold here. Expected, here in Canada, you can barely see it here. I'll go ahead and zoom up here. And the negative, shot into the negative 20s here, according to this. Let's see here. Look at Maine. That's me, cold. Yeah, Maine is always a pretty cold state here. Oh, look at that. We're talking negatives here in Maine right now. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, we're talking here negatives here. It's going to warm up a bit, believe it or not, here in Maine. But then probably cool down as, nighttime cooling does occur. But you're probably going to be looking pretty cold for a while. But look at this. You'll be having a pretty significant warm-up here for the 17th, according to this Maine, here in Maine, Lua. So you can see right here, we're talking here the 40s, across the region here. That's quite the warm-up compared to what you're seeing now. But then, as you can kind of see the trend from the system, and another shot of cold air looks like it's going to be driving its way right towards your location potentially allowing for those temperatures to really drop even further. So guys, if you're just now joining us, welcome. Hope you guys are having a great day today. Hope you guys are doing great. If you're new to the channel, consider subscribing, guys. We're trying to reach 200 subscribers by the end of the live stream. We are at 188, guys. We are only 12 subscribers off from making this happen at the end of the stream. So guys, the original goal is to have 200 subscribers by the end of January, but I kind of want to see if we can get it by the end of the stream. So guys, if you're not already, hit that subscribe button. Make sure you tell your friends. It'd be greatly appreciated. We are trying to reach 200 subscribers here soon. You guys are awesome. So, so that's seriously what we're doing in terms of your temperatures of the system. So overall, this is stirring up a lot of craziness across the nation here. And after this, we'll actually have some high pressure in place across the west here, leading to some pretty nice conditions. A lot of abundant sunshine, honestly, what we're seeing here. So, all right, so, that's what we're seeing here. You can really see that wrapping motion here in the temperatures. We can really see that cold front advance its way out to the sea here. Andy says, do I use wind finder? I have before, but I usually really don't. Like I said, I have before a couple times. It's useful, but honestly, I have other programs that kind of do the same thing in terms of, I can look at the same thing over different models or different things here. But yeah, it is a pretty useful tool, definitely. But personally, I don't really use it too much. I have used it before though. All right, so let's talk about. Let's see what we're dealing with here. Let's look at observed snowfall. I don't know if they've updated this yet. So let's look here. We're going to go ahead and go back to pivotal weather. Take a look here at observed snowfall. We'll have to go to here. In terms of how much snow. Yeah, so nothing has really changed. But, for the guys who are just now seeing, or if you guys are just now joining us here, obviously this is what we're dealing with here. So go ahead and track down. Here's our current snowfall from the system. This is the observed snowfall that has already fallen from the sky out of the same storm we're currently seeing with. So, what I'm about to mark is the current locations in terms of how much you saw across these areas. Kind of across this really thin margin here. You pretty much saw anywhere from, 1 to 3 inches of snow that already fell across these regions here. It's kind of the areas where you did see 1 to 3 inches kind of outside this area here. Maybe a trace up to kind of these gray shaded areas here. Now, in terms of heavier accumulation, kind of these dark blue areas, these areas kind of saw 3 to 5 kind of across the areas outside of the box here. And then, of course, we actually do have this area here, which we actually saw 6 to 10 inches. And believe it or not, across the central portions here of Iowa, across these red shaded areas, we actually saw over a foot of snow, according to this. So, and then obviously, this is not the only place to set to see a foot of snow. I mean, areas such as, where Andy's at, across bits of the western portion here of New York, we're potentially seeing, maybe up to several feet of snow being possible across the region. So, that's something we definitely have to monitor because we are seeing a lot of potential for the system here down the line. Now, let's take a look at the models real quick, guys, and then we'll probably be doing another break real quick. But first, let's take a look at some models in regard to snow as well as the ice we are expecting here down the line. So let's go ahead and take a look here at this. So we're going to go ahead and switch over back to our models here. We'll take a look here at the GFS model first. And first, we'll take a look here at the snowfall accumulation. So we're here on the 12Z model. This is for earlier this morning. I believe around 8 o'clock, 7 or 8 o'clock this morning is whenever this model was ran. So we'll go ahead and zoom down here, basically 2 parts of the United States here. Let's see here. So go ahead and drive away up a little bit. Here we go. So we do track down in time here, basically in 2 bits of the southeast Tennessee Valley here, the Mid-Atlantic into the northeast here. Honestly, this is showing the potential of over a foot of snow. This is showing a lot of this is actually showing potentially over near 20 inches, according to GFS. Like I said before, you really can't trust one model individually. Across bits of the Midwest where the snow is currently falling, maybe some instances of up to 6 to 10 inches, kind of my best, calculation based off of this model. Into the Tennessee Valley, maybe some impacts, maybe some areas up to 12 inches being possible. But kind of the most impacts of this system is kind of set to occur kind of across these areas here I'm circling. I want to go ahead and note this. So this is your GFS model. This is basically showing where we're seeing potential of maybe some instances of snow up to 10 inches, up to 12 inches or more across these regions. Now, we move into our ECMWF model. This is your European model in regard to things. Let's go ahead and line this back up here with our reference point right there. Go ahead and track down. Let's go ahead and change this to our ECMWF. I have to realign this real quick. Actually, no, it's already good. So we go ahead and track down here in time in terms of what the differences between this model has to say. So this one obviously shows a little bit more snow. Obviously it still shows that support of the snow impacting the region here. Basically, it still shows all that heavy snow kind of right here, 12 inches and higher. So, kind of excluding this area right here compared to what this has to say. So that's what we're seeing. Now, in terms of your GDPS model, take a look at this one as well. Kind of drive our way down here. Let's see. My thing doesn't go down that far. Huh. Well, we can still kind of see what we're dealing with here. So yeah, this one's still kind of showing potential of well over a foot for, kind of these red shaded areas here. This is well over a foot across a lot of these areas. Eastern parts of Ohio. Eastern parts of Ohio, western parts of Pennsylvania, as well as central and western parts of New York State. Likely seeing potentially up to a foot or more across a lot of these regions here. So, that's what we're seeing there. So, obviously, we do have a lot of support of this upcoming snow across these regions here. Now, let's take a look here at one more thing. I want to take a look here at the models in regard to your ice accumulations. And then we're going to take a little break here for a second. So, with the ice, we are expecting a lot of ice to occur. We'll go back and go to your freezing rain accumulation. We'll actually go locally so we can actually see a lot more impacts with this system. So, we'll go ahead and go over here. So, here's what we're dealing with. Here's a Virginia, North Carolina, and northern South Carolina view. Kind of where, the heaviest ice threat is kind of expected to occur. Kind of across the tri-state area here. So here's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a potential of maybe up to an inch or more of ice across bits of basically the northwestern parts of South Carolina. We already have an ice storm warning in effect, but there's potential of having ice over an inch. Kind of stretches its way through bits of the central portion here of North Carolina as well. And then we kind of have some ice move its way up through bits of Virginia, through the central portion here, kind of just west here of Richmond, east of Roanoke, cutting right through Charlottesville. Potentially maybe up to a quarter of an inch across a lot of these areas, maybe a little bit more across some of these regions here. But that's essentially what this model has to say. Now, in regard to your European model, this one had to say it's quite different here. Let's go ahead and zoom down here. It was kind of hard to see that. We're going to track down in time here in terms of your snow or your freezing rain. So this one shows a lot more aggressive. This one shows more of that, the heaviest accumulations kind of near here, kind of across this area here in south central parts of North Carolina here. Instead of more, there's still a lot of heavy impacts across the upper northwestern portion here of South Carolina, but this one has it more shifted. So, like I said, I don't work at the National Weather Service, but if I was to guess, according to what a lot of these models are saying, all of these ice storm warnings might shift their way up to the northeast because that's where we are seeing, a lot of ice being possible across these regions. But guys, that's basically what we're talking about in terms of ice. We'll be back here in about 5 or 10 minutes or so, guys. Let's go and see here. Lewis says 5 or 6 states are in a state of emergency right now. That's not surprising, to be honest with you. So I was wondering, guys, should we go live tomorrow? That's a question I'm going to leave to you guys. So if you have any questions, feel free to leave them down in the chat below. Regarding this system, if you want to know any potential where you're going to see some accumulations and stuff. But Andy says, bye, I got to go. Hope you have a good night. Please be safe. You too, Andy. I hope you have a wonderful day today. I hope you're okay. I hope you get a lot of snow. Depending on if you like snow. If you don't like snow, I hope you don't get a lot of snow. I'm pretty sure you said you like snow. I don't know. But if you do, just stay safe, Andy. And I will catch you here in a little bit. So we just got 189 subscribers, guys. We are now 11 away from the goal. So, guys, we are almost there. So thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. So, guys, we'll be back here in about 5 or 10 minutes, and I will see you all here in a second.
Impacts. Strong winds will cause hazardous waves which could capsize or damage vessels. Mariners should alter plans to avoid these hazardous conditions. Remain in port, seek safe harbor, alter course, and or secure the vessel for severe conditions. The current time is 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following counties, in Virginia, Augusta, Central Virginia Blue Ridge, Northern Virginia Blue Ridge, Page and Rockingham. Winter storm warning remains in effect from 10 a.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Heavy snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of 5 to 9 inches and ice accumulations of around 0.2 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 40 miles per hour. The areas affected include Central Virginia Blue Ridge and Northern Virginia Blue Ridge, and Augusta, Page, and Rockingham counties. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 10 a.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Impacts. Travel could be very difficult. The hazardous conditions could impact the morning commute. Additional details: snow may fall at 1 to 3 inches per hour for a time late Sunday, making roads nearly impassable for a time. If you must travel, keep an extra flashlight, food, and water in your vehicle in case of an emergency. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following counties, in Virginia: Albemarle, Culpeper, Greene, Madison, Nelson, Orange, and Rappahannock. Winter storm warning remains in effect from 10 a.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Heavy snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of 3 to 6 inches and ice accumulations of 1/10 to 3/10 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 35 miles per hour. The areas affected include portions of central, northern, and northwest Virginia. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 10 a.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Impacts, power outages, and tree damage are likely due to the ice. Travel could be nearly impossible. The hazardous conditions could impact the morning commute. Additional details: snow may fall at 1 to 3 inches per hour for a time late Sunday, making roads nearly impassable for a time. If you must travel, keep an extra flashlight, food, and water in your vehicle in case of an emergency. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following counties, in Virginia: Clark, Frederick, Shenandoah, and Warren, and the following counties, in West Virginia: Berkeley, Jefferson, and Morgan. Winter storm warning remains in effect from 1 p.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Heavy snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of 3 to 6 inches and ice accumulations of up to 1/4 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 35 miles per hour. The areas affected include portions of Northwest Virginia and Panhandle, West Virginia. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 1 p.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Impacts, travel could be very difficult. The hazardous conditions could impact the morning commute. Additional details: snow may fall at 1 to 3 inches per hour for a time late Sunday, making roads nearly impassable for a time. If you must travel, keep an extra flashlight, food, and water in your vehicle in case of an emergency. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following counties, in Maryland, Frederick, and Washington, and the following counties, in Virginia, Northern Fauquier, and Western Loudoun. Winter storm warning remains in effect from 1 p.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of 2 to 4 inches and ice accumulations of 1/10 to 3/10 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 50 miles per hour. The areas affected include, in Maryland, Frederick, Maryland, and Washington counties. In Virginia, Northern Fauquier and Western Loudoun counties. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 1 p.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Impacts, power outages, and tree damage are likely due to the ice. Travel could be nearly impossible. The hazardous conditions could impact the morning commute. Gusty winds could bring down tree branches. Additional details: snow may fall at 1 to 3 inches per hour for a time late Sunday, making roads nearly impassable for a time. If you must travel, keep an extra flashlight, food, and water in your vehicle in case of an emergency. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following county, Spotsylvania, Virginia. Winter weather advisory remains in effect from 10 a.m. Sunday to 1 a.m. Monday. Snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of 1 to 3 inches and ice accumulations of up to 2/10 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 35 miles per hour. The areas affected include Spotsylvania County. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 10 a.m. Sunday to 1 a.m. Monday. Impacts, plan on slippery road conditions. Slow Slow down and use caution while traveling. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following county, District of Columbia, and the following counties, in Maryland, Carroll, Central and Southeast Howard, Central and Southeast Montgomery, Northern Baltimore, Northwest Hartford, Northwest Howard, Northwest Montgomery, Southeast Hartford and Southern Baltimore, and the following counties, in Virginia, Arlington Falls Church and Alexandria, Eastern Loudoun, Fairfax, Prince William, Manassas and Manassas Park, Southern Fauquier and Stafford. Winter weather advisory remains in effect from 1 p.m. Sunday to 1 a.m. Monday. Snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of 1 to 3 inches and ice accumulations of around 1/10 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 45 miles per hour. The areas affected include the District of Columbia, portions of Central, North Central, Northeast and Northern Maryland and Northern Virginia. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 1 p.m. Sunday to 1 a.m. Monday. Impacts. Plan on slippery road conditions. Slow down and use caution while traveling. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following counties, in Maryland, Anne Arundel, Charles and Prince George's, and King George, Virginia. Winter weather advisory remains in effect from 1 p.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday. Snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of up to 2 inches and ice accumulations of a light glaze. Winds gusting as high as 40 miles per hour. The areas affected include, in Maryland, Charles, Prince George's and Anne Arundel counties. In Virginia, King George County. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 1 p.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday. Impacts. Plan on slippery road conditions. Slow down and use caution while traveling. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following county, St. Mary's, Maryland. Coastal flood watch remains in effect from Sunday evening through late Sunday night. Up to 1 foot of inundation above ground level possible in low-lying areas due to tidal flooding. The areas affected include shoreline in St. Mary's County. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from Sunday evening through late Sunday night, especially around the time of high tide. Impacts. At 3.5 feet, water covers roads on St. George Island, is in yards, and is approaching structures. To the east, inundation is occurring at multiple marinas off St. Mary's River, Smith Creek, and Jutland Creek. Additional details, tides 2.5 to 3 feet above normal. If travel is required, allow extra time as some roads may be closed. Do not drive around barricades or through water of unknown depth. Take the necessary actions to protect flood-prone property. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following county, District of Columbia, and Arlington Falls Church and Alexandria, Virginia. Coastal flood watch remains in effect from late Sunday night through Monday morning. Up to 1 foot of inundation above ground level possible in low-lying areas due to tidal flooding. The areas affected include shoreline in the District of Columbia, Arlington County, and the city of Alexandria. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from late Sunday night through Monday morning, especially around the time of high tide. Impacts. The unprotected area on the southwest waterfront at the DC Seafood Market is expected to flood. Water is expected to approach parts of the Haynes Point Loop Road, but it will likely be closed. Water is expected to approach buildings near King Street and Union Street. Shoreline inundation up to 1 foot above ground is possible elsewhere. Additional details, tides 2.5 to 3 feet above normal. If travel is required, allow extra time as some roads may be closed. Do not drive around barricades or through water of unknown depth. Take the necessary actions to protect flood-prone property. The latest river levels in the Potomac, Shenandoah, and Rappahannock basins are as follows. All reports are current as of 12 p.m. and are measured in feet. For Potomac River at Shepherdstown, 3.7. Potomac River at Point of Rocks, 2.9. Potomac River at Edwards Ferry, 5.1. Potomac River at Little Falls, 3.8. North Fork Shenandoah River near Strasburg, 2.2. South Fork Shenandoah River at Front Royal, 1.8. Shenandoah River at Millville, 2.7. Rappahannock River at Remington, 3.6. Rappahannock River above Fredericksburg, 2.7. Rapidan River near Culpeper, 1.4. Opequon Creek near Martinsburg, 2.1. Seneca Creek at Dawsonville, 2.1. Goose Creek near Leesburg, 1.9. Monocacy River at Frederick, 2.5. The 4 p.m. observation in Washington. At Reagan National Airport, cloudy skies. The temperature was 26 degrees Fahrenheit, or -3 degrees Celsius. Dew point 0. Humidity was 32%. Winds were north at 8 miles an hour, producing a wind chill of 18, and the barometric pressure was 30.34 inches or 1,027.4 millibars, and steady. Now for some observations from the surrounding area. At BWI Airport, cloudy skies. Temperature 25. Winds north at 9 miles an hour, producing a wind chill of 15. At Charlottesville, cloudy skies. 32. At Dulles Airport, cloudy. Temperature 25 degrees. Winds northeast at 13 miles an hour, producing a wind chill of 14. At Fredericksburg, fair. Temperature 30. At Martinsburg, fair skies. 24. Winds northeast at 8 miles an hour. At Norfolk, fair. Temperature 29 degrees. At Ocean City, fair skies. It was 26 degrees. At Pawtuxet River Naval Air Station, cloudy. Temperature 28.
Alrighty guys, welcome back. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day today. Sorry about the little bit of a wait. Just kind of resting my voice because I've been talking literally since 11 this morning. We've been live for about 5 hours and 44 minutes. So guys, if you are just now joining us, welcome. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day today. And let's go ahead and get on into it in terms of what we're seeing here across the nation. So we're going to go ahead and start off with the current radar view. We actually do have a lot of rain falling across the southeast in areas such as bits of Mississippi into Alabama. Currently seeing a lot of rain. Definitely a big soaking going on there. Now we continue to see some snowfall across bits of the Midwest, kind of exiting bits of Missouri as we're currently speaking, kind of towards the southern quadrant here of the state, kind of wrapping in across this area here. So the snow is kind of fading out, but guys, don't let that fool you because down the line, this is expected to change quite a bit. It'll move its way to the southeast here, eventually into bits of the mid-Atlantic, and eventually into the northeast here further down the line. So we'll take a look at this here in a second. We'll take a look at the future radar here in 1 second as well. So guys, if you're just now joining us, like I said, welcome. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day today. Hope you guys are staying safe from this winter system because obviously we're dealing with quite a bit of decent conditions here. So let's go ahead and get on with the video. Or the live stream, I should say. So guys, let's go ahead and take a look here at the radar view, the future radar view in terms of what we're actually expected to see here down the line. So currently, as we did see, let's go ahead and zoom into let's actually zoom into 5 o'clock. So as we were seeing on the actual radar view, it was snowing across bits of the southern portion here of Missouri and through bits of Arkansas, as well as eastern parts of Oklahoma, which is actually seen here on this, the future radar here as well, kind of across the states. We have a little bit of advection going on, a lot of warm and moisture-filled air driving its way from the Gulf of Mexico because it's a lot more warmer, a lot more moisture coming in the way. So it's honestly acting as it's a fuel supply system, which is allowing for it to, fuel up and really, get its act together. So we're seeing this thing continue to impact the region here across the Midwest. It'll eventually track its way down to the south here. Over the next little bit, across the southeast, we're currently seeing a lot of rain, basically across bits of Mississippi, Alabama, as well as Georgia here. Here for pretty much the morning hours here tomorrow, we'll probably start to see some snow start to fall across the Carolinas. Now, like I said before, and which we'll actually see here in terms of the models here in a second, we're actually expecting to see a lot of ice. You can already see it start to form here across the region here. So basically what you're seeing on your screen here is a future radar. This blue is basically showing, this blue is just snow. And kind of this pink or this purplish color, this is more sleet. And the kind of, kind of the pinkish color here is more freezing rain in regard to things. So, we're seeing all types of precipitation falling across the region. We do have a little bit more snow on the back end, kind of towards bits of Mississippi, maybe even into bits of Louisiana, as we are seeing this cold air from the back end into the system basically drive its way across the region. So how these areas of low pressure work? Well, here's the central low of the central area here, the low pressure system. We have, warm and moisture-filled air. I'll actually draw this in red here. We have warm air driving its way up and into the system here, fueling it, giving it more moisture and, more energy and stuff that it needs. Basically, it's fuel supply, like I said. And then we have a lot of cold air moving its way down, basically from the south, or from the north here, down to the south here. Because these areas of low pressure, they rotate counterclockwise. So we can actually see right here, they rotate counterclockwise. So you can imagine just all of the moisture and all the air it's moving along with it. It's pretty much just like swirling the whole entire atmosphere. That's basically what it does. It rotates counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere. Actually, in the southern hemisphere, it rotates clockwise, which is kind of weird. It's actually due to the Coriolis effect, but that's something for another topic of another day. So, but right now, our kind of main concerns is the current winter system that's impacting the region here. So we are seeing a lot of moisture being drawn up here, basically ahead of this cold front here. Now, honestly, like I said before, we are seeing the potential of maybe seeing some tornadoes, some severe weather crossbits of the south here, basically across the southern portion here of the panhandle of Florida and through the western side here of Florida. So honestly, we are expecting quite a decent amount of not only snow and ice, but maybe even a threat for a few tornadoes as well. So let's go ahead and take a look here at this further down the line. So this is for 9 o'clock a.m. here tomorrow. As we do track here further in time, we start to get some snow moving its way in through bits of the heart here of the mid-Atlantic view here. Kind of around the afternoon hours here, kind of some snow across bits of northern Virginia. Kind of mixed precipitation across the central portions, kind of near the Richmond area, maybe seeing some freezing rain, which might actually allow for more ice to occur. And some of these models actually did agree in terms of that. So across the south, we are still in that colder air, basically that air that's backing in behind it, which is allowing for pretty much a lot more snow to be falling across bits of Tennessee here, according to this model alone. Here down the line. Eventually, further, we'll actually track it into the northeast here, kind of across the evening hours here tomorrow, into the early morning hours here for the 17th. Kind of fully moving its way through the region here, basically by the later afternoon, evening hours here of the 17th. It's expected to be out of the country. Well by the basically by the 18th across the afternoon hours. It should be well of the country, but we should see a little bit more snow showers pretty much across bits of the region here from the northeast here, basically into bits of the Ohio Valley and the upper Midwest here. So obviously this is what we're currently seeing. We might see a little bit more snow kind of on the back end of the system. So that's what we saw. Now let's go ahead and take a look here at the radar view, the past radar, in terms of what we saw here back in the past. Here's the current system we're currently dealing with. You can see in the last several frames, we've actually been seeing a lot of counterclockwise rotation, really starting to get that rotation starting to go along with it, as this area of low pressure is just strengthening even more, and it's only expected to strengthen from here on out until it reaches the end of the country. So from here on out, it's the strengthening thing. So, honestly, it's kind of crazy. Let's go see. PC says, "Is that you speaking?" Yeah, that's me speaking. Yep, that's me talking. I'm not a robot. I can assure you that. But across the southeast here, basically, like I said, we are seeing a lot of, rain starting to move its way in the region. Basically, helping fuel the system. A lot of this moisture is injecting its way into the country right now. So further down the line, like I did say, it will track its way into the southeast, into the mid-Atlantic view, and eventually into the northeast here down the line. It's kind of the track that's expected. The models are still a little bit in disagreement. Some models are showing it go more west. Some models are showing it go more east. Honestly, depending if it goes more east, that means more snow drives the way east with it. If it goes more west, basically it'll go more west with it. So that's essentially what we're dealing with there in terms of the system. So, alrighty guys, so now it's time to look at the models in regard to things. We're taking a look here at the snowfall first. We're taking a look here at the GFS model. Let's go ahead and change this over here. GFS model. We'll take a look at the accumulation. So obviously, the snow has already fallen across the northern and central portion here in Missouri. It's kind of exiting the southern portion of the state right now. As we do track down in time, I want to go ahead and say, though, do not trust these models 100%. Kind of get an idea based off what they have to say, because each model has its own opinion. They're not perfect. They're just used for guidance. As we do track down in time across the southeast into the mid-Atlantic view, it's up into the northeast as well. Take a look at this. We are seeing some instances across the Tennessee Valley into maybe the bits of the Midwest, maybe even showing the potential of up to 12 inches being possible. Even across bits of the mid-Atlantic view, potentially up and over 12 inches. Now, the heaviest impact in terms of we're actually expecting the most amount of snow out of this system is actually across bits of New York, especially across the western part of the state here, the northwestern portion here of Pennsylvania into the western side here of New York State. Kind of across these areas here, showing potentially maybe even up near 20 inches of snow, according to these models. Now, remember that. Remember that we're expecting the heaviest accumulation across the western side here of New York into the northwestern portion here of Pennsylvania. So that's one model. Now, let's take a look here at the ECMWF model. This is your European model. We'll go ahead and switch this over. My screen's a little bit messed up still, so just bear with me here. So we'll go ahead and switch it down. So as we move down in the future, this model is showing a little bit less for areas such as the Tennessee Valley and through bits of the Midwest. Still maybe some isolated areas, especially near those upper elevations here. Kind of potentially over 12 inches of snow, according to this. So that's what we're doing with there. Guys, we just now hit 190 subscribers. We are only 10 away from the goal, guys. Thank you all so much for all of your support. You guys are awesome. I really, really appreciate it. So in terms of this model, this one shows the potential of maybe seeing 12 plus inches across the mid-Atlantic view here. Honestly, this model is showing a little bit more aggression compared to what the other model had to say in terms of your GFS. Maybe even up and over a foot of snow across bits of the mid-Atlantic view, across the western side here of Virginia. Honestly, kind of expected. Now, remember what we were saying in terms of your GFS model, your American model. This is showing kind of the same thing. A lot of the heavy snow here, potentially up. This one says 29 inches at the highest peak. But like I said, kind of got to take an idea based off what these models have to say. Obviously, the other model wasn't saying 29 inches, so we can't just say right off the bat the 29 inches. You might want 29 inches if you like snow, but that's most likely not going to be the scenario. However, it's still showing well over a foot. That's what we need to monitor here. So that's what we're seeing here. So honestly, kind of the same thing. We actually do have some agreement. So we have a lot of disagreement kind of across a lot of these other areas, basically from the Midwest into the Tennessee Valley, Mid-Atlantic. We have a lot of disagreement around these areas here, but, kind of around this area here, we are kind of locked in with a lot of snow being likely between this system here down the line. So we'll just see how this plays out over the next few days. So now I want to look here at the National Weather Service blend of models, not the RDPS. The National Weather Service blend of models, like I said, takes a whole bunch of model outputs, kind of blends them together to give you the best idea in terms of what you might expect. So here's your National Weather Service blend of models in terms of your accumulated snowfall. So you might see a huge dramatic difference in terms of what this one has to say. Like I said before, it takes a whole bunch of models, kind of blends them together. So this one is showing maybe 1 to 3 inches falling across, kind of this light blue shaded color, maybe 3 to 5 kind of across this darker blue shaded color here. Now, once you start to reach into pink, you might actually see 6 to 10 inches with locally higher amounts being possible, especially across the area where we were monitoring with both GFS and your ECMWF showing potentially over, maybe over here, with over a foot being likely. Look at this. This model is showing potentially up to, the digits here in the teens. So we'll just continue looking at this. It's looking good for you guys who love snow across the western side here of New York, and especially towards the Buffalo area. Definitely something you need to monitor here over the next little bit. So, this one does show a lot less snow falling for bits of, areas such as the Midwest, the southern Midwest, into the upper, northwestern part of the southeast here, and through the Tennessee Valley, a lot more, honestly, a little bit more weaker in terms of what these other models have to say. But, still pretty strong in some areas across the mid-Atlantic view. Kind of expected maybe at most 6 to 10 inches across some of these upper elevations here. But the heaviest bulk of the system is expected to impact the eastern Ohio Valley into the northeast. As you can currently see, kind of across these areas here, like I'm saying, 6 to 10 inches is expected, but obviously our heaviest accumulation is kind of expected right here in this line, right here, with potentially well over a foot being possible. So, guys, that's what we're dealing with. Now, guys, I want to go ahead and take a look here at basically the ice accumulations here in terms of things. We'll go ahead and go back here to the GFS model. We'll take a look here at the individual models in regard to this ice accumulation coming up here. We'll go ahead and go back to bits of North Carolina and Virginia. It kind of gets that northern South Carolina look as well, which is good. You can kind of see right here. So we'll take a look here at the ice accumulation in regard to freezing rain. Let's go ahead and try to get this a little bit further out. Here we go. Pass radar. Let's try. That's not what we want to look at. No, we're not ending the stream quite yet. Okay. So this one gives a lot better of a view. I'm just trying to expand that range a little bit. So in terms of your freezing rain accumulation, according to this model here, this is not the pass radar. This is your GFS. This is actually showing over an inch of ice that has fallen across the upper northwestern portion here of South Carolina. It's expected to fall across the regions here. So obviously we are expecting potentially some large impacts of up to maybe over an inch of ice across these regions here, which if that actually does play off, which is actually looking pretty good because a lot of models are actually showing this, it could be quite catastrophic. I mean, areas such as Greenville and northwestern South Carolina, as well as Charlotte and basically south central parts here in North Carolina, it's honestly looking kind of crazy in regard to that. We actually have this model in particular shows a lot of that ice moving its way up into basically the north, basically more north here, basically according to what this model has to say versus some of the others. This one shows it going across basically central and south central portions here of Virginia, across the region here with potentially some pretty still devastating impacts of maybe up to 1/4 of an inch possible. Now, in regard to your ECMWF model, this one has always been a little bit more aggressive ever since the start of the system, and you're about to see it right here. Take a look at this. This one is showing, kind of the same story here, a little bit further south. However, same kind of areas are kind of, impacted around the regions here. This one is showing right here, potentially over an inch across to Charlotte still. So this area is kind of locked in your Charlotte, maybe up to an inch of ice compared to what your main models say, your ECMWF and your GFS model have to say. So regardless, we are expecting a lot of ice accumulation. If you guys see the past radar up here in the top left, that's not the past radar. This is actually your ECMWF model. I'm just using this because the screen's a lot more wider, so I can get a better view here. But like I said, maybe some more ice across bits of the West Virginia area into eastern Kentucky here. So honestly, that's pretty crazy. Let's go and see. Jenny says, "Oh my God, do you think that y'all will keep your power on?" Honestly, across those areas. Oh wait, hold on. Let's go and see. Oh, Lua's back. What's up, Lua? Welcome back. I haven't seen you here in a while. 1 degree, -19 below zero. That is really cold. Quantum Vortex donated $5. Dude, Quantum, thank you so much for the donation. That was greatly appreciated. You didn't have to do that. So thank you so much, Quantum. Seriously means a lot. You are awesome. So thank you. Also to Jenny. Thank you, Jenny, as well as Quantum. You guys are our two #1 members here for today for the awesome donations you guys have given me. So thank you guys so much. It means so much to me. You guys are greatly appreciated. So, but like I was saying, we are seeing some potential heavy impacts here of ice across the Mid-Atlantic view. As well as, snow. I mean, we're seeing those heavy snow accumulations up in the upper northeast here, especially across western sides here of, the northeast. Basically across bits of the western sides here of, New York State, seeing potentially over a foot, well over a foot, being likely across some of these regions. Now, guys, that's essentially what we're looking at here. I want to take a look here at the National Weather Service hazards. We really haven't taken a look at this here recently. So here's your National Weather Service hazards. Let me actually move the screen here. It's a bit messed up here. But once again, Quantum, thank you so much for that $5 donation. That was greatly appreciated. Same thing for Jenny. Thank you so much for that donation earlier. It means a lot to me. You guys are absolutely awesome. You guys rock. So thank you so much. Andy's back. What's up, Andy? Welcome back to the live stream. Hope you're doing good here. So here's the thing. We do have an update. They just now pulled the plug, and they did issue the winter storm warnings for bits of the eastern Ohio Valley into the western northeast here. Take a look at this. We're actually still seeing a lot of, those winter storm warnings here in the pink, basically across this area here. So honestly, this is showing, some winter storms. So it's showing that some heavy impacts of winter weather is expected across these regions here. Same thing across bits of or basically across central and northern Arkansas and through bits of, western parts of Tennessee and northern parts here of Mississippi. We're seeing a lot of, heavy impacts of winter weather expected. Across these regions here. Now we do actually have a lot of winter weather advisories in effect, kind of across these purple shaded areas, showing that some impacts of winter weather is expected. We actually do have some, following winter storm watches, showing that additional winter storm warnings might be needed, kind of across, across whatever color this is, kind of across here, basically across the southeastern portion here of Kentucky and through basically central and western parts here of Tennessee. So let's go ahead and see here. So glad there's a mod here. Yeah, so we actually have 3 mods. We have Pilot, who's one. We have Arctic, who is another one. We also have, who's it? Oh, Holdini, or Skippy, if he goes by, as another mod here. So they already did pull the plug, guys. They already pulled a lot of these winter storm warnings, stretching all the way down here from the Midwest and through bits. Kind of a small gap here between them, but we are seeing, that large area here in the mid-Atlantic view, as well as bits of the Northeast showing, over, potentially, some heavy impacts of winter weather is expected. So, alrighty, guys, so that's essentially what we're doing with right now. So let's go ahead and take a look here at the back radar view. We just currently hit 191 subscribers. So, guys, thank you so much for all your support. You guys are great. So thank you all so much. Oh, Quantum Vortex said, whoa, 5 hours. Good job. I didn't even read the message. So, Quantum, thank you so much. Once again, that was greatly appreciated. You're awesome. Same thing for you, Jenny. Thank you so much for your $25 donation. That was greatly appreciated. So, taking a look here at the past radar, we can actually see the history of the system. Quite a beast, if you ask me. We're seeing a lot of moisture starting to draw its way from the Gulf of Mexico into the southeast currently, as we can currently see here. Obviously, we are seeing quite a lot of impacts, across areas here. We have some advection going on, basically a lot of warm and moisture-filled air. Let's go and see here. Andy says, I would like to be a mod to a channel sometime. Andy, if you join our Discord below, if you have Discord, if you join our Discord below, you can apply to be a moderator, and you could actually be one of our moderators here on our channel. So we're definitely looking for mods, especially if we're getting our channel to be growing here like it is. We definitely will probably need more mods here down the line. So if you're interested, join down in Discord. It'd be greatly appreciated. Yeah, same thing. Arctic just said the same thing. So yeah. All right, so like I was saying, guys, we are seeing a lot of moisture drive its way from the southeast, from the Gulf of Mexico into the southeast, help fueling the system by giving it a lot more energy, a lot more moisture. This area of low pressure is strengthening quite a bit here, which, honestly is, quite impressive here. Yeah. So, guys, like I was saying here, we are only 9 subscribers away from reaching our goal here of 200 subscribers. I believe we can absolutely crush the goal. So, guys, thank you so much for everything. You guys are best, for the donation. Same thing as Quantum. Quantum and, Jenny, thank you so much for the donations. Seriously made my day. Thank you so much. You're honestly awesome. But, guys, we'll be back here in about 5 or 10 minutes or so. We're taking another break here. We'll be back here in a few minutes. See you guys here in a moment.
Snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of 1 to 3 inches and ice accumulations of up to 0.2 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 35 miles per hour. The areas affected include Spotsylvania County. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 10 a.m. Sunday to 1 a.m. Monday. Impacts: plan on slippery road conditions. Slow down and use caution while traveling. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following county, District of Columbia, and the following counties in Maryland: Carroll, Central and Southeast Howard, Central and Southeast Montgomery, Northern Baltimore, Northwest Hartford, Northwest Howard, Northwest Montgomery, Southeast Hartford and Southern Baltimore, and the following counties in Virginia: Arlington Falls Church and Alexandria, Eastern Loudoun, Fairfax, Prince William, Manassas and Manassas Park, Southern Fauquier and Stafford. Winter weather advisory remains in effect from 1 p.m. Sunday to 1 a.m. Monday. Snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of 1 to 3 inches and ice accumulations of around 0.1 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 45 miles per hour. The areas affected include the District of Columbia, portions of Central, North Central, Northeast and Northern Maryland and Northern Virginia. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 1 p.m. Sunday to 1 a.m. Monday. Impacts: plan on slippery road conditions. Slow down and use caution while traveling. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following counties in Maryland: Anne Arundel, Charles and Prince George's, and King George, Virginia. Winter weather advisory remains in effect from 1 p.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday. Snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of up to 2 inches and ice accumulations of a light glaze. Winds gusting as high as 40 miles per hour. The areas affected include in Maryland: Charles, Prince George's and Anne Arundel counties. In Virginia: King George County. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 1 p.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday. Impacts: plan on slippery road conditions. Slow down and use caution while traveling. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following county, St. Mary's, Maryland. Coastal flood watch remains in effect from Sunday evening through late Sunday night. Up to 1 foot of inundation above ground level possible in low-lying areas due to tidal flooding. The areas affected include shoreline in St. Mary's County. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from Sunday evening through late Sunday night, especially around the time of high tide. Impacts: at 3.5 feet, water covers roads on St. George Island, is in yards, and is approaching structures. To the east, inundation is occurring at multiple marinas off St. Mary's River, Smith Creek, and Jutland Creek. Additional details: tides 2.5 to 3 feet above normal. If travel is required, allow extra time as some roads may be closed. Do not not drive around barricades or through water of unknown depth. Take the necessary actions to protect flood-prone property. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following county, District of Columbia, and Arlington Falls Church in Alexandria, Virginia, coastal flood watch remains in effect from late Sunday night through Monday morning. Up to 1 foot of inundation above ground level possible in low-lying areas due to tidal flooding. The areas affected include shoreline in the District of Columbia, Arlington County, and the city of Alexandria. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from late Sunday night through Monday morning, especially around the time of high tide. Impacts. The unprotected area on the southwest waterfront at the DC Seafood Market is expected to flood. Water is expected to approach parts of the Haynes Point Loop Road, but it will likely be closed. Water is expected to approach buildings near King Street and Union Street. Shoreline inundation up to 1 foot above ground is possible elsewhere. Additional details, tides 2.5 to 3 feet above normal. If travel is required, allow extra time as some roads may be closed. Do not drive around barricades or through water of unknown depth. Take the necessary actions to protect flood-prone property. The 4 p.m. observation in Washington. At Reagan National Airport, cloudy skies. The temperature was 26 degrees Fahrenheit, or -3 degrees Celsius. Dew point 0. Humidity was 32%. Winds were north at 8 miles an hour, producing a wind chill of 18, and the barometric pressure was 30.34 inches or 1,027.4 millibars, and steady. Now for some observations from the surrounding area. At BWI Airport, cloudy skies. Temperature 25. Winds north at 9 miles an hour, producing a wind chill of 15.
Alrighty, guys, I am back. Sorry for the wait. I just had to take another break here. So we're going to be going over everything we pretty much just have gone over so far. If you guys are just now joining us, welcome. We are now at 193 subscribers, which means we're only 7 subscribers away from reaching our ultimate goal here of 200 subscribers. So, guys, we are almost there. So get everyone you know. Basically, get everyone to subscribe. It'd be greatly appreciated, which absolutely crushed this goal today. We're getting to 200. We're almost there. We started off, I believe, at 176 subscribers. And now we're at 193. You guys are awesome. Seriously. I was going to say, Courtney, thank you so much for that. That's really nice. Rain, seriously. Oh my gosh. Alright, guys, so let's take a look here at the current radar view in terms of what is currently going on across the nation. So, we actually do have basically some moisture starting to infiltrate its way in through bits of the southeast here. A lot of moisture, a lot of rain currently falling across bits of Mississippi into Alabama currently. Honestly, this has helped fueling the system, allowing for a lot more moisture, basically a lot more energy for the system to occur. So we are getting a lot of what we call advection going on, a lot of moisture-filled moisture-filled air. Andy says, is thunder snow rare? Yeah, it's very rare. If you look up a video of Jim Cantori with thunder snow, you'll see that he flips. And the reason he flips is because of how rare it is. Guys, we just now hit 194. We're almost there. 6 away, guys. We got this. We got this. You guys are awesome. I really love all of you guys. You guys are awesome. I really, really appreciate it. So, we are having some advection going on. We have the cold air coming in from behind, which is allowing for some snow to kind of form across the area here. So the moisture is pulling up here from the Gulf of Mexico. That's the moisture supply. But the cold air is interacting with that moisture kind of across to Oklahoma, Arkansas, as well as Missouri, allowing it to transition from rain into snow. Now, obviously, it's still snowing across bits of the southeast here, so that's what we're seeing here. So obviously, this thing's only expected to strengthen here down the line as it does track further. So what we were seeing earlier, we're actually seeing a little bit less snow currently falling, but don't let that fool you guys, because down the line, this thing is actually expected to take off even more here. As this thing does track mostly eastward, I'll actually go and draw kind of a rough track of what this thing's supposed to do. It's going to kind of slow down like it is currently right now. It has slowed down, definitely a lot since we first streamed here. It'll move itself into bits of the Mid-Atlantic region as well as bits in the northeast here, potentially, going off the region here. So, in terms of, the impacts we are expecting out of the system, we are expecting a lot of ice accumulations, kind of especially around that borderline between North and South Carolina, kind of across these areas here. We are expecting a lot of ice accumulation across these areas. Same as some heavy snow is expected across bits of the northern portion here of, the western portion here of New York. We are expecting a lot of snow to kind of fall across the upper northwestern portion here of Pennsylvania, pretty much into New York. We actually are expecting a lot of heavy snow, really to impact those regions there. So now I want to go ahead and take a look here at the past radar in terms of the history that this thing has actually shown. We'll actually go ahead and draw this back just a little bit here. We'll actually go ahead and go back down here a little bit. So this is basically from the past here. This is basically showing the past radar in terms of what has happened. You can see in the last few frames that we've really started to get more of a clockwise rotation going on, or sorry, counterclockwise rotation, as we are getting a lot more moisture to infiltrate the system here. So, honestly, we are seeing a lot of this occur. Honestly, we are seeing, this massive winter storm that started over the northern plains, tracked its way through bits of the Midwest here into the southeast. Eventually, it'll slow down, kind of get a kick from kick of moisture here from the Gulf of Mexico, eventually move its way across bits of the Mid-Atlantic, and eventually into the Northeast here, delivering a lot of ice and snow. So it is going to be causing a lot of heavy impacts across the region here. We'll actually get to the models here in a second in terms of how much we actually might expect here, but regardless, it's going to be kind of crazy in terms of that. So, alrighty guys, so let's go ahead and take a look here at the future radar, basically in terms of your future projections here down the line, in terms of what we actually might see in terms of this. So let's go ahead and change up to our future radar. So this is based off the NAM 3-kilometer model. This is a North American model. That's what NAM stands for, North American model. Kind of straightforward. 3 kilometers basically just showing the resolution that the model's in. It's a high-resolution model. So as we were taking a look here at the radar view, we'll actually take a quick little glance at it real quick again, kind of get a recap in terms of what we're seeing. So we're seeing some snow kind of falling across bits of, basically across bits of the southern portion here of Missouri, as well as the northern portion here of Arkansas, as well as the central and eastern part here of Oklahoma. Currently seeing some snowfall across those regions. It does look like there might be a little bit of a band of snow kind of across central parts here of Louisiana, according to this radar view. Obviously I have seen some glitches with this radar before, so I would not be surprised if this is false, but it doesn't kind of make sense because you are seeing that cold air back behind the system. So, obviously maybe it is turning into some snow. Also because you got to think the sun's going down, the lack of daylight heating is occurring, which allows for it to start cooling down. So obviously, yeah, there's probably a potential that this is falling as snow. I experienced thunder snow in Nashville, Tennessee. It was surreal. I bet. I seen thunder snow in the 2010 not Armageddon, not the movie Armageddon, Snowmageddon. That's what it was called. Snowmageddon. There was that that thunder snow that we had across northern Virginia. I ended up getting about 3 feet out of that system, if I recall correctly. It was back in 2010. I think February, I want to say. It was quite a heck of a storm. And then we had another one that impacted Winter Storm Jonas, it was called, across bits of the Mid-Atlantic view. And it caused about 2.5 feet of snow. Kind of a big difference there in terms of things. So, guys, taking a look here back at the radar view in terms of the future projected radar, as we were seeing here. It's currently 5 o'clock, so we're going to shift here to 5 o'clock. So we were seeing some snow falling across eastern parts of Oklahoma, southern portions here of Missouri, as well as northern portions here of Arkansas. So honestly, we are actually seeing, we are seeing the snow fall across the region here. So this is kind of accurate in terms of what's actually currently going on. Let's go see. Quantum says, wow, that sounds quite odd. Yeah, it is kind of an odd scenario. It's a mixture between having a bit of instability as well as seeing some, some snow across areas. It's usually caused by having a lot of heavy moisture, which can definitely do it. Allow for a lot more friction between those ice crystals and a lot more of those particles, which allows for energy to build up. That's another quick lesson for you guys. Kind of off the topic of the weather we're in now, but for lightning, it's kind of a similar story. Across the upper levels of the atmosphere, or the mid levels of the atmosphere, basically what happens is you get friction. Friction is energy. Between different ice crystals that are flying up in the atmosphere, they start hitting each other, kind of building up a charge, and they have to release that charge somehow. So they release it by zapping the ground, and that's what we see as lightning. And the noise we hear from thunder is basically just the lightning bolt traveling so fast through the air it breaks the sound barrier, in which it makes a very, very loud noise as you hear as thunder. That's essentially how that works. Kind of a quick little bit of a lecture for you guys. But like I said, we're not dealing with too many thunderstorms. Although we do have a few across bits of the south, but right now we're currently paying attention to this winter system we currently have impacting the nation. So as we do track even further down the line, for the early morning hours here for tomorrow, we are expecting a lot of rain across the south, as we currently are seeing. The track is way more east here, basically across bits of Georgia as well, into bits of South Carolina as well as Alabama here. Now, here's where things start to get kind of interesting. Kind of across, around 6 or 7, 8, we'll start to see some pretty crazy, ice accumulation across the Carolinas. Like I said, across bits of pretty much the borderline between North and South Carolina, we are expecting the heaviest ice accumulation, potentially over an inch of ice. Imagine that, an inch of ice falling on something. That would cause so much impacts, a lot of, serious amounts for accidents, power outages, because you get so much, because ice is so heavy. It accumulates on power lines, which allows them to be pulled down, because ice is really heavy, a lot heavier than you probably think. And it pulls down on these, power lines, and it causes them to snap. I mean, either the poles to snap or the wires themselves to snap. It happens all the time. And especially for the people in, the Carolinas, it's more of a tropical region, especially on the coast. It's more tropical. They're kind of more used to, more of, summer systems, more thunderstorms. And they're not really, they're not really too used in terms of a lot of winter systems. And they're not really used to much ice either. And they're seeing a huge potential of ice, which is kind of hazardous in terms of things. So that's what I'm saying, guys. We definitely need to, monitor this. But, guys, that's essentially what we're dealing with here. So we actually are expecting the ice to start falling across the Carolinas here, basically for the early morning hours here, kind of around 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning here across bits of South Carolina, moving its way in through bits of the borderline. And it should be exiting the areas here. Maybe some snow across bits of the northern portions here of South Carolina, kind of around the afternoon here in the 16th, kind of as that, that back end system starting to kind of trail its way down the region. And it'll move its way through bits of the mid-Atlantic view for basically the afternoon hours here, kind of around midday tomorrow for the 16th. And then we do track our way to the northeast here, kind of for the early hours here on the 17th, eventually kind of fully being out of the area here by later on here in the 18th. So, guys, that's what we're dealing with there. So let's go ahead and take a look here at the models in regard to what we actually might expect here further down the line. So we're going to take a look here at the GFS model first. We'll actually take a look here at the snowfall accumulation. Then we'll take a look at the ice accumulation. We'll do a little bit different this time. Look, we have a new model coming out. We have 18Z GFS already coming out. We have ECMWF 12Z coming out here soon. We already have 12Z out, but for the normal non-high-res model is showing the 12Z coming out now, which is kind of late for that. But let's take a look here at the latest GFS model. This is some new data. This is not data we have seen quite yet. So let's wait and see what this one has to say about this upcoming snow. So we do have new updated information regarding this. So this is, like I said, the GFS American model. This is, long-range American model. As we do track down in time, we will get some snow falling across bits of the southeast Tennessee Valley into the mid-Atlantic Rio. Same thing, guys, as we were expecting before. A lot of heavy potential impacts across bits of the western part here of New York. It's kind of trending more down south as well, basically across bits of the extreme northwestern portion here of Pennsylvania and through bits of New York, potentially over a foot of snow expected from this. Take a look at this, up to 20 inches or so according to your GFS model. This is obviously a lot of snow. Definitely a lot of accumulations across these regions here. So obviously, across bits of the, pretty much the Midwest view, we're talking maybe some instances over a foot kind of across these areas here. Tennessee Valley, Mid-Atlantic, kind of same thing, isolated pockets up to, a foot being possible into the northeast here. Well over a foot expected across bits of the western side here of New York. Kind of expected out of the system is we actually are expecting a lot more heavier snow to fall across these regions here. Potential snow bands of 2 to 4 inches per hour is expected. Let's go and see here. Let's go see. Lewis says, watch next week in storm coming again. Honestly, in the pattern we're in, we've seen a lot of nor'easters occur, basically for January 3rd as well as January 7th, I want to say. We've had a few nor'easters occur, basically a few of these storms. And we're actually seeing the pattern now with that deep troughing. We actually see that, go down here as well as dip its way back up here. So, we've been seeing a lot of deep troughing, which has been alive for a lot of this, a lot of storm tracks. Let's see. Jenny says, I heard another one is coming. Actually, you're right. There is another system that's coming, but it's not going to do as many impacts as this one. I'll actually go ahead and show you that real quick, if the model actually still supports it here. Let's see here. We do move into, let's actually take a look here at the precipitation type and rate here. So in terms of this, so pay attention to this. We have our snow. It follows its way down the line here across bits of the mid-Atlantic into the northeast. Pay attention across the northern plains. Here we go. Another area of low pressure tracking its way across bits of the region here. Maybe even into bits of the northeast. You can kind of see it. This has actually been the trend here for the last few days here. And the models, different models have actually been saying this. Yeah, so this is going to be scraping bits of the northern plains into the upper Midwest. Areas such as North Dakota, bits of Minnesota, bits of Wisconsin, Michigan, it's in New York State, into the northeast. Probably going to see some snow out of this. Maybe some for the Appalachian Mountains here, across those upper elevations where it is a bit colder across these regions here. So, honestly, that's definitely a possibility down the line. Now, let's take a look here at the ECMWF model again in terms of your snowfall accumulation. If you guys are just now joining us, welcome. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day today. Hope you guys are doing great. If you're new to the channel, consider subscribing, guys, because we are trying to reach our 200 subscriber goal by the end of this live stream. We're only 6 away, guys. We're only 6 subscribers away. You guys have absolutely crushed it. I have to give a special thanks to Jenny for, seriously, helping out the stream today. In terms of getting a lot of people in the stream and subscribing. That seriously means a lot to me, and also that $25 donation, so thank you so much, Jenny. Same thing to Quantum. Thank you so much for that $5 donation. That was greatly appreciated. You are awesome. I really, really appreciate all your support. You guys rock. So, all right, so let's go and take a look here at the ECMWF model in regard to your accumulations here, and we'll kind of do a recap in terms of what this has to say. I know we'll take a look at in terms of the blend of models. So, here we go. We're taking a look here at the ECMWF. This is your long-range European model. Same thing. Snowfalls across, pretty much the same areas here. Now, we are expecting, a little bit less snowfall to fall across bits of the, the Midwest here, according to this model, compared to what your latest GFS model had to say. A little bit more across the Mid-Atlantic view, with potentially well over a foot across some of these areas here. Kind of across bits of the panhandle here of West Virginia, as well as basically northwestern Virginia. Potentially getting up well over a foot of snow, being possible across some of these regions here. And through bits of, the Mid-Atlantic view, across bits of western parts here of North Carolina, with, across those upper elevations where it usually is a bit colder. Definitely something we have to look at here. So obviously we are seeing, it's kind of same things in terms of this, but there is some differences as well. So we'll just continue tracking this over the next little bit here. We actually do have a lot of snow expected to fall across the western portion here of New York State, potentially well over 20 inches being possible, according to this model alone. So, recap. Let's take a look at the National Weather Service blend of models and take a blend in terms of see what these models have to put together in terms of this. So, as we do track down the line here, we actually do have some snow falling across the Midwest, well less than what these models had to say. Maybe some instances of 6 to 10 inches possible, kind of across the northern portion here of Arkansas. Tracking through bits of the Tennessee Valley, a lot less. Maybe some more across those upper elevations here of North Carolina. I do actually agree with this because, like I said, it is a lot more colder, which allows the precipitation chance from rain to to snow, a lot more higher of a chance of changing to snow, allowing for more snow to fall and more accumulations. Across bits of the Mid-Atlantic, a little bit less, 6 to 10 inches across the pink shade area, but still across the western side here of New York, potentially well over 12 inches expected. Maybe even some instances near 2 feet, according to this. Not quite according to your, this model in particular, but there has been some models that has said this. So potentially well over a foot of snow expected across the region. So guys, that's what we're expecting here now. All right, we're gonna go ahead and take a break here for a second, guys, again, because I've been live streaming pretty much all day long, so my voice probably needs another break here. So guys, we'll be back here in about 5 or 10 minutes or so. We'll be back here at around 5:30 or 5:35. So guys, we'll be back here shortly. If you guys are just now joining us, hit that subscribe button. It'll be greatly appreciated. We're trying to reach 200 subscribers by the end of this live stream, guys. I believe we can do it. We're almost there. 6 subscribers away. Get all your friends. Get all your friends together. Let them know that, to subscribe and see if we can reach our goal later on in today's video. But anyways, guys, I'll catch you all here later on.
This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following counties in Maryland, Anne Arundel, Charles and Prince George's, and King George, Virginia. Winter weather advisory remains in effect from 1 p.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday. Snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of up to 2 inches and ice accumulations of a light glaze. Winds gusting as high as 40 miles per hour. The areas affected include, in Maryland, Charles, Prince George's, and Anne Arundel counties. In Virginia, King George County. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 1 p.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday. Impacts. Plan on slippery road conditions. Slow down and use caution while traveling. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following county, St. Mary's, Maryland. Coastal flood watch remains in effect from Sunday evening through late Sunday night. Up to 1 foot of inundation above ground level possible in low-lying areas due to tidal flooding. The areas affected include shoreline in St. Mary's County. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from Sunday evening through late Sunday night, especially around the time of high tide. Impacts. At 3.5 feet, water covers roads on St. George Island, is in yards, and is approaching structures. To the east, inundation is occurring at multiple marinas off St. Mary's River, Smith Creek, and Jutland Creek. Additional details, tides 2.5 to 3 feet above normal. If travel is required, allow extra time as some roads may be closed. Do not drive around barricades or through water of unknown depth. Take the necessary actions to protect flood-prone property. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following county, District of Columbia, and Arlington Falls Church and Alexandria, Virginia. Coastal flood watch remains in effect from late Sunday night through Monday morning. Up to 1 foot of inundation above ground level possible in low-lying areas due to tidal flooding. The areas affected include shoreline in the District of Columbia, Arlington County, and the city of Alexandria. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from late Sunday night through Monday morning, especially around the time of high tide. Impacts. The unprotected area on the southwest waterfront at the DC Seafood Market is expected to flood. Water is expected to approach parts of the Haynes Point Loop Road, but it will likely be closed. Water is expected to approach buildings near King Street and Union Street. Shoreline inundation up to 1 foot above ground is possible elsewhere. Additional details, tides 2.5 to 3 feet above normal. If travel is required, allow extra time as some roads may be closed. Do not drive around barricades or through water of unknown depth. Take the necessary actions to protect flood-prone property. The marine forecast for the coastal waters from Fenwick Island to Chincoteague and out 20 nautical miles. Small craft advisory in effect through Sunday afternoon. Gale warning in effect from Sunday afternoon through Monday evening, through 7 p.m., north winds 10 to 15 knots. Seas 5 to 6 feet. Dominant period 10 seconds. Tonight, northeast winds 10 to 15 knots. Seas 5 to 6 feet. Dominant period 12 seconds. Sunday, east winds 15 to 20 knots, increasing to 20 to 25 knots late. Seas 4 to 5 feet, building to 6 to 8 feet late. Dominant period 11 seconds. Rain in the afternoon. Sunday night, east winds 25 to 30 knots, becoming southeast 30 to 35 knots with gusts to 45 knots after midnight, then becoming south 25 to 30 knots late. Seas 10 to 15 feet. Dominant period 6 seconds. Rain. Monday, southwest winds 25 to 30 knots with gusts to 40 knots. Seas 10 to 13 ft, subsiding to 7 to 9 feet. Dominant period 10 seconds. A chance of rain in the morning. Monday night, west winds 25 to 30 knots, diminishing to 20 to 25 knots late. Gusts to 40 knots. Seas 7 to 9 feet, subsiding to 6 to 7 feet after midnight. Dominant period 10 seconds. Tuesday, west winds 20 to 25 knots, diminishing to 15 to 20 knots in the afternoon. Seas 4 to 5 feet. Tuesday night, northwest winds 10 to 15 knots, becoming southwest 5 to 10 knots after midnight. Seas 3 to 4 feet. Wednesday, southwest winds 15 to 20 knots. Seas 3 to 4 feet. Wednesday night, west winds 10 to 15 knots. Seas 5 to 6 feet. A chance of rain after midnight. The 5 p.m. observation in Washington. At Reagan National Airport, cloudy skies. The temperature was 26 degrees Fahrenheit, or -3 degrees Celsius. Dew point 1. Humidity was 34%. Winds were north at 10 miles an hour, producing a wind chill of 16, and the barometric pressure was 30.35 inches or 1,027.7 millibars, and rising. Now for some observations from the surrounding area. At BWI Airport, cloudy skies. Temperature 25. Winds north at 7 miles an hour, producing a wind chill of 17. At Charlottesville, cloudy skies. 30. At Dulles Airport, cloudy. Temperature 25 degrees. Winds northeast at 12 miles an hour, producing a wind chill of 14. At Fredericksburg, fair. Temperature 28. At Martinsburg, fair skies. 24. Winds northeast at 8 miles an hour. At Norfolk, fair. Temperature 29 degrees. At Ocean City, fair skies. It was 25 degrees. At Pawtuxet River Naval Air Station, cloudy. Temperature 27. At Quantico, fair skies. Temperature 29. Winds northeast at 9 miles an hour. For Richmond, cloudy skies. It was 31. At Roanoke, cloudy. Temperature 34 degrees. At Winchester, fair. Temperature 23. At New York, fair skies. 19. At Philadelphia, cloudy skies. 23. At Raleigh, cloudy skies. 38. Now for a few observations on the waters. At Washington Channel, the wind was north at 4 knots, and the water temperature was 37 degrees. At Piney Point, the wind was northeast at 9 knots. At Thomas Point, the wind was northwest at 11 knots, gusting to 14, and the water temperature was 38 degrees. Here is a look at the weather features that will affect the region over the next several days. With Canadian high pressure situated to our north, an Arctic air mass will remain in place overnight. Low pressure will then strengthen and approach the area Sunday before passing through Sunday night. Snow and ice accumulation is expected across portions of the area during this time. The low pressure will depart to the northeast Monday as high pressure builds along the southeast coast into the middle portion of next week. Now for the official National Weather Service forecast for the Washington metro area and the surrounding KHB listening area. Rest of this afternoon, mostly cloudy. Highs in the upper 20s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour with gusts up to 20 miles an hour. Tonight, partly cloudy until midnight, then clearing. Lows 8 to 14 above. Northeast winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Sunday, partly sunny in the morning, then snow and sleet in the afternoon. Snow and sleet accumulation of 1 to 3 inches. Highs in the lower 30s. Northeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 30 miles an hour. Chance of precipitation near 100%. Sunday night, freezing rain, snow and sleet until midnight, then rain with freezing rain likely after midnight. Precipitation may be heavy at times until midnight. Additional snow and sleet accumulation around an inch. Ice accumulation of up to 1/4 of an inch. Lows in the upper 20s. Northeast winds 15 to 20 miles an hour, becoming southeast after midnight. Gusts up to 40 miles an hour. Chance of precipitation near 100%. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, mostly cloudy. A chance of rain, snow and freezing rain. Highs in the lower 40s. Chance of precipitation 50%. Tuesday, mostly clear. Highs in the upper 30s. Lows in the mid-20s. Wednesday, mostly cloudy with a chance of rain and snow. Highs in the mid-40s. Lows in the upper 20s. Chance of precipitation 40%. Thursday, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow. Highs in the mid-30s. Lows around 20. Chance of snow 40%. Friday, partly cloudy. A 30% chance of snow. Highs in the upper 20s. Lows around 15. This hazardous weather outlook is for the Maryland portion of the Chesapeake Bay, tidal Potomac River, and I-95 corridor through central Maryland, northern Virginia, and District of Columbia. Day 1, this afternoon and tonight. No hazardous weather is expected at this time. Days 2 through 7, Sunday through Friday. A winter weather advisory is in effect for the outlook area with the exception of southern Maryland from Sunday afternoon through early Monday morning. Strong winds may result in isolated wind damage Sunday night through Monday. A gale warning is in effect over the waters during this time. Coastal flood watches have been issued for St. Mary's, in the Arundel and Baltimore counties in Maryland, as well as the District of Columbia, Arlington County, and the city of Alexandria for late Sunday night into Monday morning. Spotter information statement. Spotter activation is not expected at this time. Now for the National Weather Service marine forecast for the Chesapeake Bay from Sandy Point to North Beach. Rest of this afternoon, north winds 15 knots with gusts to 20 knots. Waves 3 feet. Tonight, northeast winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts to 20 knots. Waves 2 feet. Sunday, northeast winds 15 to 20 knots. Gusts up to 20 knots, increasing to 30 knots in the afternoon. Waves 2 to 3 feet. Rain with snow, freezing rain and sleet likely. Visibility 1 to 3 nautical miles. Sunday night, east winds 20 to 25 knots, becoming southeast after midnight. Gusts up to 40 knots. Waves 4 feet. Rain and freezing rain. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, west winds 15 to 20 knots. Waves 3 feet. A chance of rain.
All right, guys, I am back. Sorry for the wait again. Let's go see. Andy says, so you said only 2 to 4 inches in total for me. Yeah, as of what I've seen recently, it's probably 2 to 4 is expected for me. They have me set as 3 to 5, but personally, I don't see it. A lot of these models are trending west, but honestly, a lot of models are still disagreeing. So really, anything can occur. We'll just have to see how this goes here. So. But guys, if you're just now joining us, welcome. Hope you guys are having a great day today. Hope you guys are doing good here. Now we're on the final stretch to our goal, guys, of reaching 200 subscribers by the end of the live stream. We're at 194. We started off, I believe, at 176. So guys, thank you all so much. You guys are awesome. I really, really appreciate all your support. Thank you to our donators for today, Jenny and Quantum. Thank you so much for your donations. That was greatly appreciated. You guys are seriously awesome. So thank you guys so much. You guys have made my day. Everyone here, thank you for all your support. Thank you for, coming in to hang out with us. So we're gonna be going over what we're dealing with currently, and we'll actually see what we're dealing with in terms of now. So let's take a look here at the radar view in terms of what is currently going on across the nation. So this is our current system. This is a system that is impacting bits of the nation here. We've already seen this thing plow its way through bits of the northern plains and through bits of the Midwest. It's driving itself across to the southeast in areas such as central and eastern parts here of Oklahoma, a southern portion here of Missouri, as well as northern Arkansas, currently seeing some snow across these areas here, and a lot of rain for bits of the southeast in areas such as central and eastern parts of Mississippi and through Alabama, kind of moving its way towards Georgia here, but they're probably within the next few hours. Probably seeing a lot of rain across these areas here. So we actually are seeing a little bit more snow falling across bits of the mid-Atlantic view. It does look like, according to this, take a look at this, some snow kind of across these areas here. According to this, you can kind of see some snow showers kind of across these regions here. So that's essentially what we're dealing with right now. So let's take a look here at the past radar in terms of what has already happened from this system. So taking a look at the past radar, we'll go ahead and play this future. So this is basically the history of this system. This is basically how it started and what it looks like from over time. So you can see definitely over the last several frames, all this is getting getting more stronger, because look, it's mostly like light dark greens and blues here, basically showing that moderate to light snowfall across these areas here. But look at it really start to kick off here across bits of the Gulf, basically as we're getting more moisture into the system, which is allowing for the radar to pick up a lot more stronger signatures as we're seeing a lot more precipitation. Now it's going to gather a whole bunch of precipitation. Drive its way through the southeast into the mid-Atlantic view, eventually down into the northeast, further down the line. So guys, if you guys are just now joining us, welcome. Hope you guys are having a great day today. Hope you guys stay safe for this upcoming winter system, or the system we're already seeing here impacting the country. It's currently at its phase 2 mark right now. So the phase 1 was impacting bits of the north into the Midwest. Now we're shifting on to phase 2. Phase 2 is getting all that moisture here from the Gulf. Phase 3 will be impacting bits of the eastern coast, which that'll start later on tonight. So that's essentially what we're dealing with here. Honestly, guys, kind of craziness is going on with the system here. So let's take a look here at the future radar in terms of what is expected to happen here further down the line. So here's your future radar based off of your NAM 3-kilometer model. This is a North American model, as I was saying here before. So we're currently here at around 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. We'll go ahead and zoom this in through 6 o'clock. So as we were actually seeing here on the real radar view, we actually do have some snow falling across the southern portion here of Missouri, basically eastern portion here of Oklahoma, and through bits of Kansas. Honestly. Andy says, does moisture mean more snow out of this? Yes, moisture does mean snow. Moisture meaning more water vapor, mean more potential for rainfall, more potential for snowfall. Basically just, basically a lot more liquid is being shot into the system, I should say. For, to simple it down, it's pretty much just more liquid shooting its way in the system. Which allows for, the potential of only more snow to fall across some of these areas here. So, Taking a look here at the future radar view in terms of this is currently 6 o'clock p.m., so this is more current than anything. We actually are seeing that rain falling across bits of the central and eastern portions here of Mississippi and through central and western side here of Alabama. Seeing that advection going on, all that warm and moisture-filled air driving its way up. Guys, we just now hit 195 subscribers. We're only 5 subscribers away, guys. 5 away from reaching our goal here of 200 by the end of the stream. Guys, we can do it. We're only 5 away. Get your friends to come and join us. Let them know about the goal we're trying to set here. We're almost there. We were so close, guys. We started off with 176. We're now at 195. So, guys, special thanks to every single one of you guys out there. You guys have honestly killed it in today's stream with the donations. Same thing with, with Jenny as well as Quantum. Thank you guys both once again for the donations. For all of you guys who have subscribed, thank you guys so much. Thank you guys even for who just joining in and just hanging out with us for a little bit. I'm glad to have you here. I'm glad to hang out with you guys and give you guys the latest regard to the system. So, like I was saying here, take a look at the future radar view in terms of what is currently going on across the nation here. So, we're zooming down here in the line. We actually continue to see some rain falling across bits of Alabama and through bits of Georgia here. Some snow, kind of some freezing rain starting to occur across bits of the Carolinas here, especially kind of around that borderline between North and South Carolina. A lot of these models were showing the potential of maybe over an inch of ice being possible across a lot of these areas here. So, like I said, how these low pressure systems work is you have basically 2 sets. You basically have 2 sides to this. We have our area of low pressure here. And so basically we get a lot of cold air that drives its way down because these systems rotate counterclockwise, right? So basically we can imagine that we get some cold air from the north down here, so it is colder up there. We get a lot of warm air from the south because it's warmer down there. So seriously, we're getting some, kind of mixture between, different, thermodynamics, basically just, heat and chilled air. So behind this zone, we're still seeing precipitation from all this moisture is driving its way in the system, but we're in that cooler air zone, which allows for more snow to fall. Potentially more across bits of Arkansas, across the eastern side, maybe even into bits of Louisiana. Definitely a possibility. Jenny says we appreciate you. Jenny, thank you so much. You seriously have helped out the stream a lot today, so I cannot thank you more than enough. You are absolutely awesome. So, but then further down the line, here for the morning hours, here for tomorrow, we go ahead and track down a little bit further down here in time, basically across the afternoon hours here on January 16th. We continue to see that snow moves way into bits of the mid-Atlantic region. Snow mixed with some sleet and some, freezing rain across these regions here, kind of in this mixture of precipitation zone. The blue is showing snow. The kind of purple is kind of showing sleet. Basically, the small little ice pellets, if you guys don't know what sleet is. As well as freezing rain, basically this red here. It's basically showing that there is some freezing rain. So basically how the freezing rain works is it falls like normal rain. It looks like normal rain, but the only difference is that your temperature on the surface is freezing. So basically how this works is every single precipitation falls as snow at some point in the atmosphere if it's cold enough. So it falls as snow, and if it hits a warm layer in the middle of the atmosphere, basically in an area below, or area above freezing, and melts, starts falling as rain, and then basically as you get closer to the ground again, it's colder again below freezing, and it hits the ground, sticks on everything, and then freezes. Andy says, I like the snow. I think the high pressure says, I like snow. I think high pressure is the only reason why Western New York will see the snow. Yeah, the high pressure system we actually do have in place is allowing for the steering of the system to be so strong, and allowing for that really sharp change from going down from southeast to northeast. Literally a pretty much 180 here, pretty much going down from here all the way up to the region here. So we are seeing quite a huge difference in terms of the tracks. Or I should would that be more of a 90? I guess that would be more of a 90 degree. Yeah, changing literally directionally. So, that's what I'm saying. We're going to start to see some of the snow impact bits of the mid-Atlantic view, basically here this afternoon, tomorrow afternoon here. Tracking down into the northeast, kind of across the evening here for tomorrow. So, mixture of precipitation across bits of the central portion here of Pennsylvania, according to this model. In terms of this, we'll, continue to see how that plays out here. Track ourselves further down into the northeast here. Take a look at this, kind of around the early morning hours here. January 17th, so day after tomorrow here. Still seeing some snow all across the northeast. Will be an overnight event here. And then eventually it should be out of the area here by the evening here of the evening here of the 17th and too early in the afternoon hours here of the 18th. Maybe still some snow, behind this front, behind this system. It's still possible across bits of the Ohio Valley and through bits of the Mid-Atlantic, kind of near the Appalachian Mountains, kind of getting stuck here across the upper elevations here, as well as bits of the northeast. Maybe still seeing a little bit more snow as well. So, alrighty guys, so that's essentially what we're dealing with there. Now I want to go ahead and take a look here at the accumulation factor in terms of how much are we actually expecting? How much snow and how much sleet are we expecting out of this whole entire system? Well, But if you guys are just now joining, I'll go ahead and show you guys what we're currently dealing with. We'll take a look at a few models, because like I said, you really can't take one model individually. You kind of got to get an idea between what all these models have to say. So, taking a look here at the GFS model, this is your long-range American model in terms of things. This is basically, like I said, the long-range. Let's go and see here. Jenny says, is this barometric pressure? I don't know, because I think the stream is a bit delayed, so the chat is also, I don't know what you mean by what is barometric pressure. What we were just looking at was the view. This is what we were just looking at, the radar view in the future. I don't know exactly what you're talking about, but if you could let me know, I should be able to explain it a bit more. But like I was saying here, as we do track down in time, you know, the GFS has been kind of aggressive across the Midwest here, showing some instances of maybe over a foot being possible across these red shaded areas, 3 to 5 across the blue, 6 to 10 across this pink shaded color, as well as 1 to 3 across the light blue, showing that, you know, some impacts of snow is expected across all these regions that are highlighted here. Across bits of the Tennessee Valley, you know, some areas over 12 inches being possible. Locally higher amounts that can definitely not be ruled out across some of these areas here. And to the Mid-Atlantic view, we're talking potentially over a foot as well across a lot of these areas here, isolated. Seriously. And what Andy was talking about. Yes, that is right, Jeannie. Sorry, I didn't mean to... I didn't know exactly what you were talking about by that, so my bad. But yeah, seriously, that was the high pressure he was talking about, meaning barometric pressure, yes. So, as we do move into the Mid-Atlantic view, like I did say, potentially 12 inches or higher across the region here. 12 inches higher, you know, well over 12 inches is kind of expected across the western side here of New York. You know, honestly, kind of expected across a lot of these regions here. But anyways, guys, that's how much we're expecting for one model. Now, that's obviously where we can't cut it off now. We have to take a look at the other models as well, because you can't just take one model, you know, based off of what it is. You kind of just got to get an idea between what all the models have to say. So, this model is a little bit less aggressive in terms of the snowfall across the Midwest. You know, maybe it's still maybe near a foot across to the northern portion here of Arkansas. Across the blue shaded area here, 3 to 5 inches kind of expected. 1 to 3 across bits of the areas here, kind of in light blue. As it does track its way through bits of the Tennessee Valley, you know, still some instances of well over 12 inches expected. Now, across those upper elevations here of the western side here of North Carolina, where the mountains, Appalachian Mountains, are located at, you know, obviously the higher you do go up in the atmosphere, it is a little bit more colder. So, as you do go up a little bit more colder here, so obviously it is potentially over a foot as well. Gina says, sorry for my stupid question. No, you're good. No, I just didn't know exactly what you were talking about. Sorry about that. But then it kind of leads its way in through bits of the Mid-Atlantic view here, you know, potentially over a foot being possible. Across the western side here of New York, as well as northwestern side here of Pennsylvania, and maybe even northeastern side here of Ohio, we're seeing maybe in some instances well over a foot, but potentially even up towards, maybe up near 2 feet according to this model. Let's go and see here. PC says, PC Gamer Where says, we got a little precipitation already working in. Maybe that precipitation will help lower the temperatures even more. So, you know, the precipitation can help lower the surface temperatures on the surface. I want you to know this. You know, the precipitation is colder. It'll obviously bring down some cold air with it, but you got to think it's in the mid-levels of the atmosphere, which determines the precipitation type. Like I said, if it's warmer in the mid-levels of the atmosphere, you know, well above freezing, it'll fall as rain because it is basically, you know, basically melting all that snow that's falling. Now, if it's colder, below freezing or near freezing, it'll fall as snow because it's just pure snow falling at that point. Andy says, what model is being less aggressive? So the model that is less aggressive is the ECMWF model. It is called it's basically the European model here in Europe. This is their main model, basically their global model. So that is to answer your question, Andy. So, alrighty guys, so now we do track down here. Like I said, you know, this is showing a bit of differences across the Midwest. Kind of, you know, some instances over a foot, kind of across the Mid-Atlantic into the Tennessee Valley. Kind of still being possible across the regions here. A lot more still, more aggressive in terms of the ECMWF across the western side here of New York, as well as northwestern side here of Pennsylvania, northeastern side here of Ohio here. So, you know, obviously that's what we have going on here. Then we do move into the National Weather Service blend of models. This is basically takes a whole bunch of model outputs, kind of blends them together to give you the best bet in terms of what you actually might expect here down the line. So, as we do track here in time, this one is obviously a lot more different, guys, because this, like I said, takes a whole bunch of models, takes their different opinions, kind of blends them together. So, according to this, a lot less snow for the Midwest, so potentially 1 to 3, which honestly, you know, it's kind of sketchy. We are seeing a lot of snowfall kind of falling across those regions already. Maybe a little bit more as it starts to impact bits of northern Arkansas, as it is kind of slowing down, maybe allowing for more accumulation to occur. Across the Mid-Atlantic view, potentially over a foot, same thing, kind of across some of these areas here. 6 to 10 inches across the majority of the pink. Same thing across the western side here of New York, well over a foot expected. Across the upper northwestern side here of Pennsylvania as well. So guys, that's what we're dealing with in terms of this. So now I want to take a look here at the ice accumulations. We actually are expecting a lot of ice across bits of the Carolinas here. You guys definitely need to monitor this quite closely here because honestly, we are seeing some pretty big potential with some, rapidly accumulating ice as well. So, changing this back to the GFS model, because we're taking a look here at the Long Range American model. We go and track down in time. We actually are expecting a lot. Let's actually change this back to ice. It'll probably help if we want to take a look at the freezing rain side. So, as we do track it down in time, look at this. This model is showing a lot of heavy ice accumulation, especially across the northern side here of South Carolina, as across bits of the central side here of North Carolina as well, potentially over an inch being likely. Let's go and see here. PC Gamer says, I think it was the Euromodel showing more snow. Yeah, the Euromodel shows more snow across the western side here of New York, across the northeast, but less snow across into the Midwest. That's the difference between those two models. So, but like I was saying here, potentially well over an inch of ice is expected across a lot of these areas. Now, take a look at this. As we do take a look here at the ECMWF model, your European model, this one is pretty similar in the fact it does show a decent amount of snowfall falling as well across these regions. Go ahead and track down here in time. In terms of this, we're going to track down here. So same thing, we actually are expecting a lot, I'm talking a lot of ice accumulation across a lot of these areas, potentially well over an inch across some of these areas here, basically across the, near the areas here of northwestern parts of South Carolina, and through basically, south central portions here of North Carolina, showing the potential that honestly we'll probably see a lot of heavy ice accumulations across these areas, which, like I said, guys, has many impacts in itself. Potentially, some power lines, being knocked down because all the weight that's put on them definitely causes them to really start to be pulled down. So, guys, that's what we have there in terms of that. So, guys, I think that's probably going to wrap it up for a little bit here. I'm probably going to take a longer break right now because I need to really catch my, voice back because I've been talking literally since 11 in the morning. So, I'll probably take about a 20-minute break or so, guys. So, I will still be active in the chat. Don't worry. I'll still be active in the chat, guys. But I'll probably be back here in about... I'll probably be back at around 6:15 Eastern Time. That'll be 5:15 Central Time. So I'll be back here in about 20 or so minutes, guys. So, guys, if you have any questions, like I said, I'll still be hanging around here in the chat. So if you guys want to talk about anything in the chat, if you're new to the channel, like I said, consider subscribing, guys, because we are almost at our goal here. Just 5 more subscribers left until we reach our 200 goal. We got this, guys. I believe in you. If you're new to the channel, like I said, we greatly appreciate it. If you did subscribe, we greatly appreciate it. So, guys, I'll be back here in about 20 minutes or so. I'll still be in the chat answering your guys' questions. So, guys, I will see you here in a few moments.
35 inches or 1,027.7 millibars and rising. Now for some observations from the surrounding area. FBWI Airport, cloudy skies. Temperature 25. Winds north at 7 miles an hour, producing a wind chill of 17. At Charlottesville, cloudy skies. 30. At Dulles Airport, cloudy. Temperature 25 degrees. Winds northeast at 12 miles an hour, producing a wind chill of 14. At Fredericksburg, fair. Temperature 28. At Martinsburg, fair skies. 24. Winds northeast at 8 miles an hour. At Norfolk, fair. Temperature 29 degrees. At Ocean City, fair skies. It was 25 degrees. At Pawtuxet River Naval Air Station, cloudy. Temperature 27. At Quantico, fair skies. Temperature 29. Winds northeast at 9 miles an hour. For Richmond, cloudy skies. It was 31. At Roanoke, cloudy. Temperature 34 degrees. At Winchester, fair. Temperature 23. At New York, fair skies. 19. At Philadelphia, cloudy skies. 23. At Raleigh, cloudy skies. 38. Now for a few observations on the waters. At Washington Channel, the wind was north at 4 knots, and the water temperature was 37 degrees. At Piney Point, the wind was northeast at 9 knots. At Thomas Point, the wind was northwest at 11 knots, gusting to 14, and the water temperature was 38 degrees. Here is a look at the weather features that will affect the region over the next several days. With Canadian high pressure situated to our north An Arctic air mass will remain in place overnight. Low pressure will then strengthen and approach the area Sunday before passing through Sunday night. Snow and ice accumulation is expected across portions of the area during this time. The low pressure will depart to the northeast Monday as high pressure builds along the southeast coast into the middle portion of next week. Now for the official National Weather Service forecast for the Washington metro area and the surrounding KHB listening area. Rest of this afternoon, mostly cloudy. Highs in the upper 20s. North winds 5 to 10 miles an hour with gusts up to 20 miles an hour. Tonight, partly cloudy until midnight, then clearing. Lows 8 to 14 above. Northeast winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Sunday, partly sunny in the morning, then snow and sleet in the afternoon. Snow and sleet accumulation of 1 to 3 inches. Highs in the lower 30s. Northeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 30 miles an hour. Chance of precipitation near 100%. Sunday night, freezing rain, snow and sleet until midnight, then rain with freezing rain likely after midnight. Precipitation may be heavy at times until midnight. Additional snow and sleet accumulation around an inch. Ice accumulation of up to 1/4 of an inch. Lows in the upper 20s. Northeast winds 15 to 20 miles an hour, becoming southeast after midnight. Gusts up to 40 miles an hour. Chance of precipitation near 100%. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, mostly cloudy. A chance of rain, snow and freezing rain. Highs in the lower 40s. Chance of precipitation 50%. Tuesday, mostly clear. Highs in the upper 30s. Lows in the mid-20s. Wednesday, mostly cloudy with a chance of rain and snow. Highs in the mid-40s. Lows in the upper 20s. Chance of precipitation 40%. Thursday, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow. Highs in the mid-30s. Lows around 20. Chance of snow 40%. Friday, partly cloudy. A 30% chance of snow. Highs in the upper 20s. Lows around 15. This hazardous weather outlook is for the Maryland portion of the Chesapeake Bay, tidal Potomac River, and I-95 corridor through central Maryland, northern Virginia, and District of Columbia. Day 1, this afternoon and tonight. No hazardous weather is expected at this time. Days 2 through 7, Sunday through Friday. A winter weather advisory is in effect for the outlook area with the exception of southern Maryland from Sunday afternoon through early Monday morning. Strong winds may result in isolated wind damage Sunday night through Monday. A gale warning is in effect over the waters during this time. Coastal flood watches have been issued for St. Mary's, Anne Arundel, and Baltimore counties in Maryland, as well as the District of Columbia, Arlington County, and the city of Alexandria for late Sunday night into Monday morning. Spotter information statement. Spotter activation is not expected at this time. Now for the National Weather Service marine forecast for the Chesapeake Bay from Sandy Point to North Beach. Rest of this afternoon, north winds 15 knots with gusts to 20 knots. Waves 3 feet. Tonight, northeast winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts to 20 knots. Waves 2 feet. Sunday, northeast winds 15 to 20 knots. Gusts up to 20 knots, increasing to 30 knots in the afternoon. Waves 2 to 3 feet. Rain with snow, freezing rain and sleet likely. Visibility 1 to 3 nautical miles. Sunday night, east winds 20 to 25 knots, becoming southeast after midnight. Gusts up to 40 knots. Waves 4 feet. Rain and freezing rain. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, west winds 15 to 20 knots. Waves 3 feet. A chance of rain in the morning. A chance of snow until midnight. Now for the National Weather Service marine forecast for the tidal Potomac from Key Bridge to Smith Point. Rest of this afternoon, north winds 15 knots with gusts to 25 knots. Waves 2 feet. Tonight, northeast winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts to 20 knots. Waves 2 feet. Sunday, northeast winds 15 to 20 knots with gusts to 30 knots. Waves 2 to 3 feet. Snow, rain and sleet. Visibility 1 to 3 nautical miles. Sunday night, east winds 20 to 25 knots, becoming south 15 to 20 knots after midnight. Gusts up to 40 knots. Waves 4 feet. Rain and freezing rain. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, west winds 15 to 20 knots. Waves 3 feet. A chance of rain in the morning. The Northern Virginia mountain forecast for elevations above 2,000 feet, including the Skyline Drive. Winter storm warning in effect from 10 a.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Rest of this afternoon, mostly cloudy. Highs in the mid-20s. Tonight, cold. Partly cloudy. Lows around 8 above. Wind chill values as low as 5 below. Sunday, mostly cloudy. Snow. A slight chance of freezing rain in the afternoon. Snow accumulation of 3 to 5 inches. Highs in the lower 20s. Wind chill values as low as 8 below in the morning. Sunday night, cloudy. Sleet in the evening. Snow and freezing rain. Lows around 20. Windy. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow in the morning. Highs in the lower 30s. Tuesday, mostly clear. Lows around 20. Highs in the mid-30s. Wednesday, mostly cloudy. A chance of rain in the afternoon and evening. Lows around 20. Highs around 40. The latest river levels in the Potomac, Shenandoah, and Rappahannock basins are as follows. All reports are current as of 6 p.m. and are measured in feet. For Potomac River at Shepherdstown, 3.7. Potomac River at Point of Rocks, 2.8. Potomac River at Edwards Ferry, 5.1. Potomac River at Little Falls, 3.8. North Fork Shenandoah River near Strasburg, 2.2. South Fork Shenandoah River at Front Royal, 1.8. Shenandoah River at Millville, 2.6. Rappahannock River at Remington, 3.6. Rappahannock River above Fredericksburg, 2.6. Rapidan River near Culpeper, 1.3. Opequon Creek near Martinsburg, 2.1. Seneca Creek at Dawsonville, 2.2. Goose Creek near Leesburg, 1.9. Monocacy River at Frederick, 2.5. This is the NOAA Weather Radio All Hazard Station KHP 36, broadcasting from the National Weather Service office in Sterling, Virginia, and transmitting on a frequency of 162.550 MHz from an antenna located in Manassas, Virginia. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following, tidal Potomac from Indian Head to Cobb Island, Maryland. Small craft advisory remains in effect until 6 p.m. this evening. Small craft advisory remains in effect from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Sunday. Gale warning remains in effect from 6 p.m. Sunday to 6 p.m. Monday. For the gale warning, southwest winds 10 to 20 knots with gusts up to 35 knots expected. For the first small craft advisory, north winds around 10 knots. For the second small craft advisory, northeast winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 25 knots expected. The areas affected include tidal Potomac from Indian Head to Cobb Island, Maryland. The hazardous weather conditions are expected for the gale warning from 6 p.m. Sunday to 6 p.m. Monday. For the small craft advisory until 6 p.m. this evening. For the small craft advisory from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Sunday. Impacts. Strong winds will cause hazardous waves which could capsize or damage vessels. Mariners should alter plans to avoid these hazardous conditions. Remain in port, seek safe harbor, alter course, and or secure the vessel for severe conditions. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following, tidal Potomac from Key Bridge to Indian Head, Maryland. Small craft advisory remains in effect from noon to 6 p.m. Sunday. Gale warning remains in effect from 6 p.m. Sunday to 6 p.m. Monday. For the gale warning, southwest winds 10 to 20 knots with gusts up to 35 knots expected. For the small craft advisory, northeast winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots expected. The areas affected include tidal Potomac from Key Bridge to Indian Head, Maryland. The hazardous weather conditions are expected for the gale warning from 6 p.m. Sunday to 6 p.m. Monday. For the small craft advisory from noon to 6 p.m. Sunday. Impacts. Strong winds will cause hazardous waves which could capsize or damage vessels. Mariners should alter plans to avoid these hazardous conditions. Remain in port, seek safe harbor, alter course, and/or secure the vessel for severe conditions. The current time is 6:05 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following counties, in Virginia, Augusta, Central Virginia Blue Ridge, Northern Virginia Blue Ridge, Page and Rockingham. Winter storm warning remains in effect from 10 a.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Heavy snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of 5 to 9 inches and ice accumulations of around 0.2 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 40 miles per hour. The areas affected include Central Virginia Blue Ridge and Northern Virginia Blue Ridge, and Augusta, Page and Rockingham counties. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 10 a.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Impacts. Travel could be very difficult. The hazardous conditions could impact the morning commute. Additional details. Snow may fall at 1 to 3 inches per hour for a time late Sunday, making roads nearly impassable for a time. If you must travel, keep an extra flashlight, food, and water in your vehicle in case of an emergency. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following counties, in Virginia, Albemarle, Culpeper, Greene, Madison, Nelson, Orange, and Rappahannock. Winter storm warning remains in effect from 10 a.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Heavy snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of 3 to 6 inches and ice accumulations of 0.1 to 0.3 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 35 miles per hour. The areas affected include portions of central, northern, and northwest Virginia. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 10 a.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Impacts. Power outages and tree damage are likely due to the ice. Travel could be nearly impossible. The hazardous conditions could impact the morning commute. Additional details. Snow may fall at 1 to 3 inches per hour for a time late Sunday, making roads nearly impassable for a time. If you must travel, keep an extra flashlight, food, and water in your vehicle in case of an emergency. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following counties, in Virginia, Clark, Frederick, Shenandoah, and Warren, and the following counties, in West Virginia, Berkeley, Jefferson, and Morgan. Winter storm warning remains in effect from 1 p.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Heavy snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of 3 to 6 inches and ice accumulations of up to 1/4 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 35 miles per hour. The areas affected include portions of Northwest Virginia and Panhandle, West Virginia. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 1 p.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Impacts. Travel could be very difficult. The hazardous conditions could impact the morning commute. Additional details. Snow may fall at 1 to 3 inches per hour for a time late Sunday, making roads nearly impassable for a time. If you must travel, keep an extra flashlight, food, and water in your vehicle in case of an emergency. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following counties, in Maryland, Frederick, and Washington, and the following counties, in Virginia, Northern Fauquier, and Western Loudoun. Winter storm warning remains in effect from 1 p.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of 2 to 4 inches and ice accumulations of 0.1 to 0.3 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 50 miles per hour. The areas affected include, in Maryland, Frederick, Maryland, and Washington counties. In Virginia, Northern Fauquier and Western Loudoun counties. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 1 p.m. Sunday to 7 a.m. Monday. Impacts. Power outages and tree damage are likely due to the ice. Travel could be nearly impossible. The hazardous conditions could impact the morning commute. Gusty winds could bring down tree branches. Additional details: snow may fall at 1 to 3 inches per hour for a time late Sunday, making roads nearly impassable for a time. If you must travel, keep an extra flashlight, food, and water in your vehicle in case of an emergency. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following county, Spotsylvania, Virginia, winter weather advisory remains in effect from 10 a.m. Sunday to 1 a.m. Monday. Snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of 1 to 3 inches and ice accumulations of up to 0.2 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 35 miles per hour. The areas affected include Spotsylvania County. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 10 a.m. Sunday to 1 a.m. Monday. Impacts: plan on slippery road conditions. Slow down and use caution while traveling. When venturing outside, watch your first few steps taken on steps, sidewalks, and driveways, which could be icy and slippery, increasing your risk of a fall and injury. This is a statement from the National Weather Service. For the following county, District of Columbia, and the following counties, in Maryland, Carroll, Central and Southeast Howard, Central and Southeast Montgomery, Northern Baltimore, Northwest Hartford, Northwest Howard, Northwest Montgomery, Southeast Hartford, and Southern Baltimore, and the following counties, in Virginia, Arlington Falls Church and Alexandria, Eastern Loudoun, Fairfax, Prince William, Manassas and Manassas Park, Southern Fauquier, and Stafford. Winter weather advisory remains in effect from 1 p.m. Sunday to 1 a.m. Monday. Snow changing to ice. Total snow accumulations of 1 to 3 inches and ice accumulations of around 0.1 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 45 miles per hour. The areas affected include the District of Columbia, portions of Central, North Central, Northeast and Northern Maryland and Northern Virginia. The hazardous weather conditions are expected from 1 p.m. Sunday to 1 a.m. Monday. Impacts: plan on slippery road conditions.
Alrighty, guys, we are now back here. Like I said before in the chat, if you guys did not get it, we're going to be ending the live stream here at 7 o'clock Eastern Time, 6 o'clock Central Time. So in about 46 minutes from now, it's 6:14. So in about 46 minutes, we'll be ending the live stream. We are still 5 subscribers away, you guys, from reaching the goal. I believe we can definitely still do it. We definitely still have enough time to do it, guys. So bring everyone you know in here. I mean, if you want to, and kind of get them to subscribe, we greatly appreciate it, so we can reach our goal here maybe by the end of the video. If not, it's okay. I mean, obviously our main goal was set to the end of January, so if not, I mean, you guys have still absolutely killed it today. So seriously, I want to go ahead and thank you all, everyone here who's joined us today. I hope you guys are doing okay. I hope you guys stay safe with the system. Hopefully I helped you guys out today. Hopefully I've given you guys a lot of information you need for the system in order to get through it and know what to expect. So we're going to be going over things, quite a bit here in the last little bit of our live stream. Like, guys, if you have any questions, now's the time to answer them, or now's the time to ask them about anything. And I'll make sure to get to your guys' questions here down the road. So, okay, so let's go ahead and take a look here at the radar view one last time here. We're going to kind of zoom our way down towards the end. We'll kind of take our time here on each product so we can go ahead and get the final word out in terms of things. And then at the end, we'll kind of have a exit in terms of, our outro or whatever. So, guys, let's go ahead and take a look here at the current radar view. So this is currently going on right now. Like I said, we are currently seeing some, the rain move itself across the eastern side here of Mississippi here. We also have maybe a little bit of some showers kind of behind this. This is kind of right where your cold front's located at. But basically, we are currently seeing some rain move its way all in through Alabama. Alabama, you're getting soaked right now, as well as the western side here of Georgia. Seeing a lot of rain across the areas here into bits of the Panhandle here, Florida. Further down the line, you actually do have the threat for tornadoes, and we didn't really take a look at that too much now. Oh, I have something to show you guys here in a second. So give me a second here. But let's talk about the radar real quick. Let's talk about what's going on here. I actually do have some new information for you guys that it's pretty cool to look at. So, like I was saying, how these areas of low pressure work, basically, you have, they basically rotate counterclockwise. You basically have this area of low pressure. It's located somewhere around this region here. And basically you have this warm air in the Gulf of Mexico. Basically a lot of evaporation goes on. The sun heats it up because it's closer to the equator, more direct sunlight. So basically it allows, because these systems rotate counterclockwise, right? So they kind of rotate like this. Counterclockwise is this way, kind of around like that. So they rotate counterclockwise. You can actually kind of see that motion inside the this system right here. So you can imagine all the warm air from the south, basically driving up all of this moisture here from the Gulf of Mexico into the region here. That's why we're seeing so much rain falling across these regions right here, because it's actually directly from the Gulf of Mexico, currently falling across these regions here. And then we have all the cold air coming in from the back here, across these regions here, kind of backing in, because further up north, because like I said, it's rotating counterclockwise, so it's dragging some from the north and it's dragging some from the south, really from all different angles here. But across the across the Gulf of Mexico, we're getting a lot of moisture in, because a lot of warm air, a lot of water vapors moving its way into the region here, a lot more liquid, I should call it, to basically kind of give you guys an idea what this is. So, and then they meet. Behind here, you have all this cold air is pushing against your warm air. This is what your cold front, this is exactly where your cold front is located at. So basically, this is how kind of these systems work. So we're currently seeing some snow falling across bits of Arkansas into bits of eastern parts of Oklahoma, kind of exiting near Tulsa at the moment, as well as southern portions here of Missouri. It kind of looks like we're getting a little bit of a bump up in snow here, kind of across this region, not really doing anything, and not kind of really going anywhere here. So we are currently still seeing some snow across the regions here. Basically square over here. It's also across bits of western Kentucky, apparently, in southern portions here of Missouri, northern Arkansas, eastern parts of Oklahoma. Currently seeing some snow across the regions here. So yeah, we are seeing quite a bit of snow across these regions. Now, like I said, we are currently seeing a lot of soaking conditions across bits of the south here. So we are seeing that moisture being injected itself into the country here, basically from the Gulf of Mexico, driving itself up from the Gulf of Mexico into the southeast here, basically allowing for all this moisture, a lot more energy, and a lot more fuel for the system, for the potential that it might actually, actually deliver a little bit more snow than we might say. Now, like I said, compared to your models, there is still a lot of disagreements. So really, at this point, anything can happen. So, and I'll explain why in a second when we look at the models here again. So that's essentially what we're dealing with across the country for the most part. This is the final radar view we're going to be doing for this live stream here. So, like I said, once again, snow falling across southern Missouri, western Kentucky, almost in bits of northwestern Tennessee here. Northern Arkansas, it's also snowing across these regions here. Kind of, can really see that, counterclockwise rotation here, with some eastern, snowfall across bits of Oklahoma, kind of across this region here. So, that's essentially what we're dealing with there. So, now, let us take a look here at the past in regard to what has happened back in the past with the system. Switching over here to the past radar here, you can actually see what the system has done over the last little bit. You can see over the last few scans here, you can really see that moisture start to really wrap in itself here. You can really start to see those, those colors get more vibrant, a lot more aggressive looking, because we are getting a lot more moisture, a lot more energy driving itself into the, into the country here. Basically allowing for more snowfall. So snow, it started off, it pretty much started across bits of the northern plains, tracked its way down in through bits of the Midwest, and then slowly went its way down into the southeast here. And then it's going to slowly, kind of creep itself to the east, eventually to the northeast, going through the Mid-Atlantic and into the northeast here down the line. Basically is what we're expecting here to occur. So guys, if you're just now joining us, welcome. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day today. We are almost at almost at 200 subscribers. So guys, if you're not already, hit that subscribe button. That'll be greatly appreciated. We're trying to reach our goal here of 200 subscribers by the end of the live stream. It'd be greatly appreciated if you guys hit that subscribe button. So you guys are absolutely awesome. So, alrighty, so now we've already took a look here at this. Like I said, we currently do have a little bit of snow shower activity across bits of the region here, basically across southern portions here of Montana and through bits of northern Wyoming here, currently going on across the region. As we are seeing, there's really, you can really see the, spin in the system here going on, especially especially once it reaches the Gulf of Mexico. You can really start to see it starting to strengthen quite quickly, because right now it's just kind of, moving, but once it kicks in the Gulf of Mexico right here, once it starts getting all that moisture, it really starts wrapping up and getting crazy. Right now it's just kind of moving, so now it's starting to get more moisture here, and boom, you can see it's rotating quite crazily, showing basically that this thing's really starting to pick up in terms of strength. Okay, guys, now we're going to take a look here at the future radar in regard to what we are expecting here down the line. So we're not going to take a look here at this anymore in regard to your radar views anymore. We're not going to take a look at the past radar or the future radar. Not the past radar or the current radar. So now we're taking a look here at the future radar in terms of what we actually might expect later down the line with the system. So it's currently 6:21 p.m. Eastern time here. So we'll actually go ahead and go down to 6 o'clock p.m. here for today. So this is kind of the area we're looking at. As we did see on the actual radar views, some snow across the south, southern portions here in Missouri. Currently, currently exiting the region there. Eastern parts of Oklahoma, as well as bits of northern portions here of Arkansas. Seeing some snow across the region. We do have that advection going on, like I was saying here. A lot of this moisture is driving its way up from the Gulf of Mexico into the southeast here. Feeling this system overall, and that cold air is back in behind it, allowing it to transition into snow. For less than rain. So that's essentially what we're dealing with. We go ahead and track down even further down the line. So kind of around the midnight hours here, tonight, we're going to see a lot of more rain falling across bits of the southeast here. Areas such as Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia really getting a lot of rain. Also bits of Florida for the Panhandle, especially for the early hours here tonight, or for the earliest hours here tomorrow morning, I should say, around 2 o'clock in the morning here. So, and then we actually have this little bit of a clipper system that might be impacting bits of the northern plains into the upper Midwest. You can kind of see here for the early hours here, according to this, kind of showing it move its way through the region here. So honestly, this is showing a little bit of snowfall. This is actually kind of new. I really wasn't paying attention to this too much, but probably a good thing I did bring it up because, look, it's starting to drive its way down into the country here. So maybe some more snow for across the north here. So, but like I said, across the early morning hours here, 2 o'clock a.m. here, we're currently seeing a lot of rain move its way in the region. But eventually this will transition into snow, especially around, kind of those early morning hours still. Kind of around 5 o'clock, it'll start changing into bits of snow as well as mixture of precipitation across the Carolinas, as we are expecting a lot of ice accumulation to occur across the majority of these regions here. I mean, really, really, heavy ice is expected. Some really strong snowfall is expected. So it'll move its way into the Mid-Atlantic region here by the afternoon hours here. We're looking at 3 o'clock p.m. Basically here for tomorrow. So that's essentially what we're dealing with here. A lot of mixture of precipitation, also different possible. Across bits of Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina. That's kind of where we have where we have our eyes here in terms of accumulations here down the line. We continue to track our way down into the evening hours here for tomorrow. We actually do have some snow to still continue to fall across the northeast here into the western side, actually the central and eastern portions of the Ohio Valley. Snow falling across the areas here. We actually are seeing that back end of cold air still across, behind the system here, allowing for that to be snow instead of rain. This cold front does exit off into the Atlantic Ocean here, kind of around the evening hours here for tomorrow, and eventually this thing does track its way more to the northeast here. Kind of around those early morning hours here on the 17th, a lot of heavy snow is expected, potentially up to 2 to 4 inches of snow per hour across bits of the western side here of New York. A lot of accumulations are expected. We'll get into that here in a moment. But that's essentially what we're dealing with, guys. We are essentially dealing with the potential of a pretty decent winter storm between ice across the Mid-Atlantic and heavy snow across the northeast. There's really no easy to this system. There's a lot of heaviness going on with the system. There's a lot of a lot of craziness going on here. So we need to really continue monitoring this as it does progress its way further down the line. So then we go ahead and track our way into the afternoon hours here on this 17th here. We actually start to get the snow starting to exit the region here. Maybe some snow showers after the system does exit the region here on the early hours of the 18th into the afternoon hours here. So that's essentially what we're dealing with here. So guys, that's what we're looking at in terms of the future radar. We're going to go ahead and close that real quick. Now we're going to take a look here. I'm not going to take a look at the past radar. We already took a look at that. Let's take a look here at the observed snowfall. Let's go ahead and refresh this real quick for you guys. We actually do have not many more updates in regard to this, but that's okay. Observed snowfall. This is currently how much snow we have seen from the system as it impacted bits of the northern plains into the Midwest. Obviously, it was snowing across bits of the central and southern portions here of Missouri. But obviously this is not up to date. This is back from 7 o'clock a.m. this morning. Here at around 7, right as we end the stream, it should be getting another update. So we'll see what happens there. But so that's what we're dealing with here. So we actually did see a decent amount of snowfall fall across the plains here. I mean, we're talking 6 to 10 inches kind of across this pink shaded area, 3 to 5 across the dark blue, 1 to 3 across the light blue. Maybe in some instances we actually did see over a foot across the central portion here of Iowa, as well as the southwestern side here of Minnesota. Overall, we did see a lot of heavy accumulations across some of these regions here. So, and honestly, this is only expected to drive its way down more to the south here, as we actually are seeing the snow kind of move its way in the region here, eventually up into the Mid-Atlantic and into the northeast here down the line. So this is not over yet. This is about halfway done now. We're on phase 2 of the system. Phase 1 was it impacting these areas here. Phase 2 is it impacting, getting all that moisture across the southeast. And phase 3 is it impacting the north. So there's really kind of 3 steps to the system, in which we're kind of on step 2 right now. We've already seen the impacts across the northern plains into the Midwest. That's already said and done. Warmer temperatures are expected to occur across those areas tomorrow, which actually might allow for a little bit of melting to occur, which is good news. Help clear out the roads and, really help, with everything like that. Rain says, hello, what's up, Rain? Welcome to the live stream. But everything like that. So So that's basically what we're talking about in terms of the accumulation, guys. Now, I want to go ahead and talk about this. This is what I was talking about here. I will go back to the National Weather Service hazards. Look at this. Here is your area of low pressure regarding to your Storm Prediction Center mesoscale analysis. Basically, your recent information regarding the system. The area of low pressure is isolated right here to the southern portion here of bits of Mississippi. So, this is currently where this area of low pressure is tracking through. It'll be moving its way to the northeast here soon. So, this is obviously a little bit more south than we thought. Kind of, in terms of what some of these models have to say. A lot of the models, if you look back in our stream, you probably saw when we did like the conversion between the different models, they were supposed to do something kind of like this, right? No. Look at this. This is showing the area of low pressure way down here. There isn't a model or two that showed that. So maybe, just maybe, it'll track its way more east. And if it does, that means more snow for a lot of the people along the eastern coast. So we'll continue monitoring that. Obviously, that's not a certain. That's just an idea. But just based off of current observations. Obviously, it can still shift its way back in the track. But that's just currently what we're seeing in terms of the Storm Prediction Center mesoscale analysis. In terms of the current temperature, in terms of the current conditions, I should say. We're currently clocked in at 1,006 millibars. This thing is expected to strengthen into the 900 millibars later on tonight. Getting a lot more colder. Across bit to the south here as the night does progress into the region, as well as a lot more lower in terms of the pressure here. So that's what we're dealing with in terms of that. All right, so guys, now we're taking a look here at the Storm Prediction Center. I do not have a Storm Prediction Center thing here, so let's just change to our... Here, let's just use the past radar as this for now. So we're taking a look here at the Day 1 convective outlook here. This is your thunderstorm forecast for today. Across the dark green shaded area as well as the yellow shaded area, we actually do have the threat for severe weather. Across the green, severe threat level 1 out of 5. Across the yellow, severe threat level 2 out of 5 across the regions here. Now, believe it or not, guys, in terms of tornadoes, we do have a threat. 5% chance across the slight risk. Basically showing that every single 25 miles, this repeats every single 25 miles here on this side of this, brown area, the 5% chance. So, every single 25 miles, you have a 5% chance